The Templars. Chapter 1, Introduction. The Crusades, Wrong Ideas. Respecting their origin, true causes of them, pilgrimage of Frotmond, of the Count of Anjou, striking difference between the Christianity of the East and that of the West, causes of their different characters, feudalism, the extent and force of this principle. Among the many extraordinary phenomena which the Middle Ages present, none is more deserving of attention or more characteristic of the times and the state of society and opinion than the institution of the religio-military orders of the Hospitallers, the Templars, and the Teutonic Knights. Of these orders, all of which owed their origin to the Crusades and commenced in the 12th century, the last, after the final loss of the Holy Land, transferring the scene of their activity to the north of Germany and directing their arms against the heathens who still occupied the south coast of the Baltic, became the founders, in a great measure, of the Prussian power, while the first, planting their standard on the Isle of Rhodes, long gallantly withstood the forces of the Ottoman Turks, and when at length obliged to resign that island, took their station on the Rock of Malta, where they bravely repelled the troops of the greatest of the Ottoman sultans, and maintained at least a nominal independence till the close of the 18th century. A less glorious fate attended the Knights of the Temple. They became the victims of the unprincipled rapacity of a merciless prince. Their property was seized and confiscated, their noblest members perished in the flames, their memory was traduced and maligned. The foulest crimes were laid to their charge, and a secret doctrine, subversive of social tranquility and national independence, was asserted to have animated their councils. Though many able defenders of these injured knights have arisen, the charges against them have been reiterated even in the present day, and a distinguished Orientalist, von Hammer, has recently even attempted to bring forward additional and novel proofs of their secret guilt. To add one more to the number of their defenders, to trace the origin, develop the internal constitution of their society, narrate their actions, examine the history of their condemnation and suppression, and show how absurd and frivolous were the charges against them, are the objects of the present writer, who, though he is persuaded, and hopes to prove, that they held no secret doctrine, yet places them among the secret societies of the Middle Ages, because it is by many confidently maintained that they were such. As the Society of the Templars was indebted for its origin to the Crusades, we will, before entering on our narrative, endeavor to correct some erroneous notions respecting the causes and nature of these celebrated expeditions. The opinion of the Crusades having been an emanation of the spirit of chivalry is one of the most erroneous that can be conceived, yet it is one most widely spread. Romancers, and those who write history as if it were romance, exert all their power to keep up the illusion, and the very sound of the word crusade conjures up in most minds the ideas of waving plumes, gaudy surcoats, emblazoned shields, with ladies' love, knightly honor, and courteous feats of arms. A vast deal of this perversion of truth is no doubt to be ascribed to the illustrious writer of the splendid epic whose subject is the First Crusade. Tasso, who, living at the time when the last faint gleam of expiring chivalry was fitfully glowing through the moral and political gloom which was overspreading the former abodes of freedom and industry in Italy, may be excused if, young and unversed in the philosophy of history, he mistook the character of European society 6 centuries before his time, or deemed himself at liberty to minister to the taste of a court which loved the fancied image of former times, and stimulate it to a generous emulation by representing the heroes of the First Crusade as animated with the spirit and the virtues of the ideal chivalry. But the same excuse is not to be made for those who, writing at the present day, confound chivalry and the Crusades, give an epitome of the history of the latter under the title of that of the former, and venture to assert that the valiant Tancred was the beau ideal of chivalry, and that the Talisman contains a faithful picture of the spirit and character of the Crusades. We venture to assert that the Crusades did not originate in chivalry, and that the First Crusade, the most important of them, and that which gave the tone and character to all the succeeding ones, does not present a single vestige of what is usually understood by the term chivalry, not a trace of what the imagination, rather than the knowledge of Burke, described as embodying the generous loyalty to rank and sex, the proud submission, the dignified obedience, and that subordination of the heart which kept alive, even in servitude itself, the spirit of an exalted freedom, that sensibility of principle, that chastity of honor, which felt a stain like a wound, which inspired courage whilst it mitigated ferocity, which ennobled whatever it touched, and under which vice itself lost half its evil by losing all its grossness. Little surely does he know of the 11th century and its spirit who can suppose any part of the foregoing description to apply to those who marched in arms to Asia to free the sepulchre of Christ. Slightly must he have perused the Gesta Tancredi of Radulphus Cadomans, who can conceive that gallant warrior, as he undoubtedly was, to have been the mirror of chivalry. Chivalry and the Crusades commenced in the same century and drew their origin from the same source. One was not the cause of the other, but both were effects of the same cause, and that cause was feudalism. This inculcated the proud submission, the dignified obedience, etc., etc., which were gradually idealized into chivalry. It impressed on the mind of the vassal those principles of regard to the rights and property of his lord which seemed to justify and sanction the holy war. Previously, however, to explaining the manner in which this motive acted, we must stop to notice another concurring cause of the Crusades, without which it would perhaps never have begun to operate. Man has at all periods been led by a strong impulse of his nature to visit those spots which have been distinguished as the scenes of great and celebrated actions, or the abode of distinguished personages. The operation of this natural feeling is still stronger when it is combined with religion, and there arises a conviction that the object of his worship is gratified by this act of attention, and his favor thereby secured to the votary. Hence we find pilgrimage, or the practice of taking distant journeys to celebrated temples and other places of devotion, to have prevailed in all ages of the world. In the most remote periods of the mythic history of Greece, where historic truth is not to be sought, and only manners and modes of thinking are to be discerned, we constantly meet the Theoria, or pilgrimage to Delphi, mentioned in the history of the heroes, whence we may with certainty collect that it formed at all times a portion of the manners of the Greeks. India, at the present day, witnesses annually the pilgrimage of myriads to the Temple of Juggernaut, and Jerusalem has been for thousands of years the resort of pious Israelites. The country which had witnessed the life and death of their Lord naturally acquired importance in the eyes of the early Christians, many of whom, moreover, were Jews by birth, and had always viewed Jerusalem with feelings of veneration, all too confounded, as has unfortunately been too much the case in later times, the old and the new law, and saw not that the former was but beggarly elements in comparison with the latter, and deemed that the political and economical precepts designed for a single nation inhabiting one small region were obligatory on the Church of Christ, which was intended to comprise the whole human race. Many of the practices of Judaism were therefore observed by the Christians, and to this principle we are perhaps in a great measure to ascribe the rapid progress of the practice and the belief in the efficacy of pilgrimage to the Holy City. The abuses of pilgrimage were early discerned, and some of the more pious fathers of the Church preached and wrote against the practice. But piety and eloquence were vain, and could little avail to stem the torrent when men believed that the waters of Jordan had efficacy to wash every sin, though unattended by sincere repentance. The Church, as she advanced in corruption, improved in worldly wisdom, and, taking pilgrimage under her protection, made it a part of her penal discipline. The sinner was now ordered a journey to the Holy Land as a means of freeing his soul from the guilt of his perhaps manifold enormities. Each year saw the number of the pilgrims augment, while the growing veneration for relics, of which those which came from the Holy Land were esteemed the most efficacious, stimulated pilgrimage by adding the incentive of profit, as a small stock of money laid out in the purchase of the generally counterfeit relics, always on sale at Jerusalem, would produce perhaps 1,000% on the return of the pilgrim to his native country. A pilgrim was also held in respect and veneration wherever he came, as an especial favorite of the divinity, having been admitted by him to the high privilege of visiting the sacred places, a portion of whose sanctity, it would be supposed, might still adhere to him. The 11th century was the great season of pilgrimage. A strange misconception of the meaning of a portion of Scripture had led men to fancy that the year 1000 was to be that of the advent of Christ, to judge the world. As the valley of Jehoshaphat was believed to be the spot on which this awful event would take place, the same feeling which leads people at the present day to lay a flattering unction to their souls by supposing that deathbed repentance will prove equivalent in the sight of God to a life passed in obedience to His will and in the exercise of virtue, impelled numbers to journey to the Holy Land, in the belief that this officiousness, as it were, of hitherto negligent servants would be well taken by their Lord, and procure them an indulgent hearing before His judgment seat. Pilgrimage, therefore, increased greatly, the failure of their expectations, the appointed time having passed away without the Son of Man, coming in the clouds of heaven, gave it no check, but on the contrary, rather an additional impulse. And during this century, the caravans of pilgrims attained to such magnitude and strength as to be deserving of the appellation of the armies of the Lord, precursive of the first and greatest crusade. In truth, the belief in the merit and even the obligation of a pilgrimage to Jerusalem in the sight of God was now as firmly impressed on the mind of every Christian, be his rank what it might, as that of the necessity and advantage of one to the Kaaba of Mecca is in the apprehension of the followers of Mohammed. And in the degraded state of the human intellect at that period, a pilgrimage was deemed adequate to the removal of all sin. As a proof of this, we shall narrate the pilgrimages of two distinguished personages of those times. The first occurred in the 9th, the second in the 11th century. In the reign of Lothair, son of Louis the Debonair, a nobleman of Brittany named Frotmond, who had murdered his uncle and his youngest brother, began to feel remorse for his crimes. Arrayed in the habit of a penitent, he presented himself before the monarch and an assembly of his prelates, and made confession of his guilty deeds. The king and bishops had him straitly bound in chains of iron, and then commanded him, in expiation of his guilt, to set forth for the East, and visit all the holy places, clad in haircloth, and his forehead marked with ashes. Accompanied by his servants and the partners of his crime, the Breton lord directed his course to Palestine, which he reached in safety. Having, in obedience to the mandates of his sovereign and of the Church, visited all the holy places, he crossed the Arabian desert, which had been the scene of the wanderings of Israel, and entered Egypt. He thence traversed a part of Africa, and went as far as Carthage, whence he sailed for Rome. Here the Pope, on being consulted, advised him to make a second pilgrimage, in order to complete his penance and obtain the perfect remission of his sins. Frotmond accordingly set forth once more, and having performed the requisite duties at the Holy City, proceeded to the shore of the Red Sea, and there took up his abode for 3 years on Mount Sinai, after which time he made a journey to Armenia, and visited the mountain on which the Ark of Noah had rested. His crimes being now, according to the ideas of those times, expiated, he returned to his native country, where he was received as a saint, and taking up his abode in the convent of Redon, passed there the remainder of his days, and died deeply regretted by his brethren. Fulk de Nera, Count of Anjou, had spilt much innocent blood. He had had his first wife burnt alive, and forced his second wife to seek refuge from his barbarity in the Holy Land. The public odium pursued him, and conscience asserting her rights presented to his disturbed imagination the forms of those who had perished by him issuing from their tombs and reproaching him with his crimes. Anxious to escape from his invisible tormentors, the Count put on him the habit of a pilgrim and set forth for Palestine. The tempests which he encountered in the Syrian seas seemed to his guilty soul the instruments of divine vengeance, and augmented the fervor of his repentance. Having reached Jerusalem in safety, he set heartily about the work of penance. He traversed the streets of the holy city with a cord about his neck and beaten with rods by his servants, while he repeated these words, "Lord, have mercy on a faithless and perjured Christian, on a sinner wandering far from his home." During his abode in Jerusalem he gave abundant alms, relieving the wants of the pilgrims and leaving numerous monuments of his piety and munificence. Deep as was the penitence of the Count of Anjou, it did not stand in the way of the exercise of a little pious fraud. By an ingenious device he deceived the impious malignity of the profane Saracens, who would have made him defile the Holy Sepulchre, and the chroniclers tell us that, as he lay prostrate before the sacred tomb, he contrived to detach from it a precious stone which he carried back with him to the west. On his return to his duchy he built, at the castle of Loches, a church after the model of that of the resurrection at Jerusalem, and here he every day implored with tears the divine forgiveness. His mind, however, could not yet rest. He was still haunted by the same horrid images, and he once more visited the Holy Land and edified the faithful by the austerity of his penance. Returning home by the way of Italy, he delivered the supreme pontiff from a formidable enemy who was ravaging his territory, and the grateful pope conferred on him in return the full absolution of all his sins. Fulk brought with him to Anjou a great quantity of relics, with which he adorned the churches of Loches and Angers, and his chief occupation thenceforward was the building of towns and monasteries, whence he acquired the name of the Great Builder. His people, who blessed heaven for his conversion, honored and loved him. The guilt of his sins had been removed by the means which were then deemed of sovereign efficacy, yet still the monitor placed by God in the human breast, and which in a noble mind no power can reduce to perfect silence, did not rest. And the Holy Land beheld, for the third time, the Count of Anjou watering the sepulchre of Christ with his tears, and groaning afresh over his transgressions. He quitted Jerusalem for the last time, recommending his soul to the prayers of the pious brethren whose office it was to receive the pilgrims, and turned his face homewards. But Anjou he was never more to behold. Death surprised him at Metz. His body was transferred to Loches, and buried in his church of the Holy Sepulchre. These instances may suffice to show what the opinion of the efficacy and merit of pilgrimage to the Holy Land was at the time of which we write. We here find convincing proof that in the minds of princes and prelates, the highest and most enlightened order of society, it was confidently believed to avail to remove the guilt of crimes of the deepest dye. And let not anyone say that the clergy took advantage of the ignorance of the people, and made it the instrument of extending their own power and influence. For such an assertion would evince ignorance both of human nature in general and of the temper and conduct of the Romish hierarchy at that, and we might almost say at all periods of its existence. However profligate the lives of many of the clergy may have been, they never called in question the truth of the dogmas of their religion. Even the great and daring Gregory VII, in the midst of what appear to us his arrogant and almost impious assumptions, never for a moment doubted of the course which he was pursuing being the right one and agreeable to heaven. The clergy, as well as the laity, were firmly persuaded of the efficacy of pilgrimage, and in both the persuasion was naturally stronger in proportion to the ignorance of the believer. We accordingly find that vast numbers of all ranks and both sexes, clergy as well as laity, annually repaired to the tomb of Christ. It remains to be explained what the principle was which gave origin to the idea of the right and justice of recovering the Holy Land, which was now in the hands of the fanatic Turks instead of those of the tolerant Saracens. This cause was, as we have above asserted, the feudal spirit, that is, the spirit of the age, and not that emanation of it termed chivalry. Religion, whatever its original nature and character, will always take a tinge from the manners and temper of those who adopt it. Nothing can be more illustrative of the truth of this observation than the history of the Christian religion. Anyone who opens the Gospel and reads it without preconception or prejudice cannot fail at once to recognize the rational and fervent piety, the active benevolence, the pure morality, the noble freedom from the trammels of the world, joined with the zealous discharge of all the social duties which every page of it inculcates. Yet we find this religion in the East degenerating into abject groveling superstition and metaphysical quibbling, pursued with all the rancor of the odium theologicum, while in the West it assumed a fiery fanatic character and deemed the sword an instrument of conversion superior to reason and argument. This difference, apparently so strange, arose from the difference of the social state and political institutions of the people of the East and of the West at the time when they embraced Christianity. The free spirit had long since fled from Greece when the first Christian missionaries preached the faith among its people. But the temper of the Greek was still lively, and his reasoning powers acute. Moreover, he had still the same leaning towards a sensible and material religion which has at all times distinguished him, and the increasing despotism of the empire depressed and enfeebled more and more every day the martial spirit which he had displayed in the days of his freedom. No field remained for his mental activity but that of philosophy and religion. The former, which had long been his delight, he had contrived to subtilize into an almost unintelligible mysticism, and in this form it speedily spread its infection through his new faith, which was besides further metamorphosed and changed in character by an infusion from the dualistic system of Persia. Meantime, the ascetic spirit which had come from the East joined with the timidity engendered by the pressure of despotism to make him mistake the spirit of the gospel and convert Christianity into a crouching, cowardly superstition. When the Emperor Nicephorus Phocas sought to infuse a martial and fanatic spirit into his subjects and to rouse them to vigorous exertion against the Saracens, his bishops replied to his exhortations by citing a canon of St. Basil, which directed that he who had slain an enemy in battle should abstain during 3 years from participation in the holy sacraments. The priest of a little town in Cilicia was engaged one day in saying Mass when a band of Saracens burst in and began to plunder the town. Without waiting to take off his sacerdotal vestments, he seized the hammer, which in the churches of the East frequently serves the purpose of a bell, and, flying among the infidels, plied his weapon to such effect that he forced them to a precipitate flight, and saved the town. What was the reward of the gallant priest? He was censured by his diocesan, interdicted the exercise of his ghostly functions, and so ill-treated in other respects that he flung off his robes and joined the Saracens, whose more martial and energetic creed accorded better with his manly sentiments. When the pilgrims of the First Crusade began to arrive in such terrific numbers at Constantinople, the Greek emperor and his subjects could hardly persuade themselves of the possibility of religion being the actuating cause of such a portentous movement. So little did religion and deeds of arms accord in their minds. But with the nations of the West the case was different. In these the ruling portion, that which gave tone to the whole, were of the Gothic and Germanic races, whose hardy bands had dashed to pieces the worn-out fabric of the Western Empire. Worshippers in their native forests of Thor and Odin, and the other deities of Valhalla, who admitted none but the valiant dead to share in the celestial pork and mead which each day crowned the board in their lucid abode, their manners, their sentiments, their whole being was martial, and they infused this spirit into the religion which they adopted from their Roman subjects. In making this change in its tone, they derived aid from the Jewish portion of the sacred volume, which has been in all ages abused by men ignorant of its character and original use, to purposes of fanaticism and persecution. And the religion of Christian Europe, from the 5th century downwards, became of a martial and conquering character. By the sword, Charlemagne converted the pagan Saxons. His successors employed the sword against the heathen Wends, and by fire and sword, Olaf Tryggvason spread Christianity throughout the north. In former times, this mode of conversion had been in a great degree foreign to the Western Church, and persuasion had been chiefly employed in the dissemination of the faith among the heathen nations. The religion of the West, we thus see, was martial, but this spirit alone would not have sufficed to produce the crusade, which was to interest and appear as a duty to all orders of men. Here the feudal principle came into operation and gave the requisite impulse. In the 11th century, the feudal system was completely developed in France and Germany, and the modes of thinking, speaking, and acting derived from it pervaded all the relations of life. From the top to the bottom of society, the mutual obligations of lords and vassals were recognized and acted upon, and each vassal deemed it a most sacred duty to defend by arms the honor and property of his superior lord. There was also a kind of supreme temporal chief of the Christian world acknowledged in the person of the Emperor of Germany, who was viewed as the successor of Charlemagne and the representative of the Roman emperors. The feudal ideas extended even to the hierarchy, which now put forth such exorbitant claims to supremacy over the temporal power. The head of the church was an acknowledged vicegerent of him who was styled in Scripture Lord of all the kingdoms of the earth. Jesus Christ was, therefore, the apex of the pyramid of feudal society. He was the great suzerain and Lord paramount of all princes and peoples, and all were equally under obligation to defend his rights and honor. Such were evidently the sentiments of the age. It is hardly necessary to remind the reader that the religion of the period which we treat of was of a gross and material character, and that the passions and infirmities of human nature were freely bestowed on the glorified Son of God. He was deemed to take a peculiar interest in the spot of land where he had sojourned when on earth, and more especially in the tomb in which his body had been deposited, and with grief and indignation to see them in the hands of those who contemptuously derided his divinity, and treated with insult and cruelty those of his faithful vassals who underwent the toils and dangers of a distant journey to offer their homage at his tomb. Nothing could therefore be more grateful to his feelings than to behold the sacred soil of Palestine free from heathen pollution and occupied and defended by his faithful vassals, and no true son of the Church could hesitate a moment to believe that it was his bounden duty to arm himself in the cause of his Lord and help to reinstate him in his heritage. Here, then, without having recourse to the romantic principle of chivalry, we have an adequate solution of the phenomenon of the First Crusade. Here we have a motive calculated to operate on the minds of all orders, equally effectual with men of piety, virtue, and wealth, like Godfrey of Bouillon and Stephen of Chartres, who looked for no temporal advantages, as with the meanest and most superstitious of the vassals and serfs, who might be supposed to have only sought a refuge from misery and oppression by assuming the cross. We would not by any means be supposed to deny that many other causes and motives were in operation at the same time, but this we deem the grand one. This was the motive which gave dignity to and hallowed all others, and which affected the mind of every crusader, be his rank or station in society what it might. Pilgrimage, then, was esteemed a duty and a powerful mean of removing guilt and appeasing the wrath of the Almighty. The spirit of the age was martial, and its religion, tinged by the ancient system of the north of Europe, was of the same character. The feudal principle was in its vigor, and extended even to the relations of man with the deity. The rude and barbarous Turks had usurped the heritage, the very crown lands, as we may say, of Jesus Christ, and insulted his servants, whose duty it plainly was to punish them and free the tomb of their Lord. The natural result of such a state of circumstances and opinion was the First Crusade. Chapter 2. First Hospital at Jerusalem, Church of Santa Maria de Latina, Hospital of St. John, the Hospitallers, origin of the Templars, their original poverty. They acquire consideration, St. Bernard, his character of the Templars, the order approved of and confirmed by the Council of Troy, proofs of the esteem in which they were held. In consequence of the resort of pilgrims and traders from the west to Jerusalem, it had been found necessary to build there, with the consent of the Saracens, hospitia, or places of entertainment for them during their abode in the Holy City. For they could not, consistently with the religious animosity which prevailed between them and the Moslems, seek the hospitality of these last, and the Christians of the Greek Church who dwelt in the Holy City, besides that they had no very friendly feeling towards their Catholic brethren, were loth to admit them into their houses, on account of the imprudent language and indecorous acts in which they were too frequently in the habit of indulging, and which were so likely to compromise their hosts with their Saracen lords. Accordingly, the monk Bernard, who visited Jerusalem in the year 870, found there, in the valley of Jehoshaphat, near the Church of the Holy Virgin, a hospital consisting of 12 mansions for Western pilgrims, which was in the possession of some gardens, vineyards, and cornfields. It had also a good collection of books, the gift of Charlemagne. There was a market held in front of it, which was much resorted to, and every dealer paid 2 pieces of gold to the overseer for permission to have a stand there. In the 11th century, when the ardor of pilgrimage was inflamed anew, there was a hospital within the walls of Jerusalem for the use of the Latin pilgrims, which had been erected by Italian traders, chiefly of Amalfi. Near this hospital, and within a stone's cast of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, they erected, with the permission of the Egyptian Caliph, a church dedicated to the Holy Virgin, which was usually called Santa Maria de Latina. In this hospital abode an abbot and a good number of monks, who were of the Latin Church and followed the rule of Saint Benedict. They devoted themselves to the reception and entertainment of pilgrims, and gave alms to those who were poor or had been rifled by robbers, to enable them to pay the tax required by the Moslems for permission to visit the holy places. When the number of the pilgrims became so great that the hospital was incapable of receiving them all, the monks raised another hospitium close by their church, with a chapel dedicated to a canonized patriarch of Alexandria, named St. John Eliamon, or the Compassionate. This new hospital had no income of its own. The monks and the pilgrims whom they received derived their support from the bounty of the abbot of the convent of the Holy Virgin, or from the alms of pious Christians. At the time when the army of the Crusaders appeared before the walls of Jerusalem, the hospital of St. John was presided over by Gerard, a native of Provence, a man of great uprightness and of exemplary piety. His benevolence was of a truly Christian character and far transcended that of his age in general. For during the period of the siege, he relieved all who applied to him for succor, and not merely did the schismatic Greek share his bounty, even the unbelieving Moslem was not repelled when he implored his aid. When the city was taken, numbers of the wounded pilgrims were received, and their wounds tended in the hospital of St. John, and the pious Duke Godfrey, on visiting them some days afterwards, heard nothing but the praises of the good Gerard and his monks. Emboldened by the universal favor which they enjoyed, Gerard and his companions expressed their wish to separate themselves from the monastery of Santa Maria de Latina and pursue their works of charity alone and independently. Their desire met no opposition. They drew up a rule for themselves, to which they made a vow of obedience in presence of the patriarch, and assumed as their dress a black mantle with a white cross on the breast. The humility of these hospitallers was extreme. They styled the poor and the sick their lords and themselves their servants. To them they were liberal and compassionate, to themselves rigid and austere. The finest flour went to compose the food which they gave to the sick and poor. What remained after they were satisfied, mingled with clay, was the repast of the monks. As long as the brotherhood were poor, they continued in obedience to the abbot of Santa Maria de Latina, and also paid tithes to the patriarch. But a tide of wealth soon began to flow in upon them. Duke Godfrey, enamored of their virtue, bestowed on them his lordship of Montboire in Brabant, with all its appurtenances, and his brother and successor, Baldwin, gave them a share of all the booty taken from the infidels. These examples were followed by other Christian princes, so that within the space of a very few years, the Hospital of St. John was in possession of numerous manors, both in the East and in Europe, which were placed under the management of members of their society. The Hospitallers now coveted a total remission of all the burdens to which they were subject, and they found no difficulty in obtaining all that they desired. Pope Paschal II, in the year 1113, confirmed their rule, gave them permission, on the death of Gerard, to elect their own head, without the interference of any temporal or spiritual power whatever, freed them from the obligation of paying tithes to the patriarch, and confirmed all the donations made or to be made to them. The brotherhood of the hospital was now greatly advanced in consideration, and reckoned among its members many gallant knights, who laid aside their arms and devoted themselves to the humble office of ministering to the sick and needy. The worthy Gerard died in the same year with King Baldwin I, 1118, and Raymond Dupuy, a knight of Dauphiné, who had become a brother of the order, was unanimously elected to succeed him in his office. Raymond, who was a man of great vigor and capacity, drew up a series of rules for the direction of the society, adapted to its present state of consequence and extent. From these rules it appears that the Order of St. John admitted both the clergy and the laity among its members, and that both were alike bound to yield the most implicit obedience to the commands of their superior. Whether Raymond had any ulterior views is uncertain, but in the regulations which he made we cannot discern any traces of the spirit which afterwards animated the Order of St. John. Just, however, as Raymond had completed his regulations, there sprang up a new society with different maxims, whose example, that of St. John, found itself afterwards obliged to adopt and follow. The Holy Land was at that time in a very disturbed and unquiet state. The Egyptian power pressed it on the south, the Turkish on the north and east. The Arab tribes indulged in their usual predatory habits and infested it with hostile incursions. The Mussulman inhabitants were still numerous. The Syrian Christians were ill affected towards the Latins, from whom they frequently experienced the grossest ill treatment. The Latins were few and scattered. Hence the pilgrim was exposed to numerous dangers. Peril beset him on his way from the port at which he landed to the Holy City, and new perils awaited him when he visited the banks of the Jordan, or went to pluck his branch of consecrated palm in the gardens of Jericho. Many a pilgrim had lost his life on these occasions. Viewing these evils, 9 valiant and pious knights resolved to form themselves into an association which should unite the characters of the monk and the knight. By devoting themselves to a life of chastity and piety at the tomb of the Savior, and by employing their swords in the protection of the pilgrims on their visits to the holy places. They selected as their patroness the sweet Mother of God, La Douce Mère de Dieu, and their resolution, according so perfectly with the spirit of the Crusades, which combined piety and valor, gained at once the warm approbation of the king and the patriarch. In the presence of the latter, they took the 3 ordinary vows of chastity, poverty, and obedience, and a fourth of fighting incessantly in the cause of pilgrims and the Holy Land against the heathen. They bound themselves to live according to the rule of the canons of St. Augustine, and elected as their first master Hugh de Payens. The king, Baldwin II, assigned them a portion of his palace for their abode, and he and his barons contributed to their support. As the palace stood close by the church and convent of the temple, the abbot and canons gave them a street leading from it to the palace for keeping their magazines and equipments in, and hence they styled themselves the soldiery of the temple, militia templi, and Templars. They attracted such immediate consideration, owing in great part no doubt to the novelty of their plan, that the very year after their establishment, 1120, Fulk, Count of Anjou, who was come on pilgrimage to Jerusalem, joined their society as a married brother, and on his return home annually remitted them 30 pounds of silver in furtherance of their pious objects, and the example of the Count of Anjou was followed by several other princes and nobles of the West. The English historian Brompton, who wrote in the 12th century, asserts that the founders of the Order of the Temple had originally been members of that of St. John. We know not what degree of credit this may be entitled to, but it is certain that there had been as yet nothing of a military character in this last, and that its assumption of such a character was an imitation of the society of the Temple. For, urged by the praise which they saw lavished on the Templars for their meritorious conduct, the Hospitallers resolved to add the task of protecting to that of tending and relieving pilgrims, and such of their members as were knights resumed their arms, joyful to employ them once more in the cause of God. The amplitude of their revenues enabled them to take a number of knights and footmen into their pay, a practice in which they had probably been preceded by the Templars, who thus employed the money which was remitted to them from Europe. But during the lifetime of Raymond Dupuy, the Order of the Hospital did not become completely a military one. He always bore the simple title of Director, Procurator of the hospital, and it was not till some time afterwards that the head of the society was, like that of the Templars, styled Master, and led its troops to battle. At all times the tendance of the poor and the sick formed a part of the duties of the brethren of the hospital, and this was always a marked distinction between them and the rival order of the Temple, whose only task was that of fighting against the infidels. During the first 9 years which elapsed after the institution of their order, the Knights of the Temple lived in poverty, religiously devoting all the money which was sent to them from Europe to the advantage of the Holy Land and the service of pilgrims. They had no peculiar habit, their raiment was such as the charity of the faithful bestowed upon them, and though knights and engaged in constant warfare against the infidels, their poverty and moderation were such that Hugh de Payan and his companion Godfrey of Saint-Omer had but one war-horse between them, a circumstance which they afterwards, in their brilliant period, commemorated by their seal, which represented 2 knights mounted on the one horse, a device chosen with a view to inculcating humility on the brethren, now beginning to wax haughty and insolent. A chief cause of the extraordinary success of the first Crusaders had been the want of union among their enemies. The Saracens and Turks mutually hated each other and would not combine for a common object, and the Turks were, moreover, at enmity among themselves, and one prince frequently allied himself with the Christians against another. But they were now beginning to perceive the necessity of union, and were becoming every day more formidable to their Christian neighbors. King Baldwin II, who had been a prisoner in their hands, made every effort when he had obtained his freedom to strengthen his kingdom, and, among other means for this purpose, he resolved to gain for the Templars, whose valor, humility, and single-mindedness were the theme of general applause, additional consideration, by obtaining from the Holy Father the confirmation of their order. With this view he dispatched, in the year 1127, 2 of their members, named Andreas and Gundamar, to Rome, with this request to the Pope, to whom they were also to make a strong representation of the perilous state of the Holy Land. The king, moreover, furnished them with a letter of recommendation to Saint Bernard, abbot of Clairvaux, whose influence was then all-powerful in the Christian world, and who was nephew of the envoy Andreas. Shortly afterwards, Hugh de Payan himself arrived in Europe with 5 others of the brethren. Nothing could be more advantageous to the new order than the favor and countenance of the illustrious abbot of Clairvaux, who had been for some time past an admirer of its objects and deeds. 3 years before this time he had written a letter to the Count of Champagne, who had entered the order of the Templars, praising the act as one of eminent merit in the sight of God. He now, on occasion of the visit of the Master, wrote, at his request, an eloquent work, exhorting the brethren of the new order to persevere in their toilsome but highly laudable task of fighting against the tyranny of the heathens, and commending their piety to the attention of all the faithful, setting in strong opposition to the luxury of the knights of his time, the modesty and simplicity of these holy warriors. He extolled the unlimited obedience of the Templars to their master, both at home and in the field. They go and come, says he, at a sign from their master. They wear the clothing which he gives them, and ask neither food nor clothing from anyone else. They live cheerfully and temperately together, without wives and children, and that nothing may be wanting for evangelical perfection, without property, in one house, endeavoring to preserve the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace, so that one heart and one soul would appear to dwell in them all. They never sit idle, or go about gaping altar news. When they are resting from warfare against the infidels, a thing which rarely occurs, not to eat the bread of idleness, they employ themselves in repairing their clothes and arms, or do something which the command of the master or the common need enjoins. There is with them no respect of persons. The best, not the noblest, are the most highly regarded. They endeavor to anticipate one another in respect, and to lighten each other's burdens. No unseemly word or light mocking, no murmur or immoderate laughter, is let to pass unreproved, if anyone should allow himself to indulge in such. They avoid games of chess and tables. They are adverse to the chase, and equally so to hawking, in which others so much delight. They hate all jugglers and mountebanks, all wanton songs and plays, as vanities and follies of this world. They cut their hair in obedience to these words of the Apostle, "It is not seemly in a man to have long hair." No one ever sees them dressed out. They are seldom ever washed. They are mostly to be seen with disordered hair, and covered with dust, brown from their corslets and the heat of the sun. When they go forth to war, they arm themselves within with faith, without with iron, but never adorn themselves with gold, wishing to excite fear in the enemy, and not the desire of booty. They delight in horses which are strong and swift, not in such as are handsomely marked and richly caparisoned, wishing to inspire terror rather than admiration. They go not impetuously and headlong into battle, but with care and foresight, peacefully, as the true children of Israel. But as soon as the fight has begun, then they rush without delay on the foes, esteeming them but as sheep, and know no fear, even though they should be few, relying on the aid of the Lord of Sabaoth. Hence one of them has often put 1,000, and 2 of them 10,000, to flight. Thus they are, in union strange, at the same time gentler than lambs, and grimmer than lions, so that one may doubt whether to call them monks or knights. But both names suit them, for theirs is the mildness of the monk and the valor of the knight. What remains to be said but that this is the Lord's doing, and it is wonderful in our eyes? Such are they whom God has chosen out of the bravest in Israel, that watchful and true they may guard the holy sepulchre, armed with swords and well skilled in war. Though in these expressions of St. Bernard there may be perceived some marks of rhetorical exaggeration, they prove incontestably the high character and sincere virtue of the founders of the Society of the Templars, and that it was organized and regulated with none but worthy objects in view. They also offer, if such were required, an additional proof that the Crusade was no emanation of chivalry. For those to whom St. Bernard throughout sets the Templars in opposition were the chivalry of the age. This epistle of the Abbot of Clairvaux had been circulated, and every other just and honest mean employed to conciliate the public favor for the Templars, when, on the 31st January 1128, the Master, Hugh de Paillon, appeared before the Council of Troyes, consisting of the Archbishops of Rheims and Sens, 10 bishops, and a number of abbots, among whom was Saint Bernard himself, and presided over by the Cardinal of Albano, the papal legate. The master having given an account of the principles and exploits of the Templars, the assembled fathers approved of the new order and gave them a new rule containing their own previous regulations, with several additions drawn from that of the Benedictines and chiefly relating to spiritual matters. The validity of this rule was made to depend on the approbation of it by the Holy Father and by the Patriarch of Jerusalem, neither of whom hesitated to confirm it. By the direction of the Pope Honorius, the Synod appointed a white mantle to be the distinguishing dress of the brethren of the temple, that of those of the hospital being black. This mantle was plain, without any cross, and such it remained till the pontificate of Pope Eugenius III, who, in 1146, appointed the Templars to wear a red cross on the breast, as a symbol of the martyrdom to which they stood constantly exposed. The cross worn on their black mantles by the Knights of St. John was, as we have seen, white. The order now assumed, or were assigned, a peculiar banner formed of cloth, striped black and white, called in Old French Beauseant, which word became the battle cry of the Knights of the Temple, and often struck terror into the hearts of the infidels. It bore on it the ruddy cross of the order, and the pious and humble inscription, Non nobis, Domine, non nobis, sed nomini tuo de gloriam. Not to us, O Lord, not to us, but to thy name give the glory. Several knights now assumed the habit of the order, and in a progress which Hugh de Payens, accompanied by some of the brethren, made through France and England, he acquired for it universal favor. He did not neglect the charge, committed to him by the King of Jerusalem, of invoking aid for the Holy Land, now so hard bested, and his exhortations were not without effect. Fulk, Count of Anjou, now rejoined his master and brethren, but as he had gotten an invitation to repair to Jerusalem and espouse the only daughter of the king, he set out before them to the east. Hugh de Payens would admit no knight into the order who did not terminate all his feuds and enmities and amend his life. Thus, when a knight named Hugh d'Amboise, who had oppressed the people of Marmoutier and had refused obedience to the judicial sentence of the Count of Anjou, was desirous to enter the order, he refused to admit him to take the vows till he had given perfect satisfaction to those whom he had injured. Honor and respect awaited the Templars wherever they appeared, and persons of all ranks were eager to do what might be grateful to them. When the Templar who came with the seal of Godfrey of St. Omer, as his credential to the governor of that place, to demand his goods which Godfrey had given the order, he met with a most favorable reception, not only from the governor, but from the bishop, and on their applying, as was necessary in this case, to the Count of Flanders and Alsatia, that prince was so far from throwing any impediments in the way, that in a very short space of time, the buildings which had belonged to Godfrey were converted into a church and a temple house. Many Flemish gentlemen followed the example of Godfrey and bestowed a part of their property on the Templars. King Henry I. Of England, who met and conversed with Hugh de Payens in Normandy, was so pleased with his account of the new order that he presented him with many rich gifts and gave him strong recommendations to the principal of the English barons. The Emperor Lothair bestowed in 1130 on the order a large part of his patrimony of Supplenburg. The old Count Raymond Berenger of Barcelona and Provence, weary of the world and of the toils of government, became a Templar and took up his abode in the Temple House at Barcelona, and, as he could not go personally to combat the infidels in the Holy Land, he continually sent rich gifts to the brethren at Jerusalem, and he complied rigorously with all the other duties of the order. In 1133, Alfonso, King of Aragon and Navarre, a valiant and warlike monarch who had been victor in 29 battles against the Moors, finding himself old and without children, made a will by which he appointed the Knights of the Temple and of the Hospital, together with the canons of the Holy Sepulchre, to be his joint heirs, deeming, perhaps, that the most gallant defenders of the Holy Land would best prosecute his favorite object of breaking the power of the infidels. The aged monarch fell the following year in the Battle of Fraga against the Moors, and, negligent of his disposition of the realm, the nobles of Aragon and Navarre met and chose sovereigns out of his family. The orders were not strong enough to assert their rights, and this instance, therefore, only serves to show the high degree of consideration to which they had so early attained. Chapter 3. Return of the Templars to the East, Exoneration and Refutation of the Charge of a Connection with the Ismaïlites, Actions of the Templars, Crusade of Louis VII, Siege of Ascalon, Sale of Nassir-ed-deen, Corruption of the Hospitallers, the Bull, Omne Datum Optimum, Refusal of the Templars to march against Egypt, Murder of the Ismaïlite Envoy. In the year 1129, Hugh de Payens, accompanied by 300 knights of the noblest families in Europe who had become members of the order, and followed by a large train of pilgrims, returned to the Holy Land. Shortly after his arrival, the unlucky expedition to Damascus above narrated was undertaken, and the Templars formed a portion of the troops which marched, as they fancied, to take possession of that city. As has been observed, this is the first occasion on which we find the Christians in alliance and connection with the Ismaïlites. And as Hammer, the historian of the last, makes the grave charge against Hugh de Payens of having modeled his new society on the plan of that deadly association, and of having been the chief planner and instigator of the treacherous attempt on Damascus, we will suspend the course of our narration to discuss the probability of that opinion, though in so doing we must anticipate a little respecting the organization of the Order of the Temple. Hammer argues an identity between the two orders, as he styles them, of the Ismaïlites and the Templars, from the similarity of their dress, their internal organization, and their secret doctrine. And as the two societies existed in the same country, and that of the Ismaïlites was first instituted, he infers that this was the original, and that of the Templars the copy. First, with respect to the outward habiliment, the dress of the order. Nothing, as appears to us, can be weaker than to lay any stress on so casual a circumstance as similarity of forms or colors, more especially when a true and distinct cause for the assumption of them on either side can be assigned. The color of the caliphs of the house of Umayyah was white. Hence the house of Abbas, in their contest with them, adopted black as their distinguishing hue. And hence, when the Abbasids were in possession of the supreme power, all those who, under pretense of supporting the rights of the family of Ali, or on any other pretext, raised the standard of revolt against them, naturally selected white as the sign of their opposition. Hassan Saba, therefore, only retained the use of the color which he found already established. When he formed the institution of the Fedavi, or the devoted to death, what more suitable mark of distinction could he assign them than a red girdle or cap, which indicated their readiness to spill their own blood or that of others? With respect to the Templars, the Society of the Hospitallers was already existing when Hugh de Payens and his companions resolved to form themselves into a new association. The mantle worn by the members of the hospital was black. What color then was so natural for them to adopt as its opposite? White. And when, nearly 30 years after their institution, the Pope appointed them or gave them permission to wear a cross on their mantle, like the rival order, no color could present itself so well suited to those who daily and hourly exposed themselves to martyrdom as that of blood, in which there was so much of what was symbolical. With respect to internal organization, it will, we apprehend, be always found that this is, for the most part, the growth of time and the product of circumstances, and is always nearly the same where these last are similar. The dominion of the assassins extended over large tracts of country, hence arose the necessity of appointing lieutenants. In like manner, when the Templars got large possessions in the west and the east, they could not avoid, after the example of the Hospitallers, appointing persons to manage the affairs of the society in different countries. Hence then, as the Ismaïlites had their Sheikh al-Jabal with his Dais al-Kabir of Kohistan and Syria, so the Templars had their master and their priors of different provinces. The resemblance is so far exact, but, as we see, easily accounted for. That which Hammer goes on to draw between the component parts of each society is altogether fanciful. To the Refik, Fedavi, and Lazik of the Ismaïlites, he sets as counterparts the knights, esquires, and serving brethren of the Templars. It is needless to point out the arbitrariness of this comparison. The chaplains of the Templars, we may see, are omitted, and it was, perhaps, they who bore the greatest resemblance to the Refiks, while neither knights nor esquires had the smallest similarity to the Fedavi. As to a secret doctrine, we shall hereafter discuss the question whether the Templars had one or not. Here we shall only observe that the proof of it, and of the ultimate object of the Templars being the same with that of the Ismaïlites, namely, the acquisition of independent power, adduced by Hammer, is by no means satisfactory. He says that it was the object of both societies to make themselves masters of the surrounding country by the possession of fortresses and castles, and thus become formidable rivals to princes. And he sees, in the preceptories or houses of the Templars, the copies of the hill forts of the Ismaïlites. That such was the design of this last society is quite apparent from the preceding part of our work. But what resemblance is there between such formidable places of defense as Alamut and Lamsir, and the simple structures in which a few knights and their attendants dwelt in the different parts of Europe, and which were hardly, if at all, stronger than the ordinary baronial residences? And what resistance could the Temple of London or that of Paris offer to the royal strength, if put forth? Hammer has here again fallen into his usual error of arguing too hastily from accidental resemblances. The preceptories of the Templars were, as we shall show, the necessary consequence of the acquisition of property by the order, and had nothing hostile to society in their nature. When we reflect on the character of the first Crusaders, and particularly on that of the first Templars, and call to mind their piety, ignorance, and simplicity, nothing can appear more absurd than to ascribe to them secret philosophical doctrines of impiety, imbibed from those whose language they did not even understand, and whose religion and manners they held in abhorrence, and to suppose that the first poor knights of the Temple could have had visions of the future power of their order, and have looked forward to its dominion over the Christian world. But this is a common mistake with ingenious men who are forever ascribing to the founders of empires, religions, and societies that attribute of divinity which sees from the beginning the ultimate end, and forms all its plans and projects with a view to it. It is thus that some would fain persuade us that Muhammad, in his solitary cave at Mecca, saw clearly and distinctly the future triumphs of Islam and its banners floating at the Pyrenees and the Oxus, that Cromwell, when an obscure individual, already in fancy, grasped the scepter of England, and that Loyola beheld the members of his order governing the consciences of kings and ruling an empire in Paraguay. All such results are in fact the slow and gradual growth of time. One step leads to another, till the individual or the society looks back with amazement to the feeble commencement. The Templars and the Ismaïlites are mentioned together by history in only one more relation, that is, on occasion of the tribute paid to the former by the Syrian branch of the latter, and the murder of the Ismaïlite ambassador above related. As this act was very probably committed by order of the master of the temple, who, it might be, doubted the ability or the future inclination of the king to pay the 3,000 Byzants a year, it testifies but little for any very friendly feeling between the Templars and the Ismaïlites. Yet Hammer opines that the 3,000 Byzants were paid, not as the tribute of the weaker to the stronger, but by way of pension for the secret services which the Templars were in the habit of rendering their cause, such, for example, as refusing on one occasion to join in the expedition against the Caliph of Egypt, the great head of the Society of the Assassins. To narrate the various exploits of the Knights of the Temple would be to write the history of the Crusades, for from the time that the order acquired strength and consistency, no action with the infidels ever was fought in which the chivalry of the Temple did not bear a distinguished part. Their war cry was ever heard in the thickest of the fray, and rarely was Beauseant seen to waver or give back in the conflict. The Knights of St. John fought with emulative valor. The example of the rival orders stimulated all parts of the Christian army, and to this influence may be, in great measure, ascribed many of the most wonderful triumphs of the cross during the 12th century. In the year 1147, when Pope Eugenius III came to Paris to arrange the proposed crusade with Louis VII, both the Pope and the King honored with their presence a general chapter of the Order of the Temple, which was holden at that place. It was probably on this occasion that the Supreme Pontiff conferred on the order the important privilege of having Mass said once a year in places lying under interdict. The newly elected Master of the Temple, Eberhard de Bar, and 130 knights accompanied the king on his march for the Holy Land, and their valor and their skill greatly contributed towards the preservation of the crusading army in their unfortunate march through Lesser Asia. The siege of Damascus, which was undertaken after the arrival of the French and German kings in the Holy Land, miscarried, as is well known, through treachery. The traitors were doubtless the Polani, as the Latins of Syria were called, who were at this time capable of everything that is bad. Some writers most unjustly charge the Templars with this guilt, but those who are the best informed on the subject make no accusation against them. The charge, however, while it shows the power and consideration of the Templars at that time, may be considered to prove also that they had degenerated somewhat from their original virtue, for otherwise it could never have been made. The Christian army laid siege in 1153 to the town of Ascalon, which the Saracens still held and would have taken it, but for the cupidity of the Templars. A large heap of wood had been piled by the besiegers against a part of the wall and set fire to. The wind blew strong towards the town during an entire night, carrying the smoke and heat into the town, so that the garrison was forced to retire from that quarter. The Christians fed the flames with pitch, oil, and other inflammable substances, and the wall next the pile, cracked by the heat, fell down, leaving a considerable breach. The army was preparing to enter at this opening when Bernard de Tremolay, the master of the temple, taking his station at it with his knights, refused all ingress. It was the law of war in those days, among the Crusaders, that whatever house or spoil anyone took when a town was stormed became his property. The Templars, therefore, were eager to have the first choice, and having kept off all others, Tremolay, with 40 of his knights, boldly entered a strongly garrisoned town. But they paid the penalty of their rashness and cupidity, for the garrison surrounded and slew them all, and then closed up the breach. One of the most disgraceful acts which stain the annals of the Templars occurred in the year 1155, when Bertrand de Blancford, whom William of Tyre calls a pious and God-fearing man, was master of the order. In a contest for the supreme power in Egypt, which the viziers, bearing the proud title of Sultan, exercised under the phantom caliphs, Sultan Abbas, who had put to death the caliph his master, found himself obliged to fly from before the vengeance of the incensed people. With his harem and his own, and a great part of the royal treasures, he took his way through the desert. A body of Christians, chiefly Templars, lay in wait for the fugitives near Ascalon. The resistance offered by the Moslems was slight and ineffectual. Abbas himself was either slain or fled, and his son Nassir-ed-deen and the treasures became the prize of the victors. The far larger part of the booty, of course, fell to the Templars, but this did not satisfy their avarice, and though Nassir-ed-deen had professed his desire to become a Christian, and had begun, by way of preparation for that change, to learn the Latin language, they sold him to his father's enemies for 60,000 pieces of gold, and stood by to see him bound hand and foot, and placed in a sort of cage or iron-latticed sedan on a camel to be conducted to Egypt, where a death by protracted torture awaited him. The Hospitallers were at this time become as corrupt as the Templars, and in this same year, when the Patriarch demanded from them the tithes which they were bound to pay him, they treated the demand with scorn, raised to show their superior wealth, stately and lofty buildings, before the humble church of the Holy Sepulchre, and whenever the Patriarch entered it to exhort the people or pronounce the absolution of sins, they rang, by order of their master, the bells of the hospital so loud that with the utmost efforts he could not succeed in making himself heard. One day, when the congregation was assembled in the church, the Hospitallers rushed into it in arms, and shot arrows among them as if they were robbers or infidels. These arrows were collected and hung up on Mount Calvary, where Christ had been crucified, to the scandal of these recreant knights. On applying to the Pope Adrian IV for redress, the Syrian clergy found him and his cardinals so prepossessed in favor of their enemies, bribed by them, as was said, that they had no chance of relief. The insolence of the Hospitallers became in consequence greater than ever. In fact, as an extremely judicious writer observes, valiantly as the knights of the spiritual orders fought against the heathens, and great as was their undoubted merit in the defense of the helpless pilgrims, it cannot be denied that these knights were, if not the original promoters, at least active participators in all the mischiefs which prevailed in the Holy Land, and that they were often led to a shameful dereliction of their duties by avarice and thirst after booty. The year 1162 is conspicuous in the annals of the Templars as the date of the bull Omne Datum Optimum, the Magna Charta of the order, and the great keystone of their power. On the death of Adrian IV, two rival popes were elected, Alexander III by the Sicilian, Victor III by the imperial party. The Templars at first acknowledged the latter, but at a synod held at Nazareth in 1161, they took the side of his rival. Alexander, who came off victor, was not ungrateful, and on the 7th of January of the following year, the aforesaid bull was issued. By this document, which would almost appear to be the dictation of the order, the Templars were released from all spiritual obedience except to the Holy See. They were allowed to have peculiar burial grounds at their houses and to have chaplains of their own. They were freed from the obligation to pay tithes and could, with the consent of the bishop, receive them. It was also prohibited to anyone who had once entered the order to leave it, unless it were to enter into a stricter one. These great privileges necessarily awakened the envy and enmity of the clergy against the Templars and the Hospitallers, which last were equally favored by the pontiffs. But these artful prelates, who were now aiming at universal power, knew well the advantage which they might derive from attaching firmly to them these associations, which united the valor of the knight to the obedience of the monk, whose members were of the noblest families in Europe, and whose possessions were extensive and spread over all parts of the Christian world. In 1167 occurred one of the few instances of cowardice, or rather, we might say, treachery, which the annals of the Templars present. Aymeric, king of Jerusalem, had committed to the Templars the charge of guarding one of those strong fortified caverns which were on the other side of the Jordan. Here they were besieged by the Turks, and though the king was hastening to their relief, they capitulated. Aymeric, incensed at their conduct, though he was a great friend of the order, and particularly of the master, Philip of Naplouse, instantly had 12 of the cowardly or treacherous knights hanged, and he experienced no opposition whatever on the part of the order. Philip, we may observe, was the first master of the temple who was a born Syrian, but he appears to have been a man of fair and honorable character. He was lord of the fortresses of Crac and Montreal in the stony Arabia, which he had obtained with his wife. It was not till after her death that he became a Templar. Alter holding the dignity of master for 3 years, he resigned it. The cause of his resignation is unknown, but he was highly honored and respected during the remainder of his life, and was employed on various important occasions. It was during the mastership of Philip of Naplouse that King Aymeric, at the instigation of the master of the hospital and in violation of a solemn treaty, undertook an unprosperous expedition into Egypt. The Templars loudly protested against this act of perfidy and refused to take any share in the war either, as William, the honest Archbishop of Tyre, observes, because it was against their conscience, or because the master of the rival order was the author and projector of it. The prelate seems to regard the more honorable as the true cause. Perhaps we should express ourselves correctly if we said that in this, as in many other cases, duty and prejudice happily combined, and the path which was the most agreeable was also the most honorable. In the mastership of Ado of Saint Amando, the successor of Philip of Naplouse, occurred the treacherous murder of the Ismaïlite envoy, above narrated, an act which brought the Templars into great disrepute with pious Christians, as it was quite manifest that they preferred money to winning souls to Christ. Chapter 4. Heroism of the Templars and Hospitallers, Battle of Hitton, Crusade of Richard of England and Philip of France, Corruption of the Order, Pope Innocent III, writes a letter of censure, Frederick II, Great Slaughter of the Templars, Henry III of England and the Templars, Power of the Templars in Moravia, Slaughter of them by the Hospitallers, Fall of Acre. The fall of the Christian power in the East was now fast approaching, and it was not a little hastened by the enmity of the rival orders. The truth of the old sentence, that the deity deprives of sense those whom he will destroy, was manifested on this as on so many other similar occasions. And while the great and able Saladin was consolidating his power and preparing for the accomplishment of the object which, as a true Moslem, lay nearest his heart, the recovery of the Holy City, discord, enmity, and animosity prevailed among those who should have been actuated by one soul and by one spirit. Yet the two orders of religious chivalry had not derogated from their original valor, and the last days of Jerusalem were illumined by some noble feats of prowess. On the 1st of May, 1187, when Malik el-Afdal, the son of Saladin, was returning from an expedition into the Holy Land, which he had undertaken with the consent of the Count of Tripolis, regent of the kingdom, the masters of the temple, and of the hospital, having collected about 140 knights and 500 footmen, met the Moslems, who were 7,000 in number, at the celebrated brook Kishon. They immediately charged them with the utmost impetuosity. The Turks, according to custom, turned and fled. The Christian knights pursued, leaving their infantry unprotected. Suddenly a large body of the Turks emerged from a valley and fell on and slaughtered the footmen. Their cries brought back the knights to their aid, but, impeded by the narrowness of the ground, they could neither lay their lances in rest nor run their horses against the enemy, and all fell beneath the weapons of the Turks, with the exception of the master of the temple and 3 of his knights, who were saved by the fleetness of their horses. The master of the hospital was among the slain. In this unfortunate fight, James de Mailly, the Marshal of the Templars, and a Hospitaller named Henry, especially distinguished themselves. After all their brave companions had been slain around them, they still maintained the conflict. The Turks, filled with admiration of their valor, repeatedly offered them quarter, but in vain, and they fell at last, overwhelmed with darts flung from a distance, no one venturing to approach them. The historian Vinisoff tells us that de Mailly was mounted on a white horse, which, joined with his relucent arms and white mantle, made him appear to the infidels to be St. George, and they exulted greatly in having slain the tutelar saint of the Christians. He adds, what is not an unlikely circumstance, that the Turks covered his body with dust, which they afterwards powdered on their heads, thinking thereby to acquire some portion of his valor. At the fatal battle of Hitton, where 30,000 Christians lost their lives, where the king and all his princes became captives, and where the Latin power in the East was broken forever, the master of the temple, Gerard of Ridefort, and several of his knights and those of the hospital were among the captives. Saladin, who bore a particular hatred to the spiritual knights, would spare them on no condition but that of their renouncing their faith. To a man they gallantly refused, and, with the exception of the master, the heads of all were struck off. Many who belonged not to the orders, smit with desire for the glory of martyrdom, cast the mantles of Templars around them, and went cheerfully to death as such. One Templar, named Nicholas, evinced such joy and impatience for this glorious fate that, according to the ideas of those times, heaven was believed to testify its approbation by a visible sign, and during 3 nights a celestial light illumined the unburied corpse of the Christian martyr. It was indeed rare for a Templar to renounce his faith. Prejudice, or honor, we may style it, or a better principle, always kept him steady in it, whatever the irregularities of his life might be. We recollect but one instance of a brother of the Temple abjuring his faith, and he was unhappily an English knight named Robert of St. Albans. From some unassigned cause, he flung away the dress of his order, broke his vows, went over to Saladin, and became a Mussulman. The Sultan gave him one of his female relatives in marriage, and the recreant knight appeared before Jerusalem at the head of an army of the infidels. He had promised to Saladin to reduce the holy city, but her hour was not yet come. And after wasting all the country from Mont-Royal to Jericho with fire and sword, he was forced to retreat before the chivalry of Jerusalem, who came forth with the Holy Cross and gave him a signal defeat. This event occurred in the year 1184, and the apostasy of this Templar caused extreme dismay among the Christians and excited great ill will against the order in general. It had hitherto been the maxim of the order not to redeem any of their members out of captivity with any higher ransom than a girdle or a knife or some other insignificant matter, acting in this on the same principle with the old Romans, who never redeemed prisoners. The master, Odo de Saint-Amando, had died in captivity, but to redeem Gerard de Riedfort, no less a ransom was given than the city of Ascalon. Gerard died of a wound received in battle the following year. During the memorable crusade of Philip of France and Richard of England to the Holy Land, which their rivalry and animosity rendered utterly ineffectual, we find the Hospitallers on the side of the King of England, and of course the Templars, the warm partisans of the King of France. Yet, when Richard was on his return to Europe, he sent for the Master of the Temple, and said to him that he knew by many he was not loved, and that he ran great risk of his life on his way to his kingdom. He therefore besought him that he would permit him to assume the dress of the order and send 2 of the brethren with him. The master readily granted the request of so potent a monarch, and the king went on board in the habit of a Templar. It was probably on account of the known enmity of the order to him that King Richard adopted this expedient, thinking that no one would ever suspect him of being with the Templars. His brother John, we may here observe, was, on the contrary, a great favourer of the order, to whom he gave Lundy Island, at the mouth of the Bristol Channel. Throughout his reign, this odious prince attached himself to the Templars as the faithful servants of his lord the Pope, reckoning on their aid against his gallant barons, who would not leave the liberties of the nation at the feet of a faithless tyrant. It was now very much the custom for monarchs to deposit their treasures in the temple houses, and in the year 1213 we find King John demanding 20,000 marks, which he had committed to the Templars to keep. We meet with no instance of breach of trust on the part of the knights. The Templars shared in the common dishonesty of the Church with respect to false miracles, and they felt no scruple at augmenting their wealth by deceptions calculated to impose on the ignorance and zeal of the laity. In the year 1204 it was given out that an image of the Virgin, in a convent not far from Damascus, had become clothed with flesh, and that there issued from its breasts a kind of juice or liquor of wondrous efficacy in removing the sins of pious pilgrims. As the place was distant, and the road beset with danger, The Knights of the Temple took upon themselves the task of fetching the mirific fluid to the part of the coast still held by the Latins, and accommodating pilgrims with it, and the coffers of the order were largely replenished by this pious traffic. Though, like all other proprietors in the Holy Land, the Order of the Temple had been losers in consequence of the conquest of it by Saladin, their possessions in the West were so extensive that they hardly felt the loss. At this very time we find the number of their possessions of various kinds in Europe, stated at 7050, principally situated in France and in England. Their arrogance and luxury naturally kept pace with their wealth, and though writers of the 12th century, and even the troubadours, the satirists of the age, always speak of the Knights of the Temple with honor, there was a secret dislike of them gaining ground, especially with the clergy, in consequence of the great privileges granted to them by the bull Omne Datum Optimum, and the insolent manner in which these privileges were exercised. Accordingly we find, in the year 1208, the great Innocent III, the most ambitious of popes, and one who was a steady friend to the order, under the necessity of passing the first public censure of them, and endeavoring to set, by authority, a limit to their excesses. In his epistle to the Master on this occasion, the Holy Father says that they abused the privilege of having Mass celebrated in places which were under interdict, by causing their churches to be thrown open, and Mass to be said every day, with loud ringing of bells, bearing the cross of Christ on their breast, but not caring to follow his doctrines, who forbids to give offense to any of the little ones who believe on him. He goes on to state that, following the doctrines of demons, they affix the cross of their order on the breast of, i.e., affiliated, every kind of scoundrel, asserting that whoever, by paying 2 or 3 pence a year, became one of their fraternity, could not, even though interdicted, be deprived of Christian burial, and that hence known adulterers, usurers, and others who were lying under sentence of interdict were honorably interred in their cemeteries. And thus they themselves, being captive to the devil, cease not to make captive the souls of the faithful, seeking to make alive those whom they know to be dead. The pontiff laments that instead of, like religious men, using the world for the sake of God, they employed their religious character as a means of indulging in the pleasures of the world. Though, on account of these and such abuses, they deserve to be deprived of the privileges which had been conferred on them, the Holy Father will not proceed to extremity, relying on the exertions of the Master to effect a reformation. In this epistle we have all the charges which, as will hereafter appear, could be at any time brought with justice against the order, whose corruption proceeded in the ordinary course of human nature, and no otherwise, privileges and exemptions producing insolence and assumption, and wealth generating luxury and relaxation of morals. It was the lavish generosity of popes, princes, and nobles that caused the ruin of the Templars. The Templars bore a distinguished part in the expedition to Egypt and siege of Damietta in 1219, as the chief commander on that occasion was the papal legate, whose conduct, under show of obedience, they chiefly directed. But when, in 1228, the Emperor Frederick II, then under the sentence of the Church, undertook the crusade which he had vowed, he found nothing but opposition and treachery from these staunch adherents of the Pope. Considering the spirit of the age, their opposition is, perhaps, not so much to be blamed, but no principle will excuse the act of their writing to inform the Egyptian Sultan of the plans of the Emperor. The generous Moslem, instead of taking advantage of this treachery, sent the letter to Frederick, to the confusion of its authors. Frederick checked his indignation at the time, but on his return to Europe he took his satisfaction on those who were most guilty, and he seized the property of the order in Sicily and his Italian dominions. Though he was excommunicated again for so doing, Frederick persisted in his enmity both to them and the Hospitallers, and though perhaps the least given to superstition and illiberality of any man of his age, he did not disdain to make friendly intercourse with the Moslems a serious charge against them. The haughty religion of the Templars, writes he, reared on the pleasures of the native barons of the land, waxes wanton. We know on good authority that sultans and their trains are received with pompous alacrity within the gates of the temple, and that the Templars suffer them to celebrate secular plays and to perform their superstitious rites with invocation of Mahomet. The hostility between the Templars and the Hospitallers still continued, though the Christian power was now nearly restricted to the walls of Acre. The Templars were in alliance with the Prince of Damascus. The Hospitallers were the friends of the Sultan of Egypt. The Templars extended their enmity against the Emperor to the Teutonic Knights, whom they deprived of their possessions in Syria. The appearance of a new enemy, however, brought concord for a time among them. The Turks of Khwarizm, on the east of the Caspian, were now in flight before the hordes of the Mongols, and 20,000 of their horsemen burst into the Holy Land. They took and plundered Jerusalem, which was unfortified and open, and then united themselves with the troops of Egypt. The Christians applied to the Prince of Damascus for aid, who forthwith sent the required troops, and their combined forces went in quest of the foes. In the battle, the Templars and the militia occupied the center. The Hospitallers were posted on the left wing, the light horse on the right. The battle lasted 2 days and ended in the total defeat of the Christians, a result which is ascribed, though probably with injustice, to the treachery of the Damascenes. The master of the temple and the whole chapter, with the knights, in all 300, were slain. Only 4 knights and 14 esquires escaped. The improvident and needy Henry III of England, in general such a dutiful son of the Holy Father, who, for a share of the spoil, usually aided him in the pious work of robbing his subjects, summoned courage in 1252 to speak of seizing some of the property of the Church and the military orders. "You prelates and religious," said he, "especially you Templars and Hospitallers, have so many liberties and charters that your enormous possessions make you rave with pride and haughtiness. What was imprudently given must be therefore prudently revoked, and what was inconsiderately bestowed must be considerately recalled. I will break this and other charters which my predecessors and myself have rashly granted." But the prior of the Templars immediately replied, "What sayest thou, O king? Far be it that thy mouth should utter so disagreeable and silly a word. So long as thou dost exercise justice, thou wilt reign, but if thou infringe it, thou wilt cease to be a king." These bold words appear to have checked the feeble king, who next year besought the 2 orders to become his security for a large sum of money which he owed. They refused his request, and Henry thenceforth did them all the injury in his power. There occurred an event in Moravia in 1252 which may serve to show the power of the order in Europe. A nobleman named Vratislav, who had been obliged to fly from that country, became a Templar in France. He made over all his property, among which was the castle of Eichhorn in Moravia, to the order. But his elder brother Burian took possession of his property, as having fallen to himself as head of the family. King Wenzel, on being applied to, decided in favor of the order. Burian, however, still kept possession. The next year the Templars collected some thousands of men and marched, under the command of their great prior, to take the castle. Burian, assembling 6,000 men, 900 of whom he placed in the castle, advanced to give them battle. The engagement was bloody. 1,700 men, among them the great prior of the Templars, lay slain when night terminated the conflict. A truce was made for 3 days, at the end of which Burian and his men were driven into the castle, which they defended bravely, till King Ottokar sent to threaten them with his wrath if they did not give it up. Burian surrendered it, and Vratislav, returning to Moravia, became prior of Eichhorn, in which 30 Templars took up their abode. Though the Templars were so extremely numerous in Europe, they were little disposed to go out to the east to encounter toil and danger in the performance of their duties. They preferred living in ease and luxury on their rich possessions in the west, and the members of the chapter alone, with a few knights and other persons attached to the order, abode in Syria. It would even seem that the heads of the society were meditating a final retreat from the east, where they probably saw that nothing of permanent advantage was to be achieved. The Hospitallers, on the other hand, whatever may have been the cause, appear to have been more zealous in their calling, and to have had a greater number of their members in Syria. And it is probably to this cause that we are to assign the total defeat which they were enabled to give their rivals in 1259. For the animosity between the orders had come to such a height that in this year they came to open war. A bloody battle was fought, in which the Templars were defeated, when such was the bitterness of their enmity that the victors made no prisoners, but cut to pieces every Templar who fell into their hands, and scarce a Templar remained to carry the intelligence to Europe. From this period till the capture of Acre and final destruction of the Latin power in the East in 1291, after a continuance of nearly 2 centuries, the annals of the Templars are bare of events. The rivalry between them and the other orders still continued, and in the opinion of some historians, it was their jealousy that hastened the fall of that last remnant of the Christian dominion in the East. Not more than 10 knights of the Temple escaped in the storm of the town, and these, with the remnants of the other orders and the garrison, sought a retreat in Cyprus. We have now traced the history of the order from its institution to within a few years of the period of its suppression. Of this most important event we shall delay the consideration for some time, and shall occupy the intervening space with an account of the internal organization of the society, its officers, its wealth, and various possessions. This will, we trust, prove no slight contribution to our knowledge of one of the most curious portions of the history of the world, that of the Middle Ages, and gratify the reader by the display of manners and institutions which have long since passed away. Chapter 5. Classes of the Templars, the Knights, their qualifications, mode of reception, dress and arms of the knight, mode of burial, the chaplains, mode of reception, dress, duties and privileges, the serving brethren, mode of reception, their duties, the affiliated, causes and advantages of affiliation, the donates and oblates. The founders of the Order of the Templars were, as we have seen, knights, and they were the first who conceived the novel idea, and happy one, as we may call it, in accordance with the sentiments of those times, of uniting in the same person the two characters held in highest estimation, the knight and the monk. The latter added sanctity to the former gave dignity and consideration to the latter, in the eyes of a martial generation. Hence the Templar naturally regarded himself as the first of men, and the proudest nobles of the Christian world esteemed it an honor to belong to the order. The knights were, therefore, the strength, the flower, the ornament of the society. The Order of the Templars, when it was fully developed, consisted not of degrees, but of distinct and separate classes. These were the knights, the chaplains, and the serving brethren, to which may be added the affiliated, the donates, and the oblates, or persons attached to the order without taking the vows. 1. The knights. Whoever presented himself to be received as a knight of the order must solemnly aver that he was sprung from a knightly family, and that his father was, or might have been, a knight. He was further to prove that he was born in lawful wedlock, for, like the Church in general, the Templars excluded bastards from their society. In this rule there was prudence, though, possibly, it was merely established in accordance with the ideas of the time. For, had a king of France or an emperor of Germany been able to get his natural child into the order, and should he then have been chosen master of it, as he probably would, it might have lost its independence, and become the mere tool of the monarch. The candidate was, moreover, to declare that he was free from all previous obligations, that he was neither married nor betrothed, had not made any vows, or received any consecration in another order, and that he was not involved in debt. He had finally to declare himself to be of a sound and healthy constitution, and free from disease. When the order was grown great and powerful, and candidates for admission were numerous and of the highest families, it became the custom to require the payment of a large fee on admission. It was necessary that the candidate for admission among the Knights of the Temple should already be a knight, for as knighthood was a secular honor, the order would have regarded it as derogating from its dignity if any of its members were to receive it. The Hospitallers and Teutonic Knights thought differently, and with them the aspirant was knighted on his admission. If the candidate Templar, therefore, had not been knighted, he was obliged to receive knighthood in the usual manner from a secular knight or a bishop previous to taking his vows. A novitiate forms an essential and reasonable part of the course of admission into the spiritual orders in general, for it is but right that a person should become, in some measure, acquainted with the rules and duties of a society before he enters it. But though the original rule of the Templars enjoined a novitiate, it was totally neglected in practice, a matter which was afterwards made one of the charges against the order. Perhaps there was in their case little necessity for this preparatory process. The Templars were so much in the world, and those who joined them had been in general so frequently among them, and were consequently so well acquainted with their mode of life, that they hardly required any such preliminary discipline to familiarize them with their duties. The neglect of the practice at the same time gave the Templars an advantage over the rival orders who enjoined it, for a young nobleman would, in all likelihood, feel most disposed to join the society into which he could be admitted at once, and perhaps no small part of the corruption of the Templars, in which they undoubtedly surpassed their rivals, may be ascribed to the facility which was thus afforded to unworthy persons entering among them. With respect to the age at which persons were admitted, it is plain, from the previously required reception of knighthood, that it must have been that of adolescence or manhood. All that is said by the statutes is that no child could be received, and that the parents or relatives of a child destined to be a member of the order should keep and breed him till he could manfully and with armed hand extirpate the enemies of Christ out of the land. This formed a marked distinction between the Templars and the mere religious orders, who, even at the present day, we believe, admit children, taking the charge of their rearing and education, whereas children could only be destined to the order of the Temple and could not be presented for admission till able to bear arms, that is, usually in the 21st year of their age. The reception of a knight took place in one of the chapels of the order, in presence of the assembled chapter. It was secret, not even the relatives of the candidate being allowed to be present. The ceremony commenced by the master or prior, who presided, saying, "Beloved brethren, ye see that the majority are agreed to receive this man as a brother. If there be any among you who knows anything of him, on account of which he cannot lawfully become a brother, let him say it. For it is better that this should be signified beforehand than after he is brought before us." The aspirant, if no objection was made, was then led into a chamber near the chapter room, and 2 or 3 reputable knights of the oldest in the house were sent to lay before him what it was needful for him to know. They commenced by saying, "Brother, are you desirous of being associated to the order?" If he replied in the affirmative, they stated to him the whole rigor of the order. Should he reply that he was willing to endure everything for God's sake, and to be all his life long the servant and slave of the order, they asked him if he had a wife or was betrothed, if he had made profession or vows in any other order, if he owed to any man in the world more than he could pay, if he was of sound body and had no secret infirmity, and if he was the servant of anyone. Should his answers be in the negative, the brethren went back to the chapter and informed the master or his representative of the result of the examination. The latter then asked once more if anyone knew anything to the contrary. If all were silent, he said, "Are you willing that he should be brought in God's name?" The knights then said, "Let him be brought in God's name." Those who had been already with him then went out again and asked him if he persisted in his resolution. If he said that he did, they instructed him in what he was to do when suing for admission. They then led him back to the chapter, where, casting himself on his knees, with folded hands, before the receptor, he said, "Sir, I am come, before God, and before you and the brethren, and pray and beseech you, for the sake of God and our dear Lady, to admit me into your society, and the good deeds of the order, as one who will be, all his life long, the servant and slave of the order." The receptor then replied, "Beloved brother, you are desirous of a great matter, for you see nothing but the outward shell of our order. It is only the outward shell when you see that we have fine horses and rich caparisons, that we eat and drink well, and are splendidly clothed. From this you conclude that you will be well off with us. But you know not the rigorous maxims which are in our interior, for it is a hard matter for you, who are your own master, to become the servant of another. You will hardly be able to perform in future what you wish yourself, for when you may wish to be on this side of the sea, you will be sent to the other side. When you will wish to be an Acre, you will be sent to the district of Antioch, to Tripolis, or to Armenia. Or you will be sent to Apulia, to Sicily, or to Lombardy, or to Burgundy, France, England, or any other country where we have houses and possessions. When you will wish to sleep, you will be ordered to watch. When you will wish to watch, then you will be ordered to go to bed. When you will wish to eat, then you will be ordered to do something else. And as both we and you might suffer great inconvenience from what you have, mayhap, concealed from us, look here on the holy evangelists and the word of God, and answer the truth to the questions which we shall put to you. For if you lie, you will be perjured, and may be expelled the order from which God keep you." He was now asked over again by the receptor the same questions as before, and moreover, if he had made any simoniacal contract with a Templar or any other for admission. If his answers proved satisfactory, the receptor proceeded, "Beloved brother, take good care that you have spoken the truth to us, for should you have spoken false in any one point, you might be put out of the order, from which God keep you. Now, beloved brother, attend strictly to what we shall say unto you. Do you promise to God and our dear Lady Mary to be, all your life long, obedient to the master of the temple, and to the prior who shall be set over you?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God and our dear Lady Mary to live chaste of your body all your life long?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God and our dear Lady Mary to observe all your life long the laudable manners and customs of our order, both those which are already in use, and those which the master and knights may add?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God and our dear Lady Mary that you will, with the strength and powers which God has bestowed on you, help, as long as you live, to conquer the Holy Land of Jerusalem, and that you will, with all your strength, aid to keep and guard that which the Christians possess?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you promise to God and our dear Lady Mary never to hold this order for stronger or weaker, for better or worse, than with permission of the master or of the chapter which has the authority?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "Do you finally promise to God and our dear Lady Mary never to be present when a Christian is unjustly and unlawfully despoiled of his heritage, and that you will never, by counsel or by act, take part therein?" "Yea, sir, with the help of God." "In the name, then, of God and our dear Lady Mary, and in the name of St. Peter of Rome, and of our Father the Pope, and in the name of all the brethren of the temple, we receive to all the good works of the order which have been performed from the beginning, and shall be performed to the end, you, your father, your mother, and all of your family, whom you will let have share therein. In like manner do you receive us to all the good works which you have performed and shall perform. We assure you of bread and water, and the poor clothing of the order, and labor and toil enow. The master then took the distinguishing habit of the order, namely, the white mantle with the red cross, and putting it about the neck of the candidate, clasped it firmly. The chaplain then repeated the 132nd Psalm, Exe quam bonum, and the prayer of the Holy Ghost, Deus qui corda fidelium, and each brother repeated a Pater Noster. The master and the chaplain then kissed him on the mouth, and he sat down before the master, who delivered to him a discourse, of which the following is the substance. He was not to strike or wound any Christian, not to swear, not to receive any service or attendance from a woman without the permission of his superiors, not on any account to kiss a woman, even if she was his mother or his sister, to hold no child at the baptismal font, or be a godfather, to abuse no man or call him foul names, but to be always courteous and polite. He was to sleep in a linen shirt, drawers, and hose, and girded with a small girdle. He was to attend divine service punctually, and at table he was to commence and conclude with prayer. During the meal he was to preserve silence. When the master died, he was, be he where he might, to repeat 200 Pater Nosters for the repose of his soul. Each knight was supplied with clothes, arms, and equipments out of the funds of the order. His dress was a long white tunic, nearly resembling that of priests in shape, with a red cross on the back and front of it. His girdle was under this, over his linen shirt. Over all he wore his white mantle with its red cross of 4 arms, the under one being the longest, so that it resembled that on which the Saviour suffered, on the left breast. His head was covered by a cap or a hood attached to his mantle. His arms were shield, sword, lance, and mace, and owing to the heat of the East and the necessity of activity in combats with the Turks and Saracens, his arms and equipments in general were lighter than those used by the secular knights. He was allowed 3 horses and an esquire, who was either a serving brother of the order or some layman who was hired for the purpose. At times this office was performed by youths of noble birth, whom their parents and relatives gladly placed in the service of distinguished knights of the temple, that they might have an opportunity of acquiring the knightly virtues, and these often became afterwards members of the order. When a knight had become, from age or wounds, incapable of service, he took up his abode in one of the temple houses, where he lived in ease, and was treated with the utmost respect and consideration. These emeriti knights are frequently mentioned under the name of prodomes, good men. They were present at all deliberations of importance, and their experience and knowledge of the rules of the order were highly prized and attended to. When the Templar died, he was placed in a coffin in his habit, and with his legs crossed, and thus buried. Masses were said for his soul. His arms and clothes were partly given back to the marshal or draper of the order, partly distributed among the poor. 2. The chaplains. The order of the Templars, being purely military in its commencement, consisted then solely of laymen. That of the hospital, on the contrary, on account of its office of attending the sick, had necessarily priests in it from its origin. This advantage of the latter society excited the jealousy of the Templars, and they were urgent with the popes to be allowed a similar privilege. But the pontiffs were loth to give offense to the Oriental prelates, already displeased at the exemption from their control granted in this case to the Hospitallers. And it was not till the year 1162, that is, 4 years after the founding of the order, when their great favorer, Alexander III, occupied the papal throne, that the Templars attained their object. The bull, Omne Datum Optimum, issued on this occasion, gave permission to the Templars to receive into their houses spiritual persons in all countries, who were not bound by previous vows. If they were clergy of the vicinity, they were to ask them of the bishop, and if he refused his consent, they were empowered by the bull to receive them without it. The clergy of the temple were to perform a novitiate of a year, a practice which, as in the case of the knights, was dispensed with in the days of the power and corruption of the order. The reception of the clergy was the same as that of the knights, with the omission of such questions as did not apply to them. They were only required to take the 3 vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. The ritual of their reception was in Latin, and was almost precisely the same with that of the Benedictines. Like that of the knights, their reception was secret. When the psalms had been sung, The master put on the recipient the dress of the order and the girdle, and, if he was a priest, the cap called barret. The habit of the chaplains of the order was a white, close-fitting tunic with a red cross on the left breast. Though, according to the statutes, they were to have the best clothes in the order, they were not permitted to assume the white mantle as long as they were mere priests. But should one of them, as was not unfrequently the case, arrive at the episcopal dignity, he was, if desirous of it, cheerfully granted that privilege. It was a further distinction between the knights and the chaplains, that the former wore their beards, while the latter were close-shaven. The chaplains were also to wear gloves, out of respect to the body of the Lord. All who had received the first tonsure were eligible to the office of chaplain to the order. When those who were only subdeacons and deacons were to be raised to the rank of priests, the master or his deputy sent them with letters demissary to a bishop of the vicinity, who was bound to confer the required order. The clergy were, like all other members of the order, bound to obey the master and the chapter. The master and the chief officers of the order had always chaplains in their train to celebrate Mass and other religious offices, as also to act as secretaries, the knights being in general as illiterate as their secular brethren. It was by this last office that the chaplains acquired their chief influence in the society, mind and superior knowledge vindicating, as they always do, their natural rights. For though it was specially provided that the clergy should take no share in the government of the society without being invited thereto by their superiors, the opinion of the secretary was naturally taken in general, and if he was a man of sense and talent, it was most commonly followed. The duties of the clergy of the order were nearly the same as those of monks in general. They performed all religious offices and officiated at all the ceremonies of the order, such as the admission of members, the installation of a master, etc. Their privileges were very unimportant. They had merely the best clothes, sat next the master in the chapter and in the refectory, and were first served at table. When they committed any offense, they were also more lightly punished than others. They could, however, if it so pleased the heads of the order, arrive at high rank in it, and we find that they were not unfrequently among the preceptors. The Attorney General of the order at Rome, who was always a person of considerable importance, was most probably a priest of the order. At least we know that Peter de Bononia, the last of them, was such. It is worthy of notice that even in the most flourishing period of the order, it never had a sufficient number of chaplains, and was always obliged to have recourse to the ministry of secular priests. The causes of this were probably the circumstance of the order having attained its full form and consistency long before the clergy formed a part of it, and they consequently had not an opportunity of arranging it so as to give themselves their due share of power and importance. It must have been galling to the pride of those who were used to rule, obeying only their spiritual superiors, to find themselves subject to the command of mere laymen, as they esteemed the knights of the order. Further, though they shared in the good things of the order, and enjoyed the advantage of the consideration in which it stood, yet they had no dignities to look forward to, whereas an entrance into a Benedictine order held out to the ambitious a prospect of rich priories, abbacies, and bishoprics, and, at the least, a voice in the chapter. It may well be supposed that the pride of the Knights of the Temple refused to admit into their society such persons as those who afterwards joined the mendicant orders, peasants and others who preferred a life of ease and idleness to the labors of the plough and the workshop. The number, consequently, of those who presented themselves for admission was small, but the knights felt no disadvantage thereby. Enow of secular priests were to be had, who were willing to have the master of the temple as their ordinary, and to share in the good things of the order, and as neither party was bound to the other, they could easily part if they disagreed. 3. The serving brethren. The order, consisting at first of only knights and men of noble birth, had no serving brethren in it. The knights probably found esquires for a limited time among those who fought under their banner and received their pay. The Hospitallers seem to have set the example of introducing into the order the class of serving brethren, which is not to be found with the Templars till some time after the Council of Troy. The advantage of this alteration was very apparent. Hitherto only knights and nobles were interested in the fate of the society to which their relatives belonged. The regards of burghers and traders would now be obtained by the formation of this class, to admission into which their sons and brothers were eligible. They felt themselves honored by their relatives coming into contact with knights, and were therefore liberal in the admission fee and in other contributions to the cates of the order. We should be wrong in supposing the serving brethren to have been all persons of mean birth. The high consideration in which the order stood induced many men of wealth, talent, and valor, but who were not of noble birth to join it. We thus find among the serving brethren William of Artablay, almoner to the King of France, Radulf de Gisi, collector of the taxes in Champagne, John de Folquet, an eminent lawyer. Bartholomew Barthollet gave property to the amount of 1,000 livres tournois to be admitted. William of Liège gave 200 livres tournois a year. The serving brother indeed could never arrive at the dignity of knight, for which he was disqualified by birth, and consequently never exercise any of the higher offices of the order, but in other respects he enjoyed the same advantages and privileges as the knights and priests. The reception of the serving brethren was the same as that of the two higher classes, the necessary difference being made in the questions which were asked. As the order would receive no slave into their body, the candidate was required to aver that he was a free-born man. He was moreover obliged to declare that he was not a knight. This last condition may cause surprise, but it was probably justified by experience, as it is not unlikely that evil may have been felt or apprehended from men of noble birth, out of humility, or by way of atoning for the sins of their youth, or from some other of the causes which might operate on the minds of superstitious men, or even from poverty, if, as is likely, the admission fee was lower for a serving brother than for a knight, concealing their birth, and entering the order as serving brethren. As the more disagreeable duties of the order probably fell to their share, the general duties and obligations were laid before them in stronger and more explicit terms than were thought necessary in the case of knights and priests. In the times of the poverty of the order, the clothing of the serving brethren was the cast-off garments of the knights. But this custom did not long continue, and as some abuses arose from all the members of the order being clad in white, the serving brethren were appointed to wear black or brown kirtles with the red cross upon them to indicate that they belonged to the order. In battle, their arms were nearly the same as those of the knights, but of a lighter kind, as they had frequently to jump down from their horses and fight on foot. A serving brother was allowed but one horse by the order, but the master was empowered to lend him another if he thought it expedient, which horse was to be afterwards returned. The serving brethren were originally all of one kind. They fought in the field. They performed the menial offices in the houses of the order, but in after times we find them divided into two classes: the brethren in arms, frères servants des armes, and the handicraft brethren, frères servants de métier. These last, who were the least esteemed of the two, dwelt in the houses and on the lands of the order, exercising their various trades or looking after the property of the society. We read in the statutes of the smiths and bakers of the order, and we hear of preceptors, as was the phrase, of the mares, cows, swine, etc. of the order. These handicraft brethren practiced the usual religious duties of the order, and were even allowed to be present at chapters. The farrier, who was also armorer, enjoyed a much higher degree of consideration than the other handicraft brethren, for this profession was highly prized by the martial generation of the Middle Ages. The other class were more highly regarded, the knights associated with them on a footing of equality. They ate in the same refectory with the knights and priests, although at separate tables, and with always one dish less than the higher classes. They were, however, strictly subordinate to the knights. The master and all the great officers of the order had each several serving brethren to attend him, and each knight had some of the serving brethren among his esquires. The statutes provided carefully against their being tyrannized over or otherwise ill-treated by the knights. The statutes make a distinction between the serving brethren who were armed with iron and those who were not. The former were the proper light horse of the order. They were chiefly intended to support the knights in the action, and were usually placed in the second rank. The place of the unarmed was with the baggage, and as they were exposed to little danger, they wore only linen corselets. The others were enjoined to fight without flinching, as long as a Christian banner flew on the field. It was matter of praise to these last, if they managed to come safe out of the fight. When the troops of the temple were on their march, the esquires rode before the knights with their baggage. When the knights were going to action, one esquire rode before each with his lance, another behind with his war horse. There were various offices in the society, hereafter to be noticed, which were appropriated to the serving brethren, or to which they were eligible. The knights, the chaplains, and the serving brethren were the proper members of the order, and it is to them alone that the name Templars applies. But both the Templars and the Hospitallers devised a mode of attaching secular persons to their interest, and of deriving advantages from their connection with them, in which they were afterwards imitated by the mendicant orders of the Franciscans and Dominicans. The Jesuits also, who were always so keen at discerning what might be for the advantage of their society, adopted it, and it is, we believe, still practiced in Catholic countries. This system is styled affiliation. The affiliated were persons of various ranks in society and of both sexes, who, without giving up their secular mode of life or wearing any peculiar habit, joined the order with a view to the advantages, both spiritual and temporal, which they expected to derive from it. These advantages will appear to have been very considerable when we recollect that all who joined the order were admitted to a share in the merits of its good works, which were what those times esteemed of the highest order. Nothing could have more contributed to the extent of affiliation than the exemption which the Templars enjoyed from the effects of interdict. At a time when it was in the power of every bishop to lay entire towns under this formidable sentence, it must have been highly consolatory to pious or superstitious minds to belong to a society who disregarded this spiritual thunder, and who could afford them an opportunity of at least occasionally hearing Mass and receiving the sacraments, and secured them, if they should die while the interdict continued, the advantage of Christian burial. In those days also, when club law prevailed so universally, and a man's safety depended not so much on his innocence or the justice of his cause as on the strength of his party, it was a matter of no small consequence to belong to so powerful a body as the Templars, and it must have been highly gratifying to both the secular and spiritual pride of a lawyer or a burgher to be a member of the same body with the high-born soldier monks of the Temple. These important advantages were not conceded by the Templars without equivalent considerations. This ambitious and covetous order required that he who sought the honor of affiliation with them should, besides taking the 3 vows, pledge himself to lead a reputable life, to further the interests of the order to the best of his power, and leave it the entire of his property at his death. If he was married and died before his wife, he might leave her a competent provision for life. But from the day of his admission into the order, he was to abstain from her bed, though he might continue to reside in the same house with her. For, were he to have children, he might provide for them to the disadvantage of the order, or on his death they might give trouble to it by claiming his property. For a similar reason, the affiliated were forbidden to be sponsors, lest they might covertly or openly give some of their property to their godchildren. They were not even permitted to give offerings to the clergy. If they dared to violate these injunctions, a severe punishment, in general, confinement for life, awaited them. All orders of men were ambitious of a union with this honorable and powerful society. We find among the affiliated both sovereign princes and dignified prelates. Even the great Pope Innocent III, in one of his bulls, declares himself to stand in this relation to the order. Many of the knights who dwelt with the Templars and fought under their banner were also affiliated, and the history of the order more than once makes mention of the sisters, that is, women who were affiliated to it, for there were no nuns of the temple similar to those of the Order of Malta in later times. In less intimate connection with the order than the affiliated stood those who were styled donates and oblates. These were persons who, as their titles denote, were given or presented to the order. They were either children whom their parents or relations destined to the service of the order when they should have attained a sufficient age, or they were full-grown persons who pledged themselves to serve the order as long as they lived without reward, purely out of reverence to it, and with a view to enjoying its protection and sharing in its good works. Persons of all ranks, princes and priests, as well as others, were to be found among the oblates of the temple. Chapter 6. Provinces of the Order. Eastern provinces, Jerusalem, houses of this province, Tripolis, Antioch, Cyprus. Western provinces, Portugal, Castile and Leon, Aragon, France and Auvergne, Normandy, Aquitaine, Provence, England, Germany, Upper and Central Italy, Apulia and Sicily. We have thus seen what a number of persons of all ranks were more or less intimately connected with the order of the temple, and how powerful its influence must have been throughout the Christian world. To enable the reader to form some conception of its wealth and power, we shall, previous to explaining its system of internal regulation, give a view of its possessions in various countries. The extensive possessions of the Order of the Temple in Asia and in Europe were divided into provinces, each containing numerous preceptories or temple houses, and each under its appointed governor. These provinces may be classified under the heads of Eastern and Western. The Eastern provinces of the order were 1. Jerusalem. This province was always regarded as the ruling one, the chief seat and capital of the order. The master and chapter resided here as long as the Holy City was in the hands of the Christians. This being the province which was first established, its regulations and organization served as a model for all others. Its provincial master, or as he was styled, the preceptor of the land and kingdom of Jerusalem, took precedence of all others of the same rank. The bailiwicks, or commanderies, in this province were 1. The Temple of Jerusalem, the cradle of the order, and the original residence of the master and the chapter. 2. Château Pèlerin, or the Pilgrim's Castle, renowned in the history of the Crusades. This castle was built by the Templars in 1217 in order that it might be their chief seat after the loss of Jerusalem. It was situated on the east side of Mount Carmel, which runs out into the sea between Caifa and Caesarea. The Templars had long had a tower at a pass of this mountain called Destruction, or the Tower of the Pass, for the defense of pilgrims against the robbers who lurked in the gorges of the mountains. They were aided in building the castle, which was also designed to be a defense to Acre, by Walter de Vessen, and by the German knights and pilgrims who were at that time in the Holy Land, and hence, perhaps, they called it Château Pèlerin. The Cardinal de Vitry, who was at that time Bishop of Acre, thus describes it. It was built on the promontory, 3 sides of which were washed by the sea. As they were sinking the foundation, they came to 2 walls of ancient masonry and to some springs of remarkably pure water. They also found a quantity of ancient coins with unknown inscriptions, given, as the bishop piously deems, by God to his beloved sons and warriors, to alleviate the toil and expense which they were at. The place had probably been fortified in former times by the Jews or the Romans. The builders raised 2 huge towers of large masses of rock on the landward side, each 100 feet high and 74 broad. These were united by a lofty wall, broad enough at its summit for an armed knight to stand at his ease upon it. It had a parapet and battlements with steps leading up to them. In the space within this wall were a chapel, a palace, and several houses, with fish ponds, salt works, woods, meads, gardens, and vineyards. Lying at a distance of 6 miles from Mount Tabor, it commanded the interjacent plain and the seacoast to Acre. There the master and the chapter took up their final abode, after having dwelt from 1118 to 1187 at Jerusalem, from 1187 to 1191 at Antioch, and from this last year till 1217 at Acre. The chief use, says de Vitry, of this edifice is that the whole chapter of the Templars, withdrawn from the sinful city of Acre, which is full of all impurity, will reside under the protection of this castle till the walls of Jerusalem are rebuilt, a prophecy never to be fulfilled. On the fall of Acre in 1291, Chateau Pellerin was abandoned by the knights, and its walls were leveled by the infidels. 3. The castle of Safat, at the foot of Mount Tabor. This strong castle was taken by Saladin. It was demolished in 1220 by Corradin, but afterwards rebuilt by the Templars, who then held it till 1266, when they lost it finally. 4. The Temple at Acre, a remarkably strong building, the last place taken in the capture of that town. 5. The hill fort, Doc, between Bethel and Jericho. 6. Faba, the ancient Aphek, not far from Tyre, in the territory of the ancient tribe of Asher. 7. Some small castles near Acre, mentioned in the history of the war with Saladin, such as La Cave, Marle, Citerne Rouge, Castelblanc, La Sommellerie du Temple. 8. The house at Gaza. 9. The castle of Jacob's Ford, at the Jordan, built in 1178 by King Baldwin IV, to check the incursions of the roving Arabs. When Saladin took this castle, he treated the Templars, whom he found in it, with great cruelty. 10. The house at Jaffa. 11. The castle of Assur, near this town. 12. Gerenum Parvum. 13. The castle of Beaufort, near Sidon, purchased by the order in 1260 from Julian, the lord of that town. We may observe that most of these abodes of the Templars were strong castles and fortresses. It was only by means of such that possession could be retained of a country like Palestine, subject to the constant inroads of the Turks and Saracens. The Templars possessed, besides these strongholds, large farms and tracts of land, of which, though their names are unknown, frequent mention is made in the history of the order. 2. Tripolis. The principal houses of the order in this province were at Tripolis itself, Tortosa, the ancient Anteradus, Castelblanc, in the same neighborhood, Laodicea, Tyre, Sidon, and Berytus. 3. Antioch. Of this province but little is known. There was a house at Aleppo, and the jurisdiction of the prior probably extended into Armenia, where the order had estates to the value of 20,000 Byzants. 4. Cyprus. As long as the Templars maintained their footing on the continent, Cyprus, it would appear, formed no distinct province, but belonged either to that of Tripolis or of Antioch. At the time when Richard, King of England, made the conquest of this island, he sold the sovereignty of it for 25,000 marks of silver to the Templars, who had already extensive possessions in it. The following year, with the consent of the order, who were of course reimbursed, he transferred the dominion to Guy de Lusignan, King of Jerusalem. On the capture of Acre, the chief seat of the order was fixed at Limassol, also called Limissa and Nemosia, in this island, which town, having an excellent harbor, they strongly fortified. They had also a house at Nicosia, and one at the ancient Paphos, named Gastira, and at the same place the impregnable castle of Colossa. Some idea of the value of the possessions of the Templars in Cyprus may be formed from the circumstance that when, in 1316, after the suppression of the order, the Pope directed the Bishop of Limissa to transfer their property there to the Hospitallers, there were found in the house in that town 26,000 byzants of coined money and silver plate to the value of 1,500 marks. As the last master, when setting out for France 10 years before, had carried with him the treasure of the order, this property must have been accumulated during that time out of the surplus revenue of the possessions of the order in the island. The western provinces of the order were 1. Portugal. So early as the year 1130, a strong proof of the rapid increase of the order, Galdan Paes, the first provincial master of the temple in Portugal, built the castles of Tomar, Monsanto, and Idana. The Templars had also settlements at Castromarin, Almural, and Langrovia. Tomar was the residence of the great prior. 2. Castile and Leon. In this province the possessions of the order were so extensive as to form 24 bailiwicks in Castile alone. It is needless to enumerate their names. 3. Aragon. In this province, which abounded in castles, several belonged to the Templars, and the bailiwick of Majorca, where they were also settled, was under the jurisdiction of the great prior of Aragon. It is to be observed that most of the castles possessed by the order in Spain and Portugal were on the borders of the Moorish territory. Some of these had been given to the Templars as the inveterate foes of the infidels. Others had been conquered by them from the Moors. France, where the possessions of the order were so considerable, was divided into 4 provinces, namely 4. France and Auvergne, including Flanders and the Netherlands. 5. Normandy. 6. Aquitaine or Poitou. 7. Provence. The residences of the great priors of these 4 provinces were, for France, the capacious and stately temple at Paris, which was, as we are informed by Matthew Paris, large and roomy enough to contain an army. For Normandy, as is supposed, la Ville-Dieu en la Montagne. For Poitou, the temple at Poitiers. For Provence, that at Montpellier. 8. England. The province of England included Scotland and Ireland. Though each of these 2 last kingdoms had its own great prior, they were subordinate to the great prior of England, who resided at the Temple of London. The principal bailiwicks of England were 1. London, 2. Kent, 3. Warwick, 4. Waysdon, 5. Lincoln, 6. Lindsay, 7. Bolingbroke, 8. Weedene, 9. Agerstone, 10. York. In these were 17 preceptories, and the number of churches, houses, farms, mills, etc., possessed by the order was very considerable. The chief seat of the order in Scotland appears to have been Blancradox. Its possessions were not extensive in that poor and turbulent country, and in Ireland the Templars seem to have been few and confined to the Pale. We hear of but 3 of their houses in that country, namely Glaucorp in the Diocese of Dublin, Wilbride in that of Ferns, and Seaverk in that of Kildare. 9. Germany. It is difficult to ascertain how the order was regulated in Germany, where its possessions were very extensive. We hear of 3 great priors, those of Upper Germany, of Brandenburg, and of Bohemia and Moravia, one of whom, but it cannot be determined which, had probably authority over the others. Though the Templars got lands in Germany as early as the year 1130, their acquisitions were not large in that country till the 13th century. Poland was included in the province of Germany. Great Prior in Alemannia and Slavia was a usual title of the Great Prior of Germany. Though the possessions of the Templars in Hungary were very considerable, there are no grounds for supposing that it formed a separate province. It was probably subject to the Great Prior of Germany. 10. Upper and Central Italy. There was no town of any importance in this part of the Italian peninsula in which the Templars had not a house. The principal was that on the Aventine Hill at Rome, in which the great prior resided. Its church still remains, and is called Il Priorato, or the Priory. 11. Apulia and Sicily. The possessions of the Templars in Sicily were very considerable. They had houses and lands at Syracuse, Palermo, Trapani, Butera, Lentini, etc., all of which were dependent on the principal house, which was in Messina. The great prior resided either at Messina or at Benevento in Apulia. Possibly the seat was removed to this last place after the Emperor Frederick II had seized so much of the property of the order in Sicily. In Denmark, Norway, and Sweden, the order had no possessions whatever. Though the people of these countries took some share in the Crusades and were, therefore, not deficient in religious zeal, their poor and little-known lands offered no strong inducements to the avarice or ambition of the Knights of the Temple, and they never sought a settlement in them. We thus see that, with the exception of the northern kingdoms, there was no part of Europe in which the Order of the Temple was not established. Everywhere they had churches, chapels, tithes, farms, villages, mills, rights of pasturage, of fishing, of venery, and of wood. They had also, in many places, the right of holding annual fairs, which were managed and the tolls received either by some of the brethren of the nearest houses or by their donates and servants. The number of their preceptories is, by the most moderate computation, rated at 9,000, and the annual income of the order at about 6 million sterling, an enormous sum for those times. Masters of such a revenue descended from the noblest houses of Christendom, uniting in their persons the most esteemed secular and religious characters, regarded as the chosen champions of Christ and the flower of Christian knights. It was not possible for the Templars, in such lax times as the 12th and 13th centuries, to escape falling into the vices of extravagant luxury and overweening pride. Nor are we to wonder at their becoming objects of jealousy and aversion to both the clergy and the laity, and exciting the fears and the cupidity of an avaricious and faithless prince. Chapter 7. Officers of the Order, the Master, Mode of Election, His Rights and Privileges, Restraints on Him, the Seneschal, the Marshal, the Treasurer, the Draper, the Turcopilar, Great Priors, Commanders, Visitors, Sub-Marshal, Standard-Bearer. An order consisting of so many members, and whose wealth and possessions were of such extent, must necessarily have had numerous officers and various ranks and dignities. The elucidation of this branch of their constitution is now to engage our attention. At the head of the order stood the Master, or, as he was sometimes called, the Great Master of the Temple. This personage was always a knight, and had generally held one of the higher dignities of the order. Though, like the Doge of Venice, his power was greatly controlled by the chapter, he enjoyed very great consideration, and was always regarded as the representative of the order. In the councils, the masters of the temple and the hospital took precedence of all ambassadors, and sat next the prelates. All monarchs conceded princely rank and place to the master of the temple. A situation which offered so much state and consideration must, of necessity, have been an object of ambition, but the scanty records remaining of the society do not enable us to point out any specific cases of intrigue employed for the attainment of it. That of the last master, hereafter to be mentioned, is somewhat problematic. The election of a master of the temple was as follows. When the master was dead, an event which always occurred in the East, as he was bound to reside there, if it took place in the kingdom of Jerusalem, and the marshal of the order was on the spot, he took upon him the exercise of the vacant dignity, till, with the aid of the chapter and of all the bailiffs on this side of the sea, i.e., in the East, he had appointed a great prior to represent the master. But this election did not take place till after the funeral. Should the death of the master have occurred in the province of Tripolis, or that of Antioch, the prior of the province took the direction of the order till the great prior was appointed. Owing to the constant state of war which prevailed in the East, and to other causes, a considerable space of time occasionally intervened between the death of one master and the appointment of his successor. During the interregnum, the society was directed by the great prior, who bore the seal of the master. When the day appointed for the election was arrived, the great officers of the order and all the bailiffs who were invited to be present assembled in the place selected for holding the election, generally the chapel of the order. The great prior, taking several of the knights aside, consulted with them, and they then made 2 or 3 or more of the knights who were most highly esteemed retire. The great prior took the voices of those present on the merits of the absent knights, and he who had most in his favor was declared the electing prior. The knights were then called in, and the choice of the assembly notified to them. A knight possessing the same virtues of piety, love of peace, and impartiality with himself was then assigned for an assistant to the electing prior, and the whole assemblage withdrew, leaving the 2 alone in the chapel, where they passed the entire night in prayer. Early next morning, after performing their usual devotions and hearing the Mass of the Holy Ghost, the chapter reassembled. The great prior then exhorted the 2 electing brethren to perform their duty truly and honestly. These, then retiring, chose 2 other brethren. These 4 chose 2 more, and so on, till the number amounted to 12, in honor of the apostles. The 12 then chose a brother chaplain to represent the person of Jesus Christ, and maintain peace and concord. It was necessary that these 13 should be of different provinces, 8 of them knights, 4 serving brethren, and 1 priest. The 13 electors then returned to the chapter, and the electing prior besought all present to pray for them, as a great task had been laid on them. All then fell on their knees and prayed, and the great prior solemnly reminded the electors of their duty, and conjured them to perform it truly and uprightly. Having again implored the prayers of the assembly, the electing prior and his companions retired to the place appointed for their deliberations. If the electors, or the majority of them, declared for any knight on this or the other side of the sea, he was appointed. If they were divided into parties, the electing prior came with one of the knights, and, informing the assembly of the circumstance, asked their prayers. All fell on their knees, and the 2 electors returned to their companions. If they now agreed, the person whom they chose was declared master. Should the object of their choice be, as was not unfrequently the case, actually present in the chapter, the 13 came in, and the electing prior, speaking in their name, said, "Beloved sirs, give praise and thanks to our Lord Jesus Christ, and to our dear Lady, and to all the saints, that we are agreed, and have, according to your command, chosen, in the name of God, a master of the temple. Are ye content with what we have done?" All then replied, "In the name of God." "Do ye promise to yield him obedience as long as he lives?" "Yea, with the help of God." The electing prior then turned to the great prior and said, "Prior, if God and we have chosen thee for the master, wilt thou promise to obey the chapter as long as thou live, and to maintain the good morals and good usages of the order?" And he answered, "Yea, with the aid of God." The same question was then put to some of the most distinguished knights, and if the person elected was present, the electing prior went up to him and said, "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost, we have chosen you, brother N.N., for master, and do choose you." He then said, "Beloved sirs and brethren, give thanks unto God, behold our master." The chaplains then chanted aloud the Te Deum Laudamus. The brethren arose, and with the utmost reverence and joy, taking the new master in their arms, carried him into the chapel and placed him before the altar, where he continued kneeling while the brethren prayed, the chaplains repeating Kyrie eleison, Pater Noster, and other devotional forms. The election of the master of the temple required no papal confirmation. The choice of the chapter was conclusive. 2 knights were assigned to him as his companions. The allowances and train of the master were suitable to the rank which he was to support in the world, and to the dignity of the order which he represented. He was allowed 4 horses and an esquire of noble birth. He had a chaplain and 2 secretaries, one for managing his Latin correspondence, whom he might, after a time, admit to become a knight of the order. The other, who was called his Saracenic secretary, and who was probably an Eastern Christian, for carrying on his Arabic correspondence with the infidels. He had, moreover, a farrier, a cook, and a turcopole, 2 footmen, and a turcoman to serve as guide. On a march, the turcoman rode on a horse behind an esquire. During the time of war he was led by a cord to prevent his escape. On any ordinary journey the master might take 2 beasts of burden with him, but in wartime, or in case of his going beyond the Jordan or the Dog's Pass, he might extend the number to 4, which the statutes thriftily direct to be put into the stable when he arrives at the house where he is going to stop, and to be employed in the service of the house. The master was finally commander-in-chief of the order in the field, and then, like the Spartan kings, he could act in some degree unfettered by the chapter. When he died, he was buried with great solemnity and pomp, by the light of torches and wax tapers, an honor bestowed by the order on no other of its members. All the knights were required to attend the funeral, and the prelates were invited to give their presence at it. Each brother who was present was to repeat 200 paternosters within 7 days for the repose of the soul of the deceased, and 100 poor persons were fed at home in the evening with the same design. On the other hand, the master was bound to obey the chapter, and he could do nothing without consulting some of the brethren. He could not nominate to any of the higher dignities of the order, but he might, with the advice and consent of some of the most reputable knights, appoint to the inferior priories and preceptories. He could not sell or in any other way dispose of any of the lands of the order without the consent of the chapter. Neither could he make peace or truce without their approbation. Their consent was also required to enable him to make any alteration in the laws of the society, to receive any person into it, or to send a brother beyond sea. He could take no money out of the treasury without the consent of the prior of Jerusalem, who was the treasurer of the society. In fact, the master of the temple was so curbed and restrained in every way, and his office made so much an honorary one, that his dignity may best be compared with that of a Spartan king or a Venetian doge. It is rather curious that the master of the temple should be thus limited in authority when the abbot of the Benedictines, whose rules the Templars in a great measure adopted, enjoyed monarchical power. Next in rank to the master stood the seneschal, who, as his name denotes, was the master's representative and lieutenant. He had a right to be present at all chapters of the order, and to be acquainted with all transactions of consequence. He was allowed the same number of horses as the master, but instead of a mule, he was to have a palfrey. He had 2 esquires, and was assigned a knight as his companion. A deacon acted as his chaplain and Latin secretary. He had also a Saracenic secretary, and a turcopole, with 2 footmen. Like the master, he bore the seal of the order. The marshal was the general of the order. He had charge of the banner, and led the brethren to battle. All the arms, equipments, and stables of the order were under his superintendence. It was he who nominated the sub-marshal and the standard-bearer. Like all the other great officers, he was appointed by the master and the chapter. As we have seen, when the master died in the kingdom of Jerusalem, the marshal occupied his place till a great prior was chosen. The marshal was allowed 4 horses, 2 esquires, a serving brother, and a turcopole. The office of treasurer of the order was always united with the dignity of preceptor of the kingdom of Jerusalem. This officer had the charge of all the receipts and expenditure of the order, of which he was bound to give an account when required to the master and the chapter. The wardrobe of the order was also under him, and the draper was assigned as his companion, without whose knowledge he could not dispose of any of the clothes. As the ships, though few in number, which the Templars possessed, were under him, he may be regarded as also, in some sort, the admiral of the order, and on this account the preceptor of Acre was subordinate to him. The treasurer had the same allowance of horses, etc., as the seneschal. The draper had charge of the clothing of the order. He was to see that each brother was decently and properly dressed. His allowance was 4 horses, 2 esquires, and a pack servant. The turcopiler was the commander of the light horse. All the armed serving brethren and the turcopoles were under his command. He was himself subordinate to the marshal. When he was going into action, some of the knights were sent with him. These were under his orders, but if their number amounted to 10, and they had with them a banner and a knight preceptor, the Turcopiler became subordinate to this officer, which proves that the office of Turcopiler was not one of the higher dignitaries of the order. The Turcopiler was allowed 4 horses. Besides these offices of the order in the east, there were the great priors, great preceptors, or provincial masters, for the terms are synonymous, of the 3 provinces of Jerusalem, Tripolis, and Antioch, and the preceptors, who were subordinate to them. The great prior of the Kingdom of Jerusalem was also treasurer. His office has been already noticed. The great priors of Tripolis and Antioch had the superintendence over the brethren and the possessions of the order in these provinces. They had the same allowances of attendants and horses as the seneschal. The prior of Antioch went on a journey to Armenia, which bordered on his province, and in which the order had possessions, was allowed to take with him a chaplain and a portable chapel, as the Armenians were monophysite heretics, with whom the Orthodox brethren of the temple could not join in worship. The prior of the town of Jerusalem had peculiar duties to perform. It was his office, with 10 knights who stood under his command, to escort the pilgrims on their way to and from the Jordan, one of the principal objects of the institution of the order. On this occasion he had with him the banner of the order and a round tent, into which he might take any persons whom he should find sick when he encamped. He was also to take with him provisions and beasts of burden on which to place such of the pilgrims as might be fatigued on the return. When the true cross was brought forth on any expedition, it was the duty of the prior of Jerusalem to keep by it, with his 10 knights, night and day, and to guard it. He was to encamp close to it, and 2 brethren were to watch it every night. All the secular knights who associated themselves to the order in Jerusalem were under his orders, and fought beneath his banner. All the brethren of the order who were in Jerusalem were, in the absence of the marshal, under his command. 1/2 of the booty captured beyond the Jordan fell to him, the other half to the prior of the kingdom. As we have seen above, the west was, like the east, divided into provinces of the order. Each of these provinces was presided over by a lieutenant of the master, named the provincial master, great prior, or great preceptor, with his chapter and officers corresponding to those of the kingdom of Jerusalem. He was appointed, as it would appear, by the master and chapter, and when entering on his office, he bound himself by oath to defend the Catholic religion, not only with his lips, but with arms and all his strength, to follow the rules drawn up by Saint Bernard, to obey the master, to come over the sea to his aid whenever it was necessary, to defend him against all unbelieving kings and princes, not to fly before these unbelieving foes, not to alienate the goods of the order, to be loyal to the prince of the country, to be chaste, and to aid all spiritual persons, especially the Cistercians, by words and by deeds. Under the provincial masters stood the priors, bailiffs, or masters, who governed large districts of the provinces, and had under their inspection several of the houses of the order and their preceptors. They dwelt in large temple houses with a good number of knights. They had the power of holding chapters and of receiving members into the order. The preceptors were subordinate to the priors. They presided over 1 or more houses. They were generally knights, but they were sometimes priests. They were of 2 kinds, house preceptors and knight preceptors. The former, as their name denotes, merely presided over the houses, and might be priests or serving brethren. The latter, who were probably only to be found in the east or in Spain, led each 10 knights in the battle. Another office to be found among the Templars was that of visitors. These were knights, who, as the representatives of the master, visited the different provinces of the order, especially in the west, to reform abuses, make new regulations, and terminate such disputes and lawsuits as were usually reserved for the decision of the master and the chapter. All the provincial officers, even the great priors, were subject to the visitors, as the representatives of the master. The powers of the visitors ceased as soon as the business ended for which they were sent, or when they were recalled. Besides the foregoing offices, which were almost exclusively confined to the knights, there were some inferior ones appropriated to the serving brethren. These offices were 5 in number, namely those of Sub-Marshal, Standard-bearer, Farrier, Cook, and Preceptor of the coast of Acre. Each of these was allowed 2 horses. The Sub-Marshal had the charge of all the inferior sort of accoutrements, le petit harnois, of the order, in which the horse furniture seems to have been included. All the handicraftsmen of the order were under him, and were obliged to account to him for their work. He supplied them with the needful tools and materials, could send them where he pleased on the service of the house, and on holidays give them permission to go from one house to another to amuse themselves. The Sub-Marshal and the Standard-bearer were each the representative of the other in his absence. The Standard-bearer had the command over all the esquires of the house, that is, those who were engaged for a limited time in the service of the order, whom he was bound to make acquainted with the rules to which they were subject and the punishments to which they were liable in case of disobedience. He was also to pay them their wages. Whenever the esquires took the horses out to graze, he was bound to precede them with a standard of the order. He always presided at the table of the serving brethren and esquires. When the order was marching to battle, it was his task to ride before the standard, which was borne after him by an esquire, or carried on a wain. He was to lead whithersoever the marshal directed him. When the battle commenced, those esquires who led the horses of the knights were to combat behind their masters. The others were to take the mules on which their masters rode, and remain with the standard-bearer, who was to have a banner rolled about his lance, which, when he saw the marshal engaged in action, he was to unfurl and draw up the esquires in as handsome order as possible behind the combatants in order to support them. The serving brethren were eligible to the office of house preceptor, but there was this distinction made between them and knights who held that office, that, the serving brethren being allowed but 1 horse, their esquire was a serving brother. As Acre was the seaport at which all the shipments of the order to and from Europe took place, the preceptory there was necessarily an office which entailed a good deal of toil and business on the person who held that situation, and required a knowledge of commerce and of the affairs of the world. It was therefore not considered suitable to a knight, and was always given to a serving brother. The serving brethren were also set over the various farms and estates of the order. These were named the brother stewards, in Latin grangiarii and preceptores grangiarum, and were probably selected from the craftsmen of the order. They were allowed 2 horses and an esquire. Chapter 8. Chapters. Mode of holding them, Templars' mode of living, amusements, conduct in war. Such as we have described them were the members, the possessions, and the various offices of the powerful society of the temple. In order to complete our view, it only remains to trace its internal government and most important regulations. We shall therefore commence with an account of the chapters, from which all the acts and rules of the society emanated. It is frequently declared in the statutes that the master was in the place of God, and that all his commands were to be obeyed as those of God. But these expressions, which were borrowed from the rule of the Benedictines, are, as we have already seen, not to be understood too literally, for the constitution of the Order of the Templars was aristocratic and not monarchic, and the master was anything but absolute. In every matter he was to be guided by the opinion of the majority of the chapter. The general chapter, or high legislative assembly of the order, consisted of all the great officers, of the great priors of the provinces, and the most distinguished of the knights who could attend. Every brother, even the lowest of the serving brethren, was at liberty to be present as a spectator, but only the proper members of the chapter had the privilege of speaking. The place of holding the chapter was undetermined, and was left to the choice of the master. All laws and regulations were made or confirmed in the general chapter. There brethren were received, the great officers appointed, visitors chosen to be sent to the different provinces. It is remarkable that a papal legate never seems to have been present at a chapter of the Templars, though the legates frequently assisted at those of the other orders. This is, most probably, to be ascribed to the secrecy in which the Templars were pleased to envelope their councils and proceedings, and as they rarely held general chapters, a suitable pretext could not well be wanting for freeing themselves from the presence of the legate when they desired it. Those who impute to the Templars the holding of a secret doctrine naturally regard this as the cause of their not admitting to their chapters those who were not initiated in it. A general chapter was not often assembled, a circumstance easily to be accounted for. Though the order was wealthy, it might not be well able to bear, without inconvenience, the expense of deputies from all the provinces journeying to the kingdom of Jerusalem, where the chapters were in general held. And further, it was obviously the interest of the master and the great officers to avoid assembling a body which would at once assume the powers which they were in the habit of exercising. In the intervals between the meetings of general chapters, the powers of the order were exercised by the chapter of the Temple at Jerusalem. This was composed of the master, the dignitaries of the order, such of the provincial masters as happened to be present, the 2 assistants of the master, and such knights as he chose to invite to it. This last provision was the great source of the master's power, and when he was a man of talent and address, he could, by managing to get his friends and those whom he could depend on into the different offices, and by summoning to the chapter such knights as were attached or looked up to him, contrive to carry any matters that he desired. The laws, however, by way of check upon him, made it imperative that the high officers of the order should have seats in the chapter. And as these were not appointed by the master, and were independent of him, it was supposed that they would not be his creatures. This chapter could decide on all matters relating to the order, some important affairs, such as war and peace, excepted, make laws and regulations which were binding on the whole society, and send visitors to the different provinces. All public documents, such as papal bulls, were addressed to it and the master. All decisions in matters of importance came from it, and all the brethren who were received in the West were sent to it to be distributed where they might be wanting. The declaration made by a French knight on his examination, that the receptions in the chapter of Jerusalem were rare, as the members could be seldom brought to agree respecting a candidate, gives a hint that it was not in general a scene of the greatest harmony and unity. It is indeed but natural to suppose that, as it was the chief seat of the power of the order, it was also the great theater of intrigue and cabal. Each province of the order had its general chapter, and also a smaller one, presided over by the great prior, and composed of the principal officers and such knights of character and estimation as the prior chose to call to it. In like manner, every preceptory and every large house of the order had its chapter, at which all the brethren were required to attend. The commander was president, and each question was decided by the majority of voices. The chief transactions in it consisted in the reception of new brethren, and the making up of quarrels and disputes, which must have frequently fallen out among men like the Templars, who were almost all soldiers. It was holden early on a Sunday morning, and the strictest secrecy as to what took place was enjoined on all present, for secrecy was the soul of the order. The ordinary chapters were held in the following manner. Each brother, as he entered, made the sign of the cross, and, unless he was bald, took off his cap. The president then rose and said, "Stand up, beloved brethren, and pray to God to send his holy grace among us today." Each member repeated a Pater Noster, and if there was a chaplain present, he said a prayer. Search was then made to see that there was no one present but those who belonged to the order. The president then delivered a discourse, exhorting the brethren to amendment of life. During this discourse, no one was on any account to leave the room. When it was ended, Anyone who had transgressions to acknowledge went up to the president and made confession. He then retired out of sight and hearing, and the sentiments of the assembly were taken, which were afterwards signified to him. The brethren were also to remind each other of their transgressions, and exhort to confession and penitence. If anyone accused a brother falsely, he was severely punished for it. While the inquiry was going on, the accused was obliged to retire from the chapter. The discipline was usually administered in presence of the assembled chapter with a scourge or with a girdle. Those who were sick were not punished till they were recovered. When these matters were over, the president explained a portion of the statutes and exhorted all present to live suitably thereto. He then said, "Beloved brethren, we may now close our chapter, for, praise be to God, all is well, and may God and our dear Lady grant that it may so continue, and goodness be every day increased. Beloved brethren, ye must know how it is with pardon in our chapter, and who has not part therein. Know then that those have no part either in the pardon of our chapter or in the other good works of the chapter, who live as they should not, who depart from the righteousness of the order, who do not acknowledge their offenses and do penance in the mode prescribed by the order, who treat the alms of the order as their own property, or in any other way contrary to law, and squander them in an unrighteous, scandalous, and foolish manner. But those who honestly acknowledge their faults, and conceal nothing out of shame or fear of the punishment of the order, and are right sorry for their transgressions, have a large share in the forgiveness of our chapter, and in the good works which take place in our order. And to such, in virtue of my authority, I dispense forgiveness in the name of God and of our dear Lady, in the names of the apostles Peter and Paul, of our Father the Pope, and of you all who have given me authority, and pray to God that, according to his mercy, he will, for the merits of his mother and of himself and all the saints, forgive you your sins, as he forgave the famous Mary Magdalene." He then implored the forgiveness of those to whom he might have given any offense or done any injury, and prayed for peace, for the Church, for the Holy Kingdom of Jerusalem, for the order and all its houses and people, for the brethren and sisters of the order, and for its living and dead benefactors. Finally, for all the dead who waited for the mercy of God, especially those who lay buried in the temple burial grounds, and for the souls of the fathers and mothers of the Templars. The chaplain, if present, repeated a confession of sin, in which all followed him, and then pronounced an absolution. If there was no chaplain present, each brother repeated a pater and an ave, and so the chapter ended. The statutes of the order are full of the most minute directions respecting the equipment, clothing, and mode of living of the various members of the order. They were obliged to attend divine service punctually each day at all the different hours at which it was celebrated, and regularly to observe all the fasts of the Church. They were also to have at their houses both public and private devotions. Their meals were also strictly regulated. They assembled by sound of bell. If there was a priest in the house, he said grace for them. If not, each brother repeated a pater before he began to eat. During the meal, a clergyman read out something edifying for them, and when it was over, no one was to speak till grace was said. There was no difference made in the quality of the food. All, both high and low, fared alike, and they ate two off one plate. They had flesh meat but 3 times a week, unless when festival days occurred. On days when they had no flesh meat, they had but 2 dishes. When the order were in the field, a server regulated the supply and distribution of provisions. Before giving out the provisions, he was to direct the serving brethren to notify it to the superiors of the order, that they might come and select the best for themselves. He distributed the remainder without any other distinction than that of giving the best to the sick. The plate given to every 2 of the brethren was so large that what remained when they were done was sufficient to satisfy 2 of the poor. 2 brethren were allowed as much food as 3 turcopoles, and 2 of these as much as 3 of the servants. The brethren were not allowed to seek for any food elsewhere than from the server, vegetables, game, and venison excepted. But as by the rules of the order the chase was prohibited to them, they could not procure these themselves. Amusements could not be rigorously prohibited to men who were semi-secular and had to mingle so much in the world as the Templars. They were therefore allowed to tilt, but only with headless lances, whether only among themselves or also at public tournaments is uncertain. They were permitted to run races with their horses, but for no higher wager than a headless crossbow bolt, or some other trifle. Chess and draughts were prohibited games, nor were they allowed to play at any other game whatever for a stake. Hawking was absolutely forbidden to the Templar, probably on account of the high price of hawks, and of this being the favorite amusement of the secular knights. The reason assigned by the statutes is, because it is not seemly in the members of an order to play sinfully, but willingly to hearken to the commands of God, to pray often and daily in their prayers before God, to bewail their sins with weeping and tears. A Templar might not even accompany one who was going out a-hawking. Moreover, as shouting and bawling were unseemly in a member of an order, he might not go a-hunting in a wood with bow and crossbow, nor accompany anyone thus engaged, except to protect him against the heathen. In fine, every species of chase was forbidden to the Templar, except that of the lion, who goes about seeking whom he may devour, whose hand is against everyone, and everyone's hand against him. The battle was the Templars' scene of glory, and consequently, everything relating to the conduct of the order in war was strictly regulated. On the march, the Templars, as the guardians of the Holy Cross, formed the vanguard of the Christian army. In the array, they were in the right wing. The Hospitallers usually formed the rear guard, and in the field were posted on the left. The Templars mounted and set forward at the voice of their marshal, the standard-bearer preceding them with the standard of the order. They moved in a walk or a small trot. The march usually took place by night, on account of the heat of eastern climes, and every precaution was adopted to prevent confusion or inconvenience. When the standard halted for encampment, the marshal selected a place for his own tent and the chapel, which was to contain the true cross. The tents of the server and of the great prior of the province had also their places marked out. It was then cried out, "Brethren, pitch your tents in the name of God," on which each Templar forthwith raised his tent in his rank. All the tents were around the chapel, outside of its cords. The herald pitched by the standard. No brother was allowed on any account to go out of hearing of the war cry, or to visit the quarters of any others than the Hospitallers, in case these last should be encamped beside them. The place for encamping was selected by the prior of the province in which the war was, who was therefore, in some sort, quartermaster general. The marshal assigned the different quarters, and over each he set a knight preceptor to govern and regulate it. When the battle commenced, the marshal usually took the standard out of the hands of the Sub-Marshal and unfurled it in the name of God. He then nominated from 5 to 10 of the brethren to surround and guard it. One of these he made a knight preceptor, who was to keep close by him with a banner furled on a spear, that, in case of that which the marshal carried being torn, or having fallen, or met with any other mishap, he might display it. If the marshal was wounded or surrounded, this knight was to raise the banner in his stead. No one was to lower a banner or thrust with it on any account, for fear of causing confusion. The brethren were to fight on all sides and in every way in which they could annoy the foe, but still to keep near enough to be able to defend the banner of the order, if needful. But if a Templar saw a Christian in imminent danger, he was at liberty to follow the dictates of his conscience and hasten to his relief. He was to return to his place as speedily as possible. But if the Turks had gotten between him and the banner, he was to join the nearest Christian squadron, giving the preference to the Hospitallers if they were at hand. Should the Christians meet with defeat, the Templar, under penalty of expulsion from the order, was not to quit the field so long as the banner of the order flew. And, should there be no Red Cross flag to be seen, he was to join that of the Hospitallers or any other. Should every Christian banner have disappeared, he was to retreat as well as he could. Such were the military principles of the Order of the Temple, principles which, instead of rage, deliberate valor breathed, firm and unmoved, with dread of death to flight or foul retreat, and never unquestionably was more unflinching valor displayed than by the Templars. Where all were brave and daring as the fabled heroes of romance, the Templar was still regarded as prominent, and the Cardinal of Vitry could thus speak of them in the early part of the 13th century, when they may be regarded as somewhat declined from their original elevation. They seek to expel the enemies of the cross of Christ from the lands of the Christians by fighting manfully and by moving to battle at the signal and command of him who is at the head of their forces, not impetuously or disorderly, but prudently and with all caution, the first in advance, the last in retreat. Nor is it permitted to them to turn their backs in flight, or to retreat without orders. They are become so formidable to the adversaries of the faith of Christ that one chases 1,000 and 2 10,000, not asking, when there is a call to arms, how many they are, but where they are, lions in war, gentle lambs at home, rugged warriors on an expedition, like monks and eremites in the church. The language of the worthy cardinal is no doubt declamatory and rhetorical, and some deduction must consequently be made from it. But still enough will remain to prove that the chivalry of the Temple must still have retained no small portion of the virtues for which they had been originally renowned. Chapter 9. Molay elected master, last attempt of the Christians in Syria, conduct of the 3 military orders, Philip the Fair, and Pope Boniface VIII, seizure of the Pope, election of Clement V, the papal see removed to France, causes of Philip's enmity to the Templars, arrival of Molay in France, his interviews with the Pope, charges made against the Templars, seizure of the knights, proceedings in England, nature of the charges against the order. We have, in what precedes, traced the order of the Templars from its institution to the period when the Latin dominion was overthrown forever on the coast of Syria, and have described at some length its internal organization and exhibited its power and extent of possessions. It remains for us to tell how this mighty order was suddenly annihilated, to examine the charges made against it, and, as we have promised, to establish the falsehood and futility of them, a task far from ungrateful, though not unattended with pain. For it is of advantage to strengthen our love of justice and hatred of tyranny and oppression, by vindicating the memory even of those who perished their victims centuries agone. It is also of use to furnish one instance more to the world of the operation of the principle which will be found so generally to prevail, that let falsehood and sophistry exert their utmost to conceal the truth, means will always remain of refuting them, and of displaying vice, however high-seated, in its true colors. In the year 1297, when the order had established its headquarters in the Isle of Cyprus, James de Molay, a native of Besançon in the Franche-Comté, was elected master. The character of Molay appears to have been at all times noble and estimable, but if we are to credit the statement of a knight named Hugh de Travaux, he attained his dignity by an artifice not unlike that said to have been employed by Sixtus V for arriving at the papacy. The chapter, according to de Travaux, could not agree, one part being for Molay, the other, and the stronger, for Hugh de Pirot. Molay, seeing that he had little chance of success, assured some of the principal knights that he did not covet the office, and would himself vote for his competitor. Believing him, they joyfully made him great prior. His tone now altered. "The mantle is done, now put the hood on it. You have made me great prior, and whether you will or not, I will be great master also." The astounded knights instantly chose him. If this account be true, the mode of election at this time must have differed very considerably from that which we have described above out of the statutes of the order. This election, moreover, took place in France, where in 1297 Molay, we are told, held the 4th son of the king at the baptismal font. One feeble attempt, the last military exploit of the Templars, was made by the Christians to acquire once more a footing on the continent of Asia during the mastership of Molay. In 1300, the Mongol chief Ghazan came to the aid of the king of Armenia against the Turks. As it was the policy of the Tartars, who had not as yet embraced Islam, to stir up enemies to the Mohammedans, Ghazan, after overrunning the country as far as Damascus, sent an embassy to the Pope, Boniface VIII, inviting the Christians, particularly the three military orders, to come and take possession of the Holy Land. The Templars, Hospitallers, and Henry, King of Cyprus, forthwith manned 7 galleys and 5 smaller vessels. Aymeric de Lusignan, Lord of Tyre, and the masters of the 2 orders landed at Tortosa, and endeavored to maintain that islet against the Egyptian Sultan, but were forced to yield to numbers. The Templars fought gallantly to no purpose, and a few of them, who defended a tower into which they had thrown themselves, surrendered, and were carried prisoners to Egypt. The Hospitallers, in the year 1306, renewed their attacks on the Isle of Rhodes, where they finally succeeded in expelling the Turks and planting the standard of their order. The Teutonic Knights transferred the sphere of their warfare to Russia and the adjacent country, whose inhabitants were still heathens. The Templars, meantime, remained inactive in Cyprus, and seem even to have been meditating a retreat to Europe. France was at this time governed by Philip the Fair, son of St. Louis. Philip, who had come to the throne at the early age of 17 years, had been educated by Gilles de Colonna, afterwards Archbishop of Bourges, a man distinguished for his learning and for the boldness of his opinions. One of his favorite maxims was that Jesus Christ had not given any temporal dominion to his church, and that the King of France has his authority from God alone. Such principles having been early instilled into his mind, the young monarch was not likely to be a very dutiful son of the Church and the character of Boniface VIII, who, without possessing the talents or the virtues of a Gregory or an Innocent, attempted to stretch the papal pretensions to their greatest extent, soon roused him to resistance. In the plenitude of his fancied authority, the Pope issued a bull forbidding the clergy to give any subsidies to lay powers without permission from Rome. Philip, in return, issued an order prohibiting the exportation of gold, silver, or merchandise from France, thereby cutting off a great source of papal revenue. In the course of the dispute, Boniface maintained that princes were subject to him in temporals also. Philip's reply was, "Philip, by the grace of God, King of the French, to Boniface, acting as supreme pontiff, little or no health. Let your extreme folly know that in temporals we are not subject to anyone." Shortly afterwards he publicly burned a bull of the Pope and proclaimed the deed by sound of trumpet in Paris. Boniface, raving with indignation, summoned the French clergy to Rome to deliberate on the means of preserving the liberties of the Church. Philip convoked a national assembly to Paris, in which, for the first time, there appeared deputies of the Third Estate, who readily expressed their resolution to stand by their monarch in defense of his rights, and the clergy willingly denied the temporal jurisdiction of the pontiff. Several prelates and abbots having obeyed the summons of the Pope, the king seized on their temporalities. The Pope menaced with deprivation all those who had not attended, and, in his famous bull of Unam Sanctum, asserted that every human being was subject to the Roman pontiff. Another bull declared that every person, be his rank what it might, was bound to appear personally when summoned to Rome. Philip forbade the publication of these bulls, and the States General being again convoked, appealed to a council against the Pope. Commissaries were sent through France to procure the adhesion of the clergy to this act, which was given in some cases voluntarily, in others obtained by means of a little wholesome rigor. The king, his wife, and his son pledged themselves to stand by those who adhered to the resistance made by France to papal usurpation. Boniface next excommunicated the king, who intercepted the bull and prevented its publication. The Pope finally offered the crown of France to the Emperor Albert of Austria. Matters were now come to an extremity, and Philip ventured on one of the boldest acts that have ever been attempted in the Christian world. Philip had afforded an asylum at his court to some members of the Colonna family, the personal enemies of the Pope. His chancellor and fast adherent was William de Nogaret, who had been his agent in the affair of appealing to a general council by presenting to the States General a charge of simony, magic, and the usual real or imaginary crimes of the day against the pontiff. This man, and some of the Italian exiles, attended by a body of 300 horse, set out for Italy, and took up his abode at a castle between Florence and Siena, under pretext of its being a convenient situation for carrying on negotiations with Rome. The Pope was meantime residing at Anagni, his native town. Nogaret, having, by a liberal distribution of money, acquired a sufficient number of partisans, appeared before the gate of Anagni early on the morning of the 7th of September, 1303. The gate was opened by a traitor, and the French and their partisans ran through the streets crying, "Live the King of France, die Boniface." They entered the palace without opposition. The French ran here and there in search of plunder, and Sierra Colonna and his Italians alone came in presence of the Pope. Boniface, who was now 86 years of age, was clad in his pontifical vestments, and on his knees before the altar, in expectation of death. At the sight of him, the conspirators, whose intention had been to slay him, stopped short, filled with involuntary awe, and did not dare to lay a hand upon him. During 3 days they kept him a prisoner. On the 4th, the people of the town rose and expelled them and released the pontiff. Boniface returned to Rome, but rage at the humiliation which he had undergone deranged his intellect, and in one of his paroxysms he dashed his head against the wall of his chamber and died in consequence of the injury which he received. Benedict XI, the successor of Boniface, absolved Philip and his ministers and subjects from the sentence of excommunication. As he felt his power, he was proceeding to more vigorous measures to avenge the insulted dignity of the Holy See when he died of poison, administered, as a contemporary historian asserts, by the agents of Philip. During 10 months the conclave were unable to agree on his successor among the Italian cardinals. It was then proposed by the partisans of the King of France that one party in the conclave should name 3 ultramontane prelates, from among whom the other party should select one. The choice fell on Bertrand de Got, Archbishop of Bordeaux, who had many serious causes of enmity to Philip and his brother Charles of Valois. Philip's friend, the Cardinal of Prato, instantly sent off a courier with the news, advising the king to acquiesce in the election as soon as he had secured him to his interest. Philip set out for Gascony, and had a private interview with the pontiff-elect in an abbey in the midst of a forest near Saint-Jean d'Angely. Having sworn mutual secrecy, the king told the prelate that it was in his power to make him pope on condition of his granting him 6 favors. He showed him his proofs, and the ambitious Gascon, falling at his feet, promised everything. The 6 favors demanded by Philip were a perfect reconciliation with the Church, admission to the communion for himself and friends, the tithes of the clergy of France for 5 years, to defray the expenses of his war in Flanders, the persecution and destruction of the memory of Pope Boniface, the conferring the dignity of cardinal on James and Peter Colonna. The 6th favor, said he, is great and secret, and I reserve the asking of it for a suitable time and place. The prelate swore on the host, and gave his brother and 2 of his nephews as hostages. The king then sent orders to the Cardinal of Prato to elect the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who took the name of Clement V. Whether urged by the vanity of shining in the eyes of his countrymen, or by dread of the tyranny exercised by the cardinals over his predecessors, or, what seems more probable, in compliance with the wishes of Philip, or in consequence of impediments thrown by that monarch in the way of his departure, Clement, to the dismay of all Christendom, instead of repairing to Rome, summoned the cardinals to Lyons for his coronation. They reluctantly obeyed, and he was crowned in that city on the 17th of December, 1305, the king, his brother, and his principal nobles assisting at the ceremony. Clement forthwith created 12 new cardinals, all creatures of Philip, whose most devoted slave the Pope showed himself to be on all occasions. His promises to him were most punctually fulfilled, with the exception of that respecting the memory of Boniface, which the Cardinal of Prato proved to Philip it would be highly impolitic and dangerous to perform. But Clement cheerfully authorized him to seize, on the festival of St. Madeleine, all the Jews in his kingdom, to banish them and confiscate their property in the name of religion. What the sixth and secret grace which Philip required is unknown. Many conjectures have been made to little purpose. It is not at all improbable that the king had at the time no definite object in view, and that, like the fabled grant of Neptune to Theseus, it was to be claimed whenever an occasion of sufficient importance should present itself. Such as we have described them were Philip and the sovereign pontiff, the one able, daring, rapacious, ambitious, and unprincipled, the other mean, submissive, and little scrupulous. As it was the object of Philip to depress the papal power and make it subservient to his ambition, he must naturally have desired to deprive it of support. The Templars, therefore, who had been on all occasions the staunch partisans of the papacy, must on this account alone have been objects of his aversion. They had, moreover, loudly exclaimed against his repeated adulteration of the coin, by which they sustained so much injury, and they were very urgent in their demands for repayment of the money which they had lent him on the occasion of the marriage of his daughter Isabella with the son of the King of England. Their wealth was great, their possessions in France were most extensive, they were connected with the noblest families in the realm, they were consequently, now that they seemed to have given up all idea of making any farther efforts in the East, likely to prove a serious obstacle in the way of the establishment of the absolute power of the crown. They were finally very generally disliked on account of their excessive pride and arrogance, and it was to be expected that in an attack on their power and privileges, the popular favor would be with the king. These motives will, we apprehend, sufficiently account for Philip's anxiety to give a check to the order, beyond which, as it would appear, his plans did not at first extend. We cannot venture to say when this project first entered the mind of King Philip, whether he had the Hospitallers also in view, and whether he impelled the Pope to invite the masters of the two orders to France. As the rivalry and ill feeling between the two orders had long been regarded as one of the principal causes of the little success of the Christians in the East, the idea of uniting them had been conceived, and Gregory X and St. Louis had striven, but in vain, at the council at Lyons to effect it. Pope Boniface VIII had also been anxious to bring this project to bear, and Clement now resolved to attempt it. On the 6th of June, 1306, only 6 months after his coronation, he wrote to the masters of the two orders to the following effect. The kings of Armenia and Cyprus were calling on him for aid. He therefore wished to confer with them who knew the country well and were so much interested in it as to what were best to be done, and desired that they would come to him as secretly as possible and with a very small train, as they would find plenty of their knights on this side of the sea. He directed them to provide for the defense of Limisso during their absence. The master of the hospital, William de Villars, was, when the letter arrived, engaged in the attack on Rhodes, and therefore could not obey the summons. But de Molay, the master of the temple, having confided Limisso and the direction of the order to the marshal, embarked with 60 of his most distinguished knights, taking with him the treasure of the order, consisting of 150,000 florins of gold, and so much silver, that the whole formed the lading of 12 horses. When they arrived in France, he proceeded to Paris, where the king received him with the greatest marks of favor and distinction, and he deposited the treasure in the temple of that city. Shortly afterwards he set out for Poitiers, where he had an interview with Clement, who consulted him on the affairs of the East. On the subject of a new crusade, Molay gave it as his opinion that nothing but a simultaneous effort of all the Christian powers would be of any avail. He objected to the union of the orders on the following grounds, which were, on the whole, sufficiently frivolous. He said first, that what is new is not always the best, that the orders, as they were, had done good service in Palestine, and, in short, used the good old argument of anti-reformists, it works well. Secondly, that as the orders were spiritual as well as temporal, and many a one had entered them for the weal of his soul, it might not be a matter of indifference to such to leave the one which he had selected and enter another. Thirdly, there might be discord, as each order would want its own wealth and influence, and seek to gain the mastery for its own rules and discipline. Fourthly, the Templars were generous of their goods, while the Hospitallers were only anxious to accumulate, a difference which might produce dissension. Fifthly, as the Templars received more gifts and support from the laity than the Hospitallers, they would be the losers, or at least be envied by their associates. Sixthly, there would probably be some disputing between the superiors about the appointment to the dignities in the new order. He, however, candidly acknowledged that the new order would be stronger than the old one, and so more zealous to combat the infidels, and that many commanderies might be suppressed, and some saving effected thereby. Having thus delivered his sentiments, Molay took leave of the Pope and returned to Paris. Vague rumors of serious charges made, or to be made, against the order now beginning to prevail, Molay, accompanied by Rimbaud de Caron, preceptor of Outremer, Geoffrey de Gonville, preceptor of Aquitaine, and Hugh de Perando, preceptor of France, repaired once more to Poitiers, about April 1307, to justify himself and the order in the eyes of the Pope. Clement, we are told, informed them of the serious charges of the commission of various crimes which had been made against them, but they gave him such explanations as appeared to content him, and returned to Paris, satisfied that they had removed all doubts from his mind. The following was the way in which the charges were made against the Templars. There was lying in prison at Paris or Toulouse for some crime a man named Squin de Flexion, a native of Béziers, who had been formerly a Templar and prior of Montfaucon, but had been put out of the order for heresy and other offenses. His companion in captivity was a Florentine named Nofo-Dei, a man, says Villani, full of all iniquity. These two began to plan how they might best extricate themselves from their present hopeless state, and, as it would appear, aware of the king's dislike to the Templars, and hating them for having punished him for his crimes, Squin de Flexion resolved to accuse them of the most monstrous offenses, and thus obtain his liberation. Accordingly, calling for the governor of the prison, he told him that he had a discovery to make to the king, which would be more for his advantage than the acquisition of a new kingdom, but that he would only reveal it to the king in person. Squin was immediately conveyed to Paris and brought before the king, to whom he declared the crimes of the order, and some of the Templars were seized and examined by order of Philip. Another account says that Squin Flexion and Nofo-Dei, who were both degraded Templars, had been actively engaged in an insurrection of the people some time before, from which the king was obliged to take shelter in the temple. They had been taken and were lying in prison without any hope of their lives, when they hit on the plan of accusing their former associates. They were both set at liberty, but Squin was afterwards hanged, and Nofo-Dei beheaded, as was said with little probability, by the Templars. It is also said that, about the same time, Cardinal Cantilupo, the Pope's chamberlain, who had been in connection with the Templars from his 11th year, made some discoveries respecting it to his master. The charges made by Squin Flexion against the order were as follows. 1. Each Templar, on his admission, was sworn never to quit the order and to further its interests, by right or by wrong. 2. The heads of the order are in secret alliance with the Saracens and have more Mohammedan infidelity than Christian faith, in proof of which they make every novice spit and trample on the cross of Christ and blaspheme his faith in various ways. 3. The heads of the order are heretical, cruel, and sacrilegious men. Whenever any novice, on discovering the iniquity of the order, attempts to quit it, they put him to death and bury him privately by night. They teach the women who are pregnant by them how to procure abortion and secretly murder the newborn babes. 4. The Templars are infected with all the errors of the Fraticelli. They despise the Pope and the authority of the Church. They contemn the sacraments, especially those of penance and confession. They feign compliance with the rites of the Church merely to escape detection. 5. The superiors are addicted to the most infamous excesses of debauchery, to which, if anyone expresses his repugnance, he is punished by perpetual captivity. 6. The temple houses are the receptacles of every crime and abomination that can be committed. 7. The order labors to put the Holy Land into the hands of the Saracens, and favors them more than the Christians. 8. The installation of the Master takes place in secret, and few of the younger brethren are present at it, whence there is a strong suspicion that he denies the Christian faith or promises, or does something contrary to right. 9. Many statutes of the order are unlawful, profane, and contrary to the Christian religion. The members are therefore forbidden, under pain of perpetual confinement, to reveal them to anyone. 10. No vice or crime committed for the honor or benefit of the order is held to be a sin. Such were the charges brought against the order by the degraded prior of Montfaucon, charges in general absurd or founded on gross exaggeration of some of the rules of the society. Others, still more incredible, were subsequently brought forward in the course of the examinations of witnesses. Philip and his ministers, having now what they regarded as a plausible case against the Templars, prepared their measures in secret, and on the 12th of September, 1307, sealed letters were sent to all the governors and royal officers throughout France, with orders to arm themselves on the 12th of the following month, and in the night to open the letters and act according to the instructions contained therein. The appointed day arrived, and on the morning of Friday, the 13th October, nearly all the Templars throughout France saw themselves captives in the hands of their enemies. So well had Philip taken his measures that his meditated victims were without suspicion, and on the very eve of his arrest, Molay was chosen by the treacherous monarch to be one of the 4 pallbearers at the funeral of the Princess Catherine, wife of the Count of Valois. The directions sent by the king to his officers had been to seize the persons and the goods of the Templars, to interrogate, torture, and obtain confessions from them, to promise pardon to those who confessed, and to menace those who denied. On the day of the arrest of the Master and his knights, the king took possession of the temple at Paris, and the Master and the preceptors of Aquitaine, France, and beyond sea were sent prisoners to Corbeil. The following day the doctors of the University of Paris and several canons assembled with the royal ministers in the Church of Notre Dame, and William de Nogaret, the chancellor, stated to them that the knights had been proceeded against on account of their heresies. On the 15th, the university met in the temple, and some of the heads of the order, particularly the Master, were examined, and are said to have made some confessions of the guilt of the order for the last 40 years. The king now published an act of accusation conceived in no moderate or gentle terms. He calls the accused in it devouring wolves, a perfidious and idolatrous society whose deeds, whose very words alone, are enough to pollute the earth and infect the air, etc., etc. The inhabitants of Paris were then assembled in the royal gardens, and the king's agent spoke, and some monks preached to them against the accused. Philip, in his hostility to the order, would be content with nothing short of its utter ruin. Almost immediately after his coup d'etat of the 13th October, he dispatched a priest named Bernard Pelletus to his son-in-law Edward II, King of England, inviting him to follow his example. Edward wrote on the 30th of the same month to say that the charges made against the Templars by Philip and his agent appeared to him, his barons, and his prelates to be incredible, and that he would therefore summon the cenacle of Agen, whence this rumor had proceeded, to inform him thereupon before proceeding any farther. Clement had been at first offended at the hasty and arbitrary proceedings of the King of France against the Templars, but Philip easily managed to appease him, and on the 22nd November the Pope wrote to the King of England, assuring him that the Master of the Temple had spontaneously confessed that the brethren, on their admission, denied Christ, and that several of the brethren in different parts of France had acknowledged the idolatry and other crimes laid to the charge of the order, and that a knight of the highest and most honorable character, whom he had himself examined, had confessed the denial of Jesus Christ to be a part of the ceremony of admission. He therefore calls on the king to arrest all the Templars within his realms, and to place their lands and goods in safe custody, till their guilt or innocence should be ascertained. Edward, in a letter dated November 26, inquired particularly of the Seneschal of Agen, in Guyenne, respecting the charges against the Templars. On the 4th of December, he wrote to the kings of Portugal, Castile, Aragon, and Sicily, telling them of what he had heard, and adding that he had given no credit to it, and begging of them not to hearken to these rumors. On the 10th, evidently before he had received the bull, he wrote to the Pope, stating his disbelief of what he had heard, and praying of his holiness to institute an inquiry. But when the papal bull, so strongly asserting the guilt of the order, arrived, the good-hearted king did not venture to refuse compliance with it, and he issued a writ on the 15th of December, appointing the morn of Wednesday after Epiphany in the following month, for seizing the Templars and their property, but directing them to be treated with all gentleness. Similar orders were forwarded to Scotland, Wales, and Ireland on the 20th, and on the 26th he wrote to assure the Pope that his mandates would be speedily obeyed. The arrests took place accordingly, and the Templars and their property were thus seized in the two countries in which they were most powerful. The reluctance of the King of England and his Parliament to proceed to any harsh measures against the Templars affords some presumption in their favor, and would incline us to believe that, had Philip been actuated by a similar love of justice, the order would not have been so cruelly treated in France. But Philip had resolved on the destruction of the society, and his privy councillors and favourites were not men who would seek to check him in his career of blood and spoliation. These men were William Imbert, his confessor, a Dominican monk, one of an order inured in Languedoc to blood, and deeply versed in all inquisitorial arts and practices; William Nogaret, his chancellor, the violator of the sanctity of the head of the Church; William Plaisian, who had shared in that daring deed, and afterwards sworn, in an assembly of the peers and prelates of France, that Boniface was an atheist and a sorcerer, and had a familiar demon. The whole order of the Dominicans also went heart and hand in the pious work of detecting and punishing the heretics. We must constantly bear in mind that the charges made against the Templars, if they may not all be classed under the term heresy, were all such as the Church was in the habit of making against those whom she persecuted as public heretics. And in this, Philip and his advisers acted wisely in their generation, for treason or any other political charge would have sounded dull and inefficient in the ears of the people in comparison with the formidable word heresy. Chapter 10. Examination of the captive knights. Different kinds of torture. Causes of confession. What confessions were made. Templars brought before the Pope. Their declarations. Papal Commission. Molay brought before it. Ponsard de Gisi. Defenders of the order. Act of accusation. Heads of defense. Witnesses against the order. 54 Templars committed to the flames at Paris. Remarkable words of Aymeric de Villars-le-Duc. Templars burnt in other places, further examinations, the head worshipped by the Templars, John de Polincourt, Peter de la Palu. The charge of conducting the inquiry against the society was committed by Philip without asking or waiting for the Pope's approbation to Imbert, who lost no time in proceeding to action. He wrote to all the inquisitors of his order, directing them to proceed against the Templars, as he had already done himself, and, in case of ascertaining the truth of the charges, to communicate it to the Minoret friars, or some other order, that the people might take no offense at the procedure, and to send the declarations as soon as possible to the king and himself. They were to use no cruelty towards the prisoners, but if necessary, they might employ the torture. On the 19th October, 6 days after their seizure, Imbert commenced his examinations at the Temple of Paris. 140 prisoners were examined, when, by promises and by the aid of the torture, confessions in abundance were procured. 36 of the knights expired under the gentle method employed to extract the truth from them. The zealous Imbert then proceeded to Bayeux, Metz, Toul, and Verdun, in all which places examinations were held and confessions extorted in the same way. It was, however, carefully stated in each deposition that the witness had spoken without any constraint. As our readers fortunately cannot be supposed familiarly acquainted with the mild and gentle modes employed by the brethren of St. Dominic for eliciting the truth, we will present a slight sketch of some of them, that they may be able to form some idea of the value of rack-extorted testimony. Sometimes the patient was stripped naked, his hands were tied behind his back, heavy weights were fastened to his feet, and the cord which confined his hands passed over a pulley. At a given signal, he was hoisted into the air, where he hung suspended by his arms, which were thus drawn out of their natural position. Then suddenly the cord would be let run, but checked before the patient reached the ground, and thus a tremendous shock given to his frame. Another mode of torture was to fasten the feet of the patient on an instrument, which prevented his drawing them back. They were then rubbed with some unctuous substance and set before a flaming fire. A board was occasionally placed between his feet and the fire, and withdrawn again, in order to increase his pain by intervals of cessation. The heel of the patient was at times enclosed in an iron heel which could be tightened at pleasure, and thus caused excruciating pain. What was regarded as a very gentle mode, and only indulged to those who had not strength to undergo the preceding tortures, was to place round sticks between their fingers, and compress them till the bones of the fingers were cracked. The teeth of the Templars were occasionally drawn, their feet roasted, weights suspended from all parts of their bodies, and thus they gave their testimony without constraint. What is understood as testimony or confession by inquisitors is an affirmative answer to such questions as they ask. They usually assume the guilt of the accused, and no witnesses for the defense are heard. It is useless to prove the absurdity and unreasonableness of the charges, for that would be impugning the sense and judgment of those who gave ear to them, and promises are always held out that, if full and free confession is made, the criminal will be gently dealt with. The accused is, moreover, always confined in a solitary cell. He has none to console and cheer him. He feels abandoned by the whole world. Conscious innocence is of no avail. His only hope is in the mercy of his judge. The Templars, we must recollect, were seized towards the commencement of winter, and at that season a dungeon of the Middle Ages must have been cheerless beyond description. They were barely allowed the necessaries of life. They were stripped of the habit of the order and denied the consolations of religion, for they were treated as heretics. And they were shown a real or pretended letter of their master, in which he confessed the crimes of the order and exhorted them to do the same. Enthusiasts in religion or politics are supported by the consciousness of rectitude, and bear up against privations or torture in firm reliance on the favor of the divinity or the praise and esteem of a grateful and admiring posterity. But the great majority of the Templars were far from being such characters. They were illiterate knights who had long lived in luxury and indulged in arrogance. They knew themselves to be objects of dislike to many and felt that their power was gone. Need we then be surprised that, beguiled by the hopes held out, numbers of them readily acknowledged all the charges made against their order? And must we not so much the more admire the constancy of those who, unseduced by flattering hopes, and undismayed by menaces and torture, yielded up their breath rather than confess a falsehood? At Paris, the knights who confessed acknowledged the denial of Christ. This was the point which the inquisitors were most anxious to establish, but in an uncertain, contradictory manner, as what was said on one examination was retracted on another, or was enlarged or diminished. It was also confessed that an idol was adored in their chapters. At Nimes in November 1307, 45 knights confessed the guilt of the order. They afterwards retracted, but in 1311 the torture made them revert to their original declaration. At Troyes, 2 knights confessed everything that was required of them. At Pont de l'Arche, 7 confessed. These and 6 others were again examined at Caen. They terminated their declarations by imploring the mercy of the Church and entreating with tears to be spared the torture. Those examined at Carcassonne all deposed to the worship of the image, but some of them afterwards retracted that admission and died maintaining the innocence of the order. 6 Templars at Bigorre and 7 at Cahors confessed, but several of them afterwards retracted. Philip and his creatures were at this stage of their career when the Pope began to testify some little dissatisfaction at the irregularity of the proceedings. The king instantly wrote to upbraid him with his lukewarmness in the cause of religion. He stated that the bishops, who were the king's helpers in the government of the Church, were the fittest persons to carry on the business on account of their local knowledge, and added that neither he nor they could comply with the desires of the Pope. He acted, he said, as the servant of God, and must render to God his account. Clement could not venture to impede the pious labors of such a zealous servant of the Lord. He cancelled the bull which he had prepared on the subject, only requiring that each bishop's inquisitors should be confirmed by a provincial council, and that the examination of the heads of the order should be reserved for himself. Philip then condescended to offer to put the captives into the hands of the papal judges, and to devote the goods of the order to the profit of the Holy Land. The clergy declined taking charge of the knights, and the king and pope managed the property of the order in common. In the beginning of the year 1308, we are told, the master of the Templars, the preceptor of Cyprus, the visitor of France, and the great priors of Aquitaine and Normandy were brought before the Pope at Chinon, where they voluntarily, and without the application of any torture, confessed the truth of the enormities laid to the charge of the order. They abjured their errors, and the cardinals implored the king in their favor. Monsieur Renouard, we know not on what authority, positively denies that the master and his companions were ever brought before the Pope. He says that, in the month of August following, they were on their way to Poitiers in order to be examined by the pontiff in person, but that, under pretext of some of them being sick, they were detained at Chinon, instead of being brought on to Poitiers, where the Pope remained, and were finally conducted back to Paris without having seen him. He does not give the date of this occurrence, but it would seem to have been in the following autumn. The proceedings against the Templars were so manifestly contrary to the interest of the Pope that Philip deemed it necessary to keep a strict eye over him. Having, in May 1308, convoked an assembly of the states at Tours, and obtained from them a declaration of his right to punish notorious heretics without asking the consent of the Pope, and in which he was called upon to act with rigor against the Templars, he proceeded with it himself to Poitiers, and presented it to Clement. During the negotiations which took place at that time, the Pope attempted to make his escape to Bordeaux, but his baggage and his treasures were stopped by the king's orders at the gate of the town, and Clement remained in effect a prisoner. While the supreme pontiff was thus in his power, Philip, who still remained at Poitiers, by way of removing all his scruples, had, on the 29th and 30th of June and 1st July, 72 of the Templars, who had confessed, brought before Clement and examined. As was to be expected, the greater part repeated their former declarations of the impiety, idolatry, and licentiousness of the order. From these depositions it appears clearly that the torture had been employed to extract the former confessions. Pierre de Broel said that he had been stripped and put to the torture, but that he had said neither more nor less on that account. He added that those who tortured him were all drunk. Guillaume de Hames had not been tortured, but he had been kept a month in solitary confinement on bread and water before he made any confession. Gerard de Saint-Marshal, who confessed to having denied Christ and spitten beside the cross, said that he had been cruelly tortured, being at first ashamed to acknowledge these facts, although they were true. Deodat Jaffe had been tortured, but it was the inspiration of God and the Blessed Virgin Mary, and not the rack, which had made him confess. He acknowledged every crime imputed to the order. Speaking of the idol, he said, "I was alone in a chamber with the person who received me. He drew out of a box a head or idol, which appeared to me to have 3 faces, and said, 'Thou shouldst adore it as thy Savior, and that of the order of the temple.' We then bent our 2 knees, and I cried, 'Blessed be he who will save my soul,' and I worshipped it." Yet Jaffe afterwards retracted this deposition, and stood forth as one of the defenders of the order. Itter de Rochefort, though he said he had confessed, had been tortured repeatedly, with a view to extracting more from him. He declared that, having been received in the unlawful way, he had confessed himself to the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who had wept bitterly at hearing of such wickedness. As Renouard very justly observes, the Patriarch, who could hardly be a friend to the Templars, was not very likely to content himself with shedding a few useless tears, had the knowledge of such a heresy come to his ears. Pierre de Conders had confessed at the sight of the rack. Raymond de Stéphanie had been severely tortured at Carcassonne. Being asked why he did not then tell the truth, he replied, "Because I did not recollect it, but I prayed the cenacle to allow me to confer with my companions, and when I had deliberated with them, I recollected." Who can give credit to depositions like these, most of which were subsequently revoked? Yet it was by these that the Pope declared himself to be perfectly satisfied of the guilt of the order and justified the rigorous measures which he authorized against it. Philip, we are to observe, was all this time at Poitiers. The prisoners were examined before the cardinals, and only those who had not retracted their former rack-extorted confessions were produced in the large concourse of nobles, clergy, and people assembled on this occasion. Clement and Philip now arranged the convocation of an ecumenic council at Vienne to pronounce the abolition of the order. The Pope also appointed a commission to take at Paris a juridical information against it, and on the 1st August he authorized the bishops and his delegates to proceed in their inquiries. On the 12th August, by the bull Facion Misericordiam, after asserting the guilt of the order, he called upon all princes and prelates throughout the Christian world to assist him in making inquiry into this affair. The commission appointed by the Pope was composed of the Archbishop of Narbonne, the bishops of Bayeux, Mende, and Limoges, Matthew of Naples, Archdeacon of Rouen, Notary of the Holy See, John of Mantua, Archdeacon of Trent, John of Montlore, Archdeacon of Maguelone, and William Agelin, Provost of Aix, which last was prevented by business from giving attendance. They entered on their functions on the 7th of August, 1309, and ordered that the brethren of the temple should be cited before them on the first day of business after the festival of St. Martin in November. The citations were to be published in presence of the people and clergy in the cathedrals, churches, and schools, in the principal houses of the order, and in the prisons in which the knights were confined. No one appearing, new citations were issued, and at length the Bishop of Paris was called on by the Commission to go himself to the prison where the master and the heads of the order were confined, and notify it to them. Having done so, he caused the same notification to be made throughout his diocese. The following circumstance, which occurred at this time, would seem to indicate that impediments were thrown in the way of those who were disposed to defend the order by the royal ministers. The commissioners were informed that the governor of the Châtelet had arrested and imprisoned some persons who were presumed to have come to defend the order. The governor, being summoned before them, declared that, by order of the ministers, he had arrested 7 persons who were denounced as being Templars in a lay habit, who had come to Paris with money in order to procure advocates and defenders for the accused. He acknowledged that he had put them to the torture, but said that he did not believe them to be Templars. On Wednesday, November 26th, the commission sat, and Molay, the master of the temple, was brought before it. He was asked if he would defend the order or speak for himself. He replied by expressing his surprise that the Church should proceed with such precipitation in this case, when the sentence relative to the Emperor Frederick had been suspended for 32 years. Though he had neither knowledge nor talent sufficient to defend the order, he should consider himself vile in his own eyes, and in those of others, if he hesitated to do so. But being the prisoner of the king and the pope, and without money, he asked for aid and counsel. The commissioners desired him to reflect on his offer, and to consider the confessions respecting himself and the order which he had made. They agreed, however, to give him time, and that he might not be ignorant of what was alleged against him, had the documents containing their powers read to him in the vulgar language. During the reading of the letters which recited his confession, made to the cardinals at Chinon, he crossed himself repeatedly, and gave other signs of indignation and surprise, and said that, were it not for the respect due to the envoys of the Pope, he should express himself differently. They said they were not come there to receive challenges. He replied that he spoke not of cartels, he only wished they acted in this case as the Saracens and Tartars did, who cut off the head and cut the body in 2 of those who were found to be guilty. 2 circumstances are worthy of note in this examination. One, that William Placian was present at it, and, as the commissioners expressly declared, without being invited by them. The other, that the confessions, which were imputed to Molay, and which he evidently intimated to be false, were inserted in the bull Faciem Misericordiam, which bears the date of the 12th August, although the festival of the Assumption, that is the 16th of August, is given as the day on which they were made. It was there declared that the heads of the order had confessed and been absolved. Yet here we find the master treated as a heretic who was still unreconciled. The following day, November 27, Ponsard de Gisi, prior of Payens, appeared before the commission. On being asked if he would defend the order, he replied, "Yes, the imputations cast on us of denying Christ, of spitting on the cross, of authorizing infamous crimes, and all such accusations are false. If I, myself, or other knights have made confessions before the Bishop of Paris or elsewhere, we have betrayed the truth. We have yielded to fear, to danger, to violence. We were tortured by Flexien de Béziers, prior of Montfaucon, and the monk William Robert, our enemies. Several of the prisoners had agreed among themselves to make these confessions in order to escape death, and because 36 knights had died at Paris and a great number in other places under the torture. As for me, I am ready to defend the order in my own name and in the names of those who will make common cause with me, if I am assigned out of the goods of the order as much as will defray the needful expense. I require to be granted the counsel of Renaud of Orleans and of Peter of Bologna, priests of the order." He was asked if he had been tortured. He replied that he had, 3 months before he made his confession. Next day the master was brought up again. He demanded to be brought before the Pope, appealed to the valor and charity of the Templars, and their zeal in adorning churches, in proof of their piety, and made an orthodox confession of his own faith. Nogaret, who was present, then observed that it was related in the chronicles of St. Denis that the master of the order had done homage to Saladin, and that the Sultan had ascribed their ill fortune to their secret vices and impiety. Molay declared that he had never heard of such calumnies, and gave an instance of the prudence and good faith of a former master, when himself and some other young men wanted him to break a truce. Molay concluded by praying the Chancellor and the Commissioners to procure him the favor of hearing Mass and being attended by his chaplains. Orders having been given that all the Templars who were desirous to undertake the defense of the order should be conveyed to Paris, they were brought thither strongly guarded. The Commission then renewed its sittings. As the prisoners were successively brought before it, they, with few exceptions, declared their readiness to defend their order. "Till death," cried some. "Till the end," cried others. "Because I wish to save my soul," added one. Bertrand de St. Paul declared that he never did, and never would, confess the guilt of the order because it was not true, and that he believed that God would work a miracle if the body of Christ was administered to those who confessed and those who denied. 7 of those who had been examined before the Pope and had confessed now declared that they had lied and revoked what they then said. John de Valgelay maintained that he had made no confession on that occasion. "I was tortured so much and held so long before a burning fire," said Bernard de Vado, "that the flesh of my heels was burnt, and these 2 bones, which he showed, came off." In the course of these examinations, a Templar named Laurent de Beaune showed a letter with the seals of Philip de Vote and John Jainville, the person set by the Pope and King over the prisoners, addressed to the Templars confined at Sens, inviting them to confess what was required, and declaring that the Pope had given orders that those who did not persevere in their confessions should be committed to the flames. Philip de Vote, on being interrogated, said that he did not believe that he had sent that letter. His seal had often lain in the hands of his secretary. He had always advised the prisoners to speak the truth. Jainville was not examined, neither was John Carpini, the bearer of the letter. De Beaune was one of the first afterwards committed to the flames. The supposition is natural that the letter was a stratagem of the king and his ministers. The master having been again brought before the commissioners, and having renewed his demand of being sent to the Pope, they promised to write to the Pope on the subject, but there is no proof of their having done so. On the 28th of March, all the Templars who had expressed their willingness to defend the order were assembled in the garden of the bishop's palace. Their number was 546. The master was not among them. The articles of accusation were then read over to them in Latin. The commissioners ordered that they should be read again to them in the vulgar tongue. But the knights all cried out that it was enough. They did not desire that such abominations, which were false and not to be named, should be repeated in the vulgar language. Again they complained of the deprivation of their religious habits and the sacraments of the Church, and desired that the master and the heads of the order should be called thither also. But this reasonable request was not complied with. In vain the master demanded to be brought before the Pope. In vain the knights required to be permitted to enjoy the presence of their chief. Neither the one nor the other suited the interest or the designs of the king. The number of the Templars in Paris soon amounted to near 900. The commissioners were desirous that they should appoint agents to manage their defense, but this they declined to do, some alleging that they could not do so without the consent of their chief, others insisting on defending the order in person. At length, after a great deal of argument and deliberation, 75 Templars were chosen to draw up the defense of the order, and the priests of the order, Renaud de Pruino and Peter of Bologna, and the knights, William de Chambonnet and Bertrand de Sartige, were appointed to be present at the deposition of the witnesses. The act of accusation against the Templars, drawn up in the name of the Pope, ran thus. At the time of their reception they were made to deny God, Christ, the Virgin, etc., in particular to declare that Christ was not the true God, but a false prophet, who had been crucified for his own crimes, and not for the redemption of the world. They spat and trampled on the cross, especially on Good Friday. They worshipped a cat which sometimes appeared in their chapters. Their priests, when celebrating Mass, did not pronounce the words of consecration. They believed that their master could absolve them from their sins. They were told at their reception that they might abandon themselves to all kinds of licentiousness. They had idols in all their provinces, some with 3 faces, some with 1. They worshipped these idols in their chapters, believed that they could save them, regarded them as the givers of wealth to the order and of fertility to the earth. They touched them with cords which they afterwards tied round their own bodies. Those who at the time of their reception would not comply with these practices were put to death or imprisoned. All this, it was stated, took place according to the statutes of the order. It was a general and ancient custom, and there was no other mode of reception. The act of accusation stated farther that the Templars stopped at no means of enriching the order. The Templars, in their reply, asserted that all these imputations were false, and that if any of them had confessed them, they had done so under terror and violence, 36 having expired by torture at Paris and several others elsewhere. The forms of law had been violated with respect to them. To obtain from them false depositions, letters of the king had been shown them declaring that the order had been condemned irrevocably and offering life, liberty, and pensions to those who would depose falsely. All these facts, said they, are so public and so notorious that there are no means or pretexts for disavowing them. The heads of accusation were nothing but falsehoods and absurdities, and the bull contained nothing but horrible, detestable, and iniquitous falsehoods. Their order was pure, and if their statutes were consulted, they would be found to be the same for all Templars and for all countries. Their belief was that of the Church. Parents brought their children, brothers each other, uncles their nephews, into the order because it was pure and holy. When in captivity to the infidels, the Templars died sooner than renounce their religion. They declared their readiness to defend their innocence in every way, and against every person except the Pope and the King, demanded to be brought personally before the General Council, required that those who had quitted the order and deposed against it should be kept in close custody till their truth or falsehood should be ascertained, and that no layman should be present to intimidate the accused when under examination. The knights, they maintained, had been struck with such terror that the false confessions made by some were less matter of surprise than the courage of those who maintained the truth was of admiration. Inquire, said they, of those who were present at the last moments of the knights who died in prison. Let their confessions be revealed, and it will be seen if the accusations are true. Is it not strange, asked they in conclusion, that more credit should be given to the lies of those who yielded to tortures or to promises than to the asseverations of those who, in defense of the truth, have died with the palm of martyrdom, of the sound majority of those knights who have suffered and still suffer so much for conscience' sake. On the 11th April 1310, the hearing of the witnesses against the order commenced. Only 21 were produced, 2 of whom did not belong to the order, the others being principally those who had persisted in their declarations before the Pope. As might be expected, all the crimes laid to the charge of the order in the papal bull were again deposed to by these men, but the commission had only got as far as the examination of the 13th witness, when the impatience of the king manifested itself in a barbarous and illegal act, which had apparently long been meditated. The Archbishop of Sens, whose suffragan the Bishop of Paris was, had died about Easter, 1309, and the Pope had reserved the nomination to himself. Philip wrote to him requiring of him to nominate Philip de Marigny, Bishop of Cambrai, brother to Enguerrand, his prime minister, alleging that his youth was no just impediment, and that his acts would prove how much he was beyond his age. The Pope, though very reluctant, was obliged to consent, and in April 1310 Marigny was installed. No time was now lost in proceeding to operation. On Sunday, May 10th, the 4 defenders of the order, learned that the Provincial Council of Sens was convoked at Paris in order to proceed against the knights individually. They took alarm and applied to the commission, which, though it did not sit on Sundays, assembled, and Peter of Bologna informed them of what he had heard. He begged that they would suffer him to read an appeal which he had drawn up. This they declined doing, but said that, if he had any defense of the order to give in, they would receive it. He forthwith laid down a written paper stating the danger which the prisoners were in dread of, appealing to the Holy See, and entreating the commission to stop the proceedings of the Archbishop and his suffragans. The defenders of the order then retired, and the further consideration of the affair was put off till after Vespers, when they reappeared and gave in an address to the Archbishop of Sens, containing an appeal to the Pope. The commissioners, however, declined interfering for the present. It is to be noticed that the defenders of the order prayed on this occasion of the commission to nominate one or more of its notaries to draw up their act of defense, because they could find no notary who would act for them, owing probably to fear of the royal displeasure or to the want of funds by the accused. On Monday and Tuesday, 2 more of the witnesses were heard. One of them, named Humbert Dupuy, declared that, having refused to acknowledge the crimes laid to the charge of the order, he had been tortured 3 times and kept for 36 weeks on bread and water in the bottom of an infected tower, by order of John de Joinville. While thus engaged, the commissioners learned to their dismay that the council was about to commit to the flames 54 of the knights who had stepped forth as the defenders of the order. They instantly sent one of their notaries and one of the keepers of the prison of the Templars to entreat the Archbishop to act with caution, as there were strong reasons for doubting the truth of the charges, and representing that the witnesses were so terrified at what they had heard of the intentions of the council that they were incapable of giving their evidence, that moreover the Templars had delivered in an appeal to the Pope. The Archbishop, who was paying the price of his elevation to a hard creditor, was not to be stopped by these considerations. He was making short work of the business. On the Monday he had a number of those who had undertaken the defense of the order brought before the council, and he interrogated them once more himself. Those of them who, having confessed, had afterwards retracted, and now persisted in their retractation, were declared to be relapsed heretics, and were delivered over to the secular arm and condemned to the flames. Those who had not confessed, and would not, were sentenced to imprisonment as unreconciled Templars. Those who persisted in their confession of the enormities laid to the charge of the order were set at liberty and called reconciled Templars. The next morning, the 54 Templars who had been declared relapsed were taken from their prison, placed in carts, and conducted to the place of execution, where they beheld the piles prepared, and the executioners standing with flaming torches in their hands. An envoy from the court was present, who proclaimed liberty and the royal favor for those who would even then retract their declarations and confess the guilt of the order. The friends and relatives of the unhappy victims crowded round them with tears and prayers, imploring of them to make the required acknowledgment and save their lives. In vain. These gallant knights, who, yielding to the anguish of torture and worn down by solitude and privations, had confessed to the truth of the most absurd charges, now that they beheld the certain limit of their sufferings, disdained to purchase by falsehood a prolongation of life to be spent in infamy and contempt. With one voice they reasserted their own innocence and that of their order. They called on God, the Virgin, and all the saints to aid and support them, raised the hymn of death, and expired amidst the tears and commiseration of the bystanders. Felons convicted on the clearest evidence will, as is well known, die asserting their innocence. But this is when they have no hope of escape remaining. Here life and liberty were offered, and the victims were implored by those whom they most loved to accept of them. May we not then assert that the men who resisted all solicitations were sincere and spoke the truth, and were supported by their confidence of being received as martyrs by that God whom they devoutly adored according to the doctrines of their church? On Wednesday, Aymeric de Villars-le-Duc, aged about 50 years, was brought before the commissioners. He was quite pallid and seemed terrified beyond measure. On the articles to which he was to depose being explained to him, he asseverated in the strongest manner his resolution to speak the truth. Then, striking his breast with his clenched hands, he bent his knees, and stretching his hands towards the altar, spake these memorable words: "I persist in maintaining that the errors imputed to the Templars are absolutely false, though I have confessed some of them myself, overcome by the tortures which Guy de Marsillac and Hugh de Selle, the king's knights, ordered to be inflicted on me. I have seen the 54 knights led in carts to be committed to the flames because they would not make the confessions which were required of them. I have heard that they were burnt, and I doubt if I could, like them, have had the noble constancy to brave the terrors of the pile. I believe that, if I were threatened with it, I should depose on oath before the Commission, and before any other persons who should interrogate me, that these same errors imputed to the order are true. I would kill God himself if it was required of me." He then earnestly implored the commissioners and the notaries who were present not to reveal to the king's officers and to the keepers of the Templars the words which had escaped him, lest they should deliver him also to the flames. Ought not these simple, honest words, the very accents of truth, to prevail with us against all the confessions procured by torture or by promises or threats, and satisfy us as to their value? The commissioners, whose conduct throughout the whole affair was regulated by humanity and justice, declared that the evening before one of the witnesses had come to them and implored of them to keep his deposition secret, on account of the danger which he ran if it should be known. And judging that in their present state of terror it would not be just to hear the witnesses, they deliberated on proroguing their session to a future period. We thus see that even the Papal Commission could not protect against the king such of the witnesses as were honest and bold enough to maintain the innocence of the order. Strict justice was therefore out of the question. Philip would have the order guilty of the most incredible crimes, and death awaited the witness who did not depose as he wished. Meantime, his agents were busily engaged in tampering with the prisoners, and by threats and promises they prevailed on 44 of them to give up their design of defending the order. On the 21st May the commissioners met, in the absence of the Archbishop of Narbonne and the Archdeacon of Trent, and, declaring their labors suspended for the present, adjourned to the 3rd November. In the interval, the conduct of the Council of Sens had been imitated in other provinces. The Archbishop of Reims held a council at Senlis, by whose sentence 9 Templars were committed to the flames. Another council was held at Pont de l'Arche by the Archbishop of Rouen, and several knights were burnt. The Bishop of Carcassonne presided at a council which delivered many victims to the secular arm. On the 18th August, the Archbishop of Sens held a second council and burned 4 knights. Thibault, Duke of Lorraine, the close friend of King Philip, put many Templars to death and seized the property of the order. On the 3rd November, 3 of the papal commissioners met at Paris. They asked if anyone wished to defend the order of the Templars. No one appearing, they adjourned to the 27th of December. On resuming their sittings, they called on William de Chambonnet and Bertrand de Sartige to give their presence at the hearing of the witnesses. These knights required the presence of Renaud de Pruino and Peter of Bologna, but were informed that these priests had solemnly and voluntarily renounced the defense of the order and revoked their retractations, that the latter had escaped from his prison and fled, and that the former could not be admitted to defend the order, as he had been degraded at the Council of Sens. The knights reiterated their refusal and retired. The commissioners then proceeded in their labors without them, and continued the examination of witnesses till the 26th of May, 1311. The whole number of persons examined before the commission amounted to 231. For the far greater part, serving brethren. Of these, about two-thirds acknowledged the truth of the principal charges against the order. The denial of Christ and spitting on the cross were very generally confessed, but many said they had spitten beside it, not on it, and also that they had denied God with their lips, not with their hearts. With respect to the head which the Templars were said to worship, as it was of some importance to prove this offense, in order to make out the charge of heresy, it was testified to by a few. Some said it was like that of a man with a long white beard, others that it was like that of a woman, and that it was said to be the head of one of the 11,000 virgins. One witness gave the following account of it, which he said he had had from a secular knight at Limisso in Cyprus. A certain nobleman was passionately in love with a maiden. Being unable, however, to overcome her repugnance to him, he took her body, when she was dead, out of her grave, and cut off her head. And while thus engaged, he heard a voice crying, "Keep it safe. Whatever looks on it will be destroyed." He did as desired, and made the first trial of it on the Grisons, an Arab tribe, which dwelt in Cyprus and the neighboring country, and whenever he uncovered the head and turned it towards any of their towns, its walls instantly fell down. He next embarked with the head for Constantinople, being resolved to destroy that city also. On the way, his nurse, out of curiosity, opened the box which contained the head. Instantly there came on a terrific storm, the ship went to pieces, and nearly all who were on board perished. The very fish vanished from that part of the sea. Another of the witnesses had heard the same story. The common tradition of the East, he said, was that in old times, before the two spiritual orders of knighthood were founded, a head used to rise in a certain whirlpool named Satalia, the appearance of which was very dangerous for the ships which happened to be near it. We are to suppose, though it does not appear that the witnesses said so, that the Templars had contrived to get possession of this formidable head. We are to observe that the witnesses who thus deposed had been picked and culled in all parts of France by the king's officers, out of those who had confessed before the different prelates and provincial councils, and who were, by threats and promises, engaged to persist in what they had said. The terror they were under was visible in their countenances, their words, and their actions. Many of them began by saying that they would not vary from what they had deposed before such a bishop or such a council. Yet even among these some were bold enough to revoke their confessions, declaring that they had been drawn from them by torture, and asserted the innocence of the order. Others retracted their confessions when brought before the commissioners, but shortly afterwards, having probably in the interval been well menaced or tortured by the king's officers, returned and retracted their retraction. The case of John de Polincourt, the 37th witness, is a remarkable instance. He began in the usual way by declaring that he would persist in his confession made before the Bishop of Amiens, touching the denial of Christ, etc. The commissioners, observing his paleness and agitation, told him to tell the truth and save his soul, and not to persist in his confession if it had not been sincere, assuring him that neither they nor their notaries would reveal anything that he said. After a pause he replied, "I declare then, on peril of my soul, and on the oath which I have taken, that at the time of my reception I neither denied God nor spat upon the cross, nor committed any of the indecencies of which we are accused, and was not required so to do. It is true that I have made confessions before the inquisitors, but it was through the fear of death, and because Gilles de Rotangy had, with tears, said to me, and many others who were with me in prison at Montreuil, that we should pay for it with our lives, if we did not assist by our confessions to destroy the order. I yielded, and afterwards I wished to confess myself to the Bishop of Amiens. He referred me to a Minoret friar. I accused myself of this falsehood and obtained absolution on condition that I would make no more false depositions in this affair. I tell you the truth. I persist in attesting it before you. Come what may of it, I prefer my soul to my body." Nothing can bear more plainly the character of truth than this declaration. Yet 3 days afterwards the witness came back, revoked it all, spoke of the cat which used to appear in the chapters, and said that, if the order had not been abolished, he would have quitted it. Had he not been well menaced and tortured in the interim? The examination of Peter de la Palu, a bachelor in theology of the Order of the Preachers, the 201st witness, brought from him these remarkable words: "I have been present at the examination of several Templars, some of whom confessed many of the things contained in the said articles, and some others totally denied them, and for many reasons it appeared to me that greater credit was to be given to those who denied than to those who confessed." Chapter 11. Examinations in England, Germany, Spain, Italy, Naples and Provence, Sicily, Cyprus, meeting of the Council of Vienne, suppression of the order, fate of its members, death of Molay. The time fixed for the meeting of the Council at Vienne was now at hand, in which the fate of the order was to be decided. Before we proceed to narrate its acts, we will briefly state the result of the examinations of the Templars in other countries. The Pope sent, as his judges, to England, Dieudonné, Abbot of Lagny, and Sicard de Vaux, Canon of Narbonne, and the examinations commenced at York, London, Lincoln, and other places on the 25th of November, 1309. The inquiry continued till the council held in London in 1311. The number of Templars examined was 228. That of the witnesses against the order was 72, almost all Carmelites, minorities, Dominicans, and Augustinians, the natural foes of the order. The Templars were treated with great mildness, and in England, Ireland, and Scotland they were unanimous and constant in their assertion of the innocence of the order. The evidence against the order was almost all hearsay. Its nature will be shown by the following specimens. John de Goderau, a minorite, had heard that Robert de Raxat, a Templar, had once gone about a meadow crying, "Woe, woe is me, that ever I was born! I have been forced to deny God and give myself up to the devil." A Templar had said to William de Burney, in the presence of several respectable people at the funeral of the parish priest of Duxworth, near Cambridge, that a man has no more a soul after death than a dog. John de Ure, a secular knight, said that he once invited the prior William de Fenn to dine with him. After dinner the prior took from his bosom a book and gave it to the knight's lady to read. She found on a paper which was fastened into the book the following words: "Christ was not the Son of God, nor born of a virgin, but conceived by Mary, the wife of Joseph, in the same way as all other men. Christ was not a true but a false prophet, and was crucified for his own crimes, and not for the redemption of mankind," etc. The lady showed this paper to her husband, who spoke to the prior, who only laughed at it. But being brought before a court of justice, he confessed the truth, excusing himself on the grounds of his being illiterate and ignorant of what the book contained. Robert of Otteringham, a minorite, said, "One evening my prior did not appear at table, as relics were come from Palestine, which he wished to show the brethren. About midnight I heard a confused noise in the chapel. I got up, and looking through the keyhole, saw that it was lighted. In the morning I asked a brother who was the saint in whose honor they had celebrated the festival during the night. He turned pale with terror, thinking I had seen something, and said, 'Ask me not, and if you value your life, say nothing of it before the superiors.' Another witness said that the son of a Templar had peeped through the slits of the door into the chapter room and seen a new member put to death for hesitating to deny Christ. Long afterwards, being asked by his father to become a Templar, he refused, telling what he had seen. His father instantly slew him. John of Gurcha, a Minorita, was told by a woman named Agnes Lovecoat, who said she had it from Exvalethus, prior in London, that when in one of the chapters a brother had refused to spit on the cross, they suspended him in a well and covered it up. This witness also deposed to some other enormities, which he said he had heard of from the same woman, herself speaking from hearsay. In June 1310, the Pope wrote to King Edward, blaming his lenity and calling on him to employ the torture in order to elicit the truth. The Council of London, after a long discussion, ordered it to be employed, but so as not to mutilate the limbs or cause an incurable wound or violent effusion of blood. The knights persisted in asserting their innocence. In Germany, the different prelates examined the Templars in their respective dioceses. Nothing was elicited. At Mentz, the order was pronounced innocent. The Wild Graf Frederick, preceptor on the Rhine, offered to undergo the ordeal of glowing iron. He had known the master intimately in the East and believed him to be as good a Christian as any man. The Templars in the Spanish peninsula were examined, and witnesses heard for and against them in Castile, Leon, Aragon, and Portugal, and nothing was proved against them. The Council of Tarragona in Aragon, after applying the torture, pronounced the order free from the stain of heresy. At the Council of Medina del Campo in Leon, one witness said that he had heard that when some minorities visited the preceptor at Villalpando, they found him reading a little book which he instantly locked up in 3 boxes, saying, "This book might fall into hands where it may be very dangerous to the order." The influence of the Pope may be supposed to have been stronger in Italy than in the countries above mentioned, and accordingly we find that declarations similar to those made in France were given there. Yet it was at Florence that the adoration of the idols, the cat, etc., was most fully acknowledged. In the patrimony of St. Peter, some confessions to the same effect were made, but at Bologna, Cesena, and Ancona, nothing transpired. 9 Templars maintained the innocence of the order before the Council of Ravenna. It was debated whether the torture should be employed. 2 Dominican inquisitors were for it. The remainder of the council declared against it. It was decreed that the innocent should be absolved, the guilty punished according to law. Those who had revoked the confessions made under torture or through fear of it were to be regarded as innocent, a very different rule from that acted on by King Philip. Charles II of Anjou, the relation of King Philip, and the enemy of the Templars, who were on the side of Frederick, King of Sicily, had the Templars seized and examined in Provence and Naples. Those examined in Provence were all serving brethren, and some of them testified to the impiety and idolatry of the order. 2 Templars were examined at Brindisi, in the Kingdom of Naples, in June 1310. One had denied the cross in Cyprus, he said, 6 years after he had entered the order. The other had trampled on the cross at the time of his reception. He, as well as others, had bowed down and worshipped a gray cat in the chapters. In Sicily, 6 Templars, the only ones who were arrested, deposed against the order. One of them said he had been received in the unlawful way in Catalonia, where, as we have just seen, the innocence of the order was fully recognized. His evidence was full of absurdity. He said the cat had not appeared for a long time in the chapters, but that the ancient statutes of Damietta said that it used to appear and be worshipped. In Cyprus, 110 witnesses were examined. 75 belonged to the order and maintained its innocence. The testimony of the remainder was also in favor of it. We thus find that, in every place beyond the sphere of the influence of the King of France and his creature the Pope, the innocence of the order was maintained and acknowledged. And undoubtedly the same would have been the case in France if the proceedings against it had been regulated by justice and the love of truth. The time appointed for the meeting of the General Council was now arrived. On the 1st October 1311 the Pope came to Vienne, which is a short distance from the city of Lyons, and found there 114 bishops, besides several other prelates, already assembled. On the 13th, the anniversary of the arrest of the Templars 4 years before, the council commenced its sittings in the cathedral. The Pope, in his opening speech, stated the grounds of its having been convoked, namely, the process against the Templars, the support of the Holy Land, the reformation of the Church. The bishops of Soissons, Mende, Leon, and Aquila, who had been appointed to draw up a report of the result of the different examinations respecting the order, read it before the assembled fathers, who then once more invited any Templars who wished to defend the order to appear. Though the order was now broken up and persecuted, and numbers of its ablest members dead or languishing in dungeons with their superiors, yet 9 knights had the courage to come forward in defense of their order and present themselves before the council as the representatives of from 1,500 to 2,000 Templars who were still dwelling or rather lurking in Lyons and its vicinity. The Pope was not present when they appeared, but his letter of the 11th November shows how he acted when he heard that defenders of the order had presented themselves. Clement had these brave knights arrested and thrown into prison, and in real or affected terror at the number of Templars at large, he took additional precautions for the security of his person and counseled the king to do the same. To the honor of the assembled fathers, they refused to sanction this flagrant act of injustice. The prelates of Spain, Germany, Denmark, England, Ireland, and Scotland without exception, the Italians, all but one, the French, with the exception of the archbishops of Reims, Sens, and Rouen, declared, but in vain, for admitting the Templars and hearing their defense. Instead of complying with this demand of justice and humanity, Clement suddenly put an end to the session. The winter passed away in arguments and negotiations. Philip, whose practice it was always to look after his affairs himself, deeming his presence necessary at Vienne, set out for that place, where he arrived early in February, accompanied by his 3 sons, his brother, and several nobles and men-at-arms. The effect of his presence was soon perceptible. The Pope assembled the cardinals and several other prelates in a secret consistory and abolished the order by his sole authority on the 22nd March, 1313. The second session of the council was opened on the 3rd April with great solemnity. The King of France, his sons, and his brother gave their presence at it, and the royal guards appeared for honor, for protection, or for intimidation. The Pope read his bull of abolition. All present listened in silence. No one ventured to raise his voice in the cause of justice. The wealthy and powerful order of the Knights of the Temple was suppressed. On the 2nd May the bull was published, and the order as such ceased to exist. The order being suppressed, persecution became needless, and it consequently ceased in a great measure. The king and the Pope converted to their own use the movable property of the order in France. Its other possessions were, sorely against the will of the king, assigned to the order of the Hospitallers, who were, however, obliged to pay such large fines to the king and Pope as completely impoverished them. This extended to all countries except the Spanish peninsula and Majorca. The property of the Templars in Aragon was given to the Order of Our Lady of Montesa, which was founded in 1317. Its destination was to combat the Moors. Its habit was similar to that of the Templars, and it might, therefore, be almost called the same order. Diniz, the able and enlightened King of Portugal, did not suppress the order, whose innocence his prelates had recognized. To yield a show of obedience to the papal will, he made it change its name, and the great prior of the Templars in Portugal became the Master of the Order of Christ, which has continued to the present times. With respect to the remaining Templars who were in prison, it was ordered in council that those who should be found guiltless should be set at liberty and maintained out of the property of the order, that the guilty, if they confessed and lamented their offenses, should be treated with mildness, if they did not, dealt with according to the ecclesiastical law and kept in custody in the former temple houses and in the convents. Those who had escaped were, if they did not appear within a year before the council or their diocesan, to be excommunicated. Most of the knights were immediately set at liberty, but the property of the order was all gone, and no means of support remained for them. They were, therefore, reduced to the greatest distress, and many of them obliged to submit to the most menial employment in order to gain a livelihood. A great number were received into the Order of St. John on the same footing as they had stood on in their own order, a strong proof that the guilt of the Order of the Templars was not, by any means, regarded as proved. Gradually, as the members died off or merged into other orders, the name of the Templars fell into oblivion, or was only recollected with pity for their unmerited fate. While the noble order over which he had presided was thus suppressed, its members scattered, its property bestowed on others, the master, James de Molay, with his 3 companions, the great prior of Normandy, Hugh de Perrault, visitor of France, and Guy, brother to the Dauphin of Auvergne, still languished in prison. Molay had there but one attendant, his cook. The allowance made to him was barely sufficient to procure him common necessaries, and life had now lost all its value in his eyes. The Pope at length determined to inform the captives of the fate destined for them. A papal commission, composed of the Bishop of Alba and 2 other cardinals, proceeded to Paris, not to hear the prisoners, but, taking their guilt for proved, to pronounce their sentence. To give all publicity to this act, probably in accordance with the desire of the king, a stage was erected in front of the church of Notre Dame, on which the 3 commissioners, with the Archbishop of Sens and several other prelates, took their places on the 18th of March, 1314. An immense concourse of people stood around. The 4 noble prisoners were conducted from their dungeons and led up on the stage. The Cardinal of Alba read out their former confessions and pronounced the sentence of perpetual imprisonment. He was then proceeding to expose the guilt of the order when the master interrupted him and thus spoke, taking all the spectators to witness. "It is just that, in so terrible a day, and in the last moments of my life, I should discover all the iniquity of falsehood and make the truth to triumph. I declare then, in the face of heaven and earth, and acknowledge, though to my eternal shame, that I have committed the greatest of crimes. But it has been the acknowledging of those which have been so foully charged on the order. I attest, and truth obliges me to attest, that it is innocent. I made the contrary declaration only to suspend the excessive pains of torture and to mollify those who made me endure them. I know the punishments which have been inflicted on all the knights who had the courage to revoke a similar confession. But the dreadful spectacle which is presented to me is not able to make me confirm one lie by another. The life offered me on such infamous terms I abandon without regret." Molay was followed by Guy in his assertion of the innocence of the order. The other 2 remained silent. The commissioners were confounded and stopped. The intelligence was conveyed to the king, who, instantly calling his council together without any spiritual person being present, condemned the 2 knights to the flames. A pile was erected on that point of the islet in the Seine, where afterwards was erected the statue of Henry IV, and the following day Molay and his companion were brought forth and placed upon it. They still persisted in their assertion of the innocence of the order. The flames were first applied to their feet, then to their more vital parts. The fetid smell of their burning flesh infected the surrounding air and added to their torments. Yet still they persevered in their declarations. At length death terminated their misery. The spectators shed tears at the view of their constancy, and during the night their ashes were gathered up to be preserved as relics. It is mentioned as a tradition by some historians that Molay, ere he expired, summoned Clement to appear within 40 days before the supreme judge, and Philip to the same tribunal within the space of a year. The pontiff actually did die of a colic on the night of the 19th of the following month, and, the church in which his body was laid taking fire, the corpse was half consumed. The king, before the year had elapsed, died of a fall from his horse. Most probably it was these events which gave rise to the tradition, which testifies the general belief of the innocence of the Templars. It was also remarked that all the active persecutors of the order perished by premature or violent deaths. It remains to discuss the 2 following points. Did the religio-military order of the Knights Templars hold a secret doctrine subversive of religion and morality? Has the order been continued down to our own days? We have seen what the evidence against the Templars was, and it is very plain that such evidence would not be admitted in any modern court of justice. It was either hearsay or given by persons utterly unworthy of credit, or wrung from the accused by agony and torture. The articles themselves are absurd and contradictory. Are we to believe that the same men had adopted the pure deism of the Mohammedans, and were guilty of a species of idolatry almost too gross for the lowest superstition? But when did this corruption commence among the Templars? Were those whom Saint Bernard praised as models of Christian zeal and piety, and whom the whole Christian world admired and revered, engaged in a secret conspiracy against religion and government? Yes, boldly replies Hammer, the two humble and pious knights who founded the order were the pupils and secret allies of the Mohammedan Ismaïlites. This was going too far for Wielik, and he thinks that the guilt of introducing the secret doctrine lies on the chaplains. For he could discern that the doctrines of Gnosticism, which the Templars are supposed to have held, were beyond the comprehension of illiterate knights, who, though they could fight and pray, were but ill qualified to enter into the mazes of mystic metaphysics. According, therefore, to one party, the whole order was corrupt from top to bottom. According to another, the secrets were confined to a few, and, contrary to all analogy, the heads of the order were frequently in ignorance of them. Neither offer anything like evidence in support of their assumption. The real guilt of the Templars was their wealth and their pride. The last alienated the people from them, the former excited the cupidity of the King of France. Far be it from us to maintain that the morals of the Templars were purer than those of the other religious orders. With such ample means as they possessed of indulging all their appetites and passions, it would be contrary to all experience to suppose that they always restrained them, and we will even concede that some of their members were obnoxious to charges of deism, impiety, breaches of their religious vows, and gross licentiousness. We only deny that such were the rules of the order. Had they not been so devoted as they were to the Holy See, they would perhaps have come down to us as unsullied as the Knights of St. John. But they sided with Pope Boniface against Philip the Fair, and a subservient pontiff sacrificed to his own avarice and personal ambition the most devoted adherents of the court of Rome. We make little doubt that anyone who coolly and candidly considers the preceding account of the manner in which the order was suppressed will readily concede that the guilt of its members was anything but proved. It behoves their modern impugners to furnish some stronger proofs than any they have as yet brought forward. The chief adversary of the Templars at the present day is a writer whose veracity and love of justice are beyond suspicion, and who has earned for himself enduring fame by his labors in the field of Oriental literature, but in whose mind, as his most partial friends must allow, learning and imagination are apt to overbalance judgment and philosophy. He has been replied to by Renoir, Munter, and other able advocates of the Knights. We now come to the question of the continuance of the order to the present day. That it has in some sort been transmitted to our times is a matter of no doubt, for, as we have just seen, the King of Portugal formed the Order of Christ out of the Templars in his dominions. But our readers are no doubt aware that the Freemasons assert a connection with the Templars, and that there is a society calling themselves Templars, whose chief seat is at Paris, and whose branches extend into England and other countries. The account which they give of themselves is as follows. James de Molay, in the year 1314, in anticipation of his speedy martyrdom, appointed Johannes Marcus Lormenius to be his successor in his dignity. This appointment was made by a regular, well-authenticated charter bearing the signatures of the various chiefs of the order, and it is still preserved at Paris, together with the statutes, archives, banners, etc., of the soldiery of the Temple. There has been an unbroken succession of Grand Masters down to the present times, among whom are to be found some of the most illustrious names in France. Bertrand du Guesclin was Grand Master for a number of years. The dignity was sustained by several of the Montmorencys, and during the last century, the heads of the society were princes of the different branches of the House of Bourbon. Bernard Raymond Fabre Palaprat is its head at present, at least was so a few years ago. This is no doubt a very plausible circumstantial account, but on applying the ethereal spear of criticism to it, various ugly shapes resembling falsehood start up. Thus Molay, we are told, appointed his successor in 1314. He was put to death on the 18th of March of that year, and the order had been abolished nearly a year before. Why then did he delay so long, and why was he become so apprehensive of martyrdom at that time, especially when, as is well known, there was then no intention of putting him to death? Again, where were the chiefs of the society at that time? How many of them were living? And how could they manage to assemble in the dungeon of Molay and execute a formal instrument? Moreover, was it not repugnant to the rules and customs of the Templars for a master to appoint his successor? These are a few of the objections which we think may be justly made, and on the whole, we feel strongly disposed to reject the whole story. As to the Freemasons, we incline to think that it was the accidental circumstance of the name of the Templars which has led them to claim a descent from that order. And it is possible that, if the same fate had fallen on the Knights of St. John, the claim had never been set up. We are very far from denying that at the time of the suppression of the Order of the Temple, there was a secret doctrine in existence, and that the overthrow of the papal power, with its idolatry, superstition, and impiety, was the object aimed at by those who held it, and that Freemasonry may possibly be that doctrine under another name. But we are perfectly convinced that no proof of any weight has been given of the Templars' participation in that doctrine, and that all probability is on the other side. We regard them, in fine, whatever their sins may have been, as martyrs, martyrs to the cupidity, bloodthirstiness, and ambition of the King of France. The Secret Tribunals of Westphalia. Chapter 1. Introduction. The original Westphalia, conquest of the Saxons by Charlemagne, his regulations, Dukes of Saxony, State of Germany, Henry the Lion, his outlawry, consequences of it, origin of German towns, origin of the Fehm-gerichte, or secret tribunals, theories of their origin of their name, synonymous terms. We are now arrived at an association remarkable in itself, but which has been, by the magic arts of romancers, especially of the great archimage of the North, enveloped in darkness, mystery, and awe, far beyond the degree in which such a poetical investiture can be bestowed upon it by the calm inquirer after truth. The gloom of midnight will rise to the mind of many a reader at the name of the Secret Tribunals of Westphalia, a dimly lighted cavern beneath the walls of some castle or peradventure Swiss hostelry, wherein sit black-robed judges in solemn silence, will be present to his imagination, and he is prepared with breathless anxiety to peruse the details of deeds without a name. We fear that we cannot promise the full gratification of these high-wrought expectations. Extraordinary as the secret tribunals really were, we can only view them as an instance of that compensating principle which may be discerned in the morale as well as in the natural empire of the deity. For during the most turbulent and lawless period of the history of Germany, almost the sole check on crime, in a large portion of that country, was the salutary terror of these Fehm-gerichte, or secret tribunals. And those readers who have taken their notions of them only from works of fiction will learn with surprise that no courts of justice at the time exceeded, or perhaps we might say equaled, them in the equity of their proceedings. Unfortunately, their history is involved in much obscurity, and we cannot, as in the case of the two preceding societies, clearly trace this association from its first formation to the time when it became evanescent and faded from the view. While it flourished, the dread and the fear of it weighed too heavily on the minds of men to allow them to venture to pry into its mysteries. Certain and instantaneous death was the portion of the stranger who was seen at any place where a tribunal was sitting, or who dared so much as to look into the books which contained the laws and ordinances of the society. Death was also the portion of any member of the society who revealed its secrets. And so strongly did this terror, or a principle of honor, operate, that, as Annius Silvius, afterwards Pope Pius II, the secretary of the Emperor Frederick III, assures us, though the number of the members usually exceeded 100,000, no motive had ever induced a single one to be faithless to his trust. Still, however, sufficient materials are to be found for satisfying all reasonable curiosity on the subject. To ascertain the exact and legal sphere of the operation of this formidable jurisdiction, and to point out its most probable origin, are necessary preliminaries to an account of its constitution and its proceedings. We shall therefore commence with the consideration of these points. Westphalia, then, was the birthplace of this institution, and over Westphalia alone did it exercise authority. But the Westphalia of the Middle Ages did not exactly correspond with that of the later times. In a general sense, it comprehended the country between the Rhine and the Weser. Its southern boundary was the mountains of Hesse, its northern, the district of Friesland, which at that time extended from Holland to Schleswig. In the records and law books of the Middle Ages, this land bears the mystic appellation of the Red Earth, a name derived, as one writer thinks, from the gules, or red, which was the color of the field in the ducal shield of Saxony. Another regards it as synonymous with the bloody earth, and a third hints that it may owe its origin to the red color of the soil in some districts of Westphalia. This land formed a large portion of the country of the Saxons, who, after a gallant resistance of 30 years, were forced to submit to the sway of Charlemagne and to embrace the religion of their conqueror. The Saxons had hitherto lived in a state of rude independence, and their dukes and princes possessed little or no civil power, being merely the presidents in their assemblies and their leaders in war. Charlemagne thought it advisable to abolish this dignity altogether, and he extended to the country of the Saxons the French system of counts and counties. Each count was merely a royal officer who exercised in the district over which he was placed the civil and military authority. The missi dominici, or regi, were dispatched from the court to hold their visitations in Saxony, as well as in the other dominions of Charles, and at these persons of all classes might appear and prefer their complaints to the representative of the king if they thought themselves aggrieved by the count or any of the inferior officers. In the reign of Louis the German, the excellent institutions of Charlemagne had begun to fall into desuetude. Anarchy and violence had greatly increased. The incursions of the Northmen had become most formidable, and the Wends also gave great disturbance to Germany. The Saxon land being the part most immediately exposed to invasion, the emperor resolved to revive the ancient dignity of dukes and to place the district under one head, who might direct the energies of the whole people against the invaders. The duke was a royal lieutenant, like the counts, only differing from them in the extent of the district over which he exercised authority. The first Duke of Saxony was Count Ludolf, the founder of Gandersheim. On his death the dignity was conferred on his son Bruno, who, being slain in the bloody battle of Ebsdorf, fought against the Northmen, was succeeded by his younger brother Otto, the father of Henry the Fowler. On the failure of the German branch of the Carlovingians, the different nations which composed the Germanic body appointed Conrad the Franconian to be their supreme head. For a new enemy, the Magyars, or Hungarians, now harassed the empire, and energy was demanded from its chief. Of this Conrad himself was so convinced that when dying, after a short reign, he recommended to the choice of the electors, not his own brother, but Henry the Fowler, Duke of Saxony, who had, in his conflicts with the Wends and the Northmen, given the strongest proofs of his talents and valor. Henry was chosen, and the measures adopted by him during his reign and the defeat of the Hungarians justified the act of his elevation. On the death of Henry, his son Otto, afterwards justly styled the Great, was unanimously chosen to succeed him in the imperial dignity. Otto conferred the Duchy of Saxony on Hermann Billung. From their constant warfare with the Wends and the Northmen, the Saxons were now esteemed the most valiant nation in Germany, and they were naturally the most favored by the emperors of the House of Saxony. This line ending with Henry II. In 1024, the scepter passed to that of Franconia, under which, and the succeeding line of Suabia, owing to the contests with the popes about investitures and to various other causes, the imperial power greatly declined in Germany. Anarchy and feuds prevailed to an alarming extent. The castles of the nobles became dens of robbers, and law and justice were nowhere to be found. The most remarkable event of this disastrous period, and one closely connected with our subject, is the outlawry of Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony and Bavaria. Magnus, the last of the Billungs of Saxony, died, leaving only 2 daughters, of whom the eldest was married to Henry the Black, Duke of Bavaria, who consequently had, according to the maxims of that age, a right to the Duchy of Saxony, but the Emperor Henry V refused to admit his claim and conferred it on Lothair of Supplenburg. As, however, Henry the Black's son, Henry the Proud, was married to the only daughter of Lothair, and this prince succeeded Henry V. In the Empire, Henry found no difficulty in obtaining the Duchy of Saxony from his father-in-law, who also endeavored to have him chosen his successor in the imperial dignity. But the other princes were jealous of him, and on the death of Lothair they hastily elected Conrad of Suabia, who, under the pretext that no duke should possess 2 duchies, called on Henry to resign either Saxony or Bavaria. On his refusal, Conrad, in conjunction with the princes of the Empire, pronounced them both forfeited, and conferred Bavaria on the Margraf of Austria, and Saxony on Albert the Bear, the son of the second daughter of Duke Magnus of Saxony. Saxony was, however, afterwards restored by Conrad to Henry the Lion, son of Henry the Proud, and Conrad's successor, Frederick Barbarossa, gave him again Bavaria. Henry had himself carried his arms from the Elbe to the Baltic and conquered a considerable territory from the Wends, which he regarded as his own peculiar principality. He was now master of the greater part of Germany, and it was quite evident that he must either obtain the imperial dignity or fall. His pride and his severity made him many enemies, but as he had no child but a daughter who was married to a cousin of the emperor, his power was regarded without much apprehension. It was, however, the ambition of Henry to be the father of a race of heroes, and, after the fashion of those times, he divorced his wife and espoused Matilda, daughter of Henry II of England, by whom he had 4 sons. Owing to this and other circumstances, all friendly feeling ceased between Henry and the emperor, whom, however, he accompanied on the expedition to Italy, which terminated in the Battle of Legnano. But he suddenly drew off his forces and quitted the imperial army on the way, and Frederick, imputing the ill success which he met with in a great measure to the conduct of the Duke of Saxony, was, on his return to Germany, in a mood to lend a ready ear to any charges against him. These did not fail soon to pour in. The Saxon clergy, over whom he had arrogated a right of investiture, appeared as his principal accusers. Their charges, which were partly true, partly false, were listened to by Frederick and the princes of the empire, and the downfall of Henry was resolved upon. He was thrice summoned, but in vain, to appear and answer the charges made against him. He was summoned a 4th time, but to as little purpose. The sentence of outlawry was then formally pronounced at Würzburg. He denied the legality of the sentence and attempted to oppose its execution. Several counts stood by him in his resistance, but he was forced to submit and sue for grace at Erfurt. The emperor pardoned him and permitted him to retain his allodial property on condition of his leaving Germany for 3 years. He was deprived of all his imperial fiefs, which were immediately bestowed upon others. In the division of the spoil of Henry the Lion, Saxony was cut up into pieces. A large portion of it went to the Archbishop of Cologne, and Bernhard of Anhalt, son of Albert the Bear, obtained a considerable part of the remainder. The supremacy over Holstein, Mecklenburg, and Pomerania ceased, and Lübeck became a free imperial city. All the archbishops, bishops, counts, and barons seized as much as they could and became immediate vassals of the empire. Neither Bernhard nor the Archbishop of Cologne was able completely to establish his power over the portion assigned him, and lawless violence everywhere prevailed. There was no king in Israel, and everyone did that which was right in his own eyes, is the language of the chronicler. We here again meet an instance of the compensatory principle which prevails in the arrangements of Providence. It was the period of turbulence and anarchy succeeding the outlawry of Henry the Lion, which gave an impulse to the building or enlarging of towns in the north of Germany. The Free Germans, as described by Tacitus, scorned to be pent up within walls and ditches, and their descendants in Saxony would seem to have inherited their sentiments, for there were no towns in that country till the time of Henry the Fowler. As a security against the Northmen, the Slavs, and the Magyars, this monarch caused pieces of land to be enclosed by earthen walls and ditches, within which was collected a third part of the produce of the surrounding country, and in which he made every 9th man of the population fix his residence. The courts of justice were held in these places to give them consequence, and, their strength augmenting with their population, they became towns capable of resisting the attacks of the enemy and of giving shelter and defense to the people of the open country. Other towns, such as Münster, Osnabrück, Osnaburg, Paderborn, and Minden, grew up gradually from the desire of the people to dwell close to abbeys, churches, and episcopal residences, whence they might obtain succor in time of temporal or spiritual need, and derive protection from the reverence shown to the Church. A third class of towns owed their origin to the stormy period of which we now write. For the people of the open country, the victims of oppression and tyranny, fled to where they might, in return for their obedience, meet with some degree of protection, and erected their houses at the foot of the castle of some powerful nobleman. These towns gradually increased in power with the favor of the emperors who, like other monarchs, viewing in them allies against the excessive power of the Church and the nobility, gladly bestowed on them extensive privileges. And from these originated the celebrated Hanseatic League, to which almost every town of any importance in Westphalia belonged, either mediately or immediately. But the growth of cities, and the prosperity and the better system of social regulation which they presented, were not the only beneficial effects which resulted from the overthrow of the power of Henry the Lion. There is every reason to conclude that it was at this period that the Fehm-gerichte, or secret tribunals, were instituted in Westphalia. At least, the earliest document in which there is any clear and express mention of them is dated in the year 1267. This is an instrument by which Engelbert, Count of the Mark, frees one Gervin of Kinkenrode from the feudal obligations for his inheritance of Broek, which was in the county of Mark, and it is declared to have been executed at a place named Burle, the court being presided over by Bernhard of Hennedorp, and the Feminotes being present. By the Feminotes were at all times understood the initiated in the secrets of the Westphalian tribunals, so that we have here a clear and decisive proof of the existence of these tribunals at that time. In another document, dated 1280, the Feminotes again appear as witnesses, and after this time the mention of them becomes frequent. We thus find that, in little more than half a century after the outlawry of Henry the Lion, the Fehm-gerichte were in operation in Westphalia, and there is not the slightest allusion to them before that date, or any proof, at all convincing, to be produced in favor of their having been an earlier institution. Are we not, therefore, justified in adopting the opinion of those who place their origin in the first half of the 13th century, and ascribe it to the anarchy and confusion consequent on the removal of the power which had hitherto kept within bounds the excesses of the nobles and the people? And is it a conjecture altogether devoid of probability that some courageous and upright men may have formed a secret determination to apply a violent remedy to the intolerable evils which afflicted the country, and to have adopted those expedients for preserving the public peace, out of which gradually grew the secret tribunals? Or that some powerful prince of the country, acting from purely selfish motives, devised the plan of the society and appointed his judges to make the first essay of it? Still, it must be confessed that the origin of the Fehm-gerichte is involved in the same degree of obscurity which hangs over that of the Hanseatic League, and so many other institutions of the Middle Ages, and little hopes can be entertained of this obscurity ever being totally dispelled. Conjecture will, therefore, ever have free scope of the subject, and the opinion which we have just expressed ourselves as inclined to adopt is only one of 9 which have been already advanced on it. 4 of these carry back the origin of the Fehm-gerichte to the time of Charlemagne, making them to have been either directly instituted by that great prince, or to have gradually grown out of some of his other institutions for the better governing of his states. A 5th places their origin in the latter half of the 11th century, and regards them as an invention of the Westphalian clergy for forwarding the views of the popes in their attempt to arrive at dominion over all temporal princes. A 6th ascribes the institution to Saint Engelbert, Archbishop of Cologne, to whom the Emperor Frederick II committed the administration of affairs in Germany during his own absence in Sicily, and who was distinguished for his zeal in the persecution of heretics. He modeled it, the advocates of this opinion say, on that of the Inquisition, which had lately been established. The 7th and 8th theories are undeserving of notice. On the others we shall make a few remarks. The first writers who mention the Fehm-gerichte are Henry of Hervorden, a Dominican, who wrote against them in the reign of the Emperor Charles IV, about the middle of the 14th century, and Aeneas Sylvius, the secretary of Frederick III, a century later. These writers are among those who refer the origin of the Fehm-gerichte to Charlemagne, and such was evidently the current opinion of the time, an opinion studiously disseminated by the members of the society who sought to give it consequence in the eyes of the emperor and people, by associating it with the memory of the illustrious monarch of the West. There is, however, neither external testimony nor internal probability to support that opinion. Eginhard, the secretary and biographer of Charlemagne, and all the other contemporary writers are silent on the subject. The valuable fragments of the ancient Saxon laws collected in the 12th century make not the slightest allusion to these courts, and, in fine, their spirit and mode of procedure are utterly at variance with the Carlovingian institutions. As to the hypothesis which makes Archbishop Engelbert the author of the Fehm-gerichte, it is entirely unsupported by external evidence, and has nothing in its favor but the coincidence, in point of time, of Engelbert's administration with the first account which we have of this jurisdiction, and the similarity which it bore in the secrecy of its proceedings to that of the Holy Inquisition, a resemblance easy to be accounted for without any necessity for having recourse to the supposition of the one being borrowed from the other. We can therefore only say with certainty that, in the middle of the 13th century, the Fehm-gerichte were existing and in operation in the country which we have described as the Westphalia of the Middle Ages. To this we may add that this jurisdiction extended over the whole of that country and was originally confined to it, all the courts in other parts of Germany, which bore a resemblance to the Westphalian Fehm-gerichte, being of a different character and nature. It remains, before proceeding to a description of these tribunals, to give some account of the origin of their name, And here again we find ourselves involved in as much difficulty and uncertainty as when inquiring into the origin of the society itself. Almost every word in the German and cognate languages which bears the slightest resemblance to the word Fehm has been given by some writer or other as its true etymon. It is unnecessary, in the present sketch of the history of the Fehm-gerichte, to discuss the merits of each of the claimants. We shall content ourselves with remarking that, among those which appear to have most probability in their favor, is the Latin Fama, which was first proposed by Leibniz. At the time when we have most reason for supposing these tribunals to have been instituted, the Germans were familiar with the language of the civil and canonical laws. The Fehm-gerichte departed from the original maxim of German law, which was, no accuser, no judge, and, in imitation of those foreign laws, proceeded on common fame and without any formal accusation against persons suspected of crime or of evil courses. Moreover, various tribunals, not in Westphalia, which proceeded in the same manner on common report, were also called Fehm-gerichte, which may therefore be interpreted Fehm tribunals, or such as did not, according to the old German rule, require a formal accusation, but proceeded to the investigation of the truth of any charge which common fame or general report made against any person, a dangerous mode of proceeding, no doubt, and one liable to the greatest abuse, but which the lawless state of Germany at that period, and the consequent impunity which great criminals would else have enjoyed, from the fear of them, which would have kept back accusers and witnesses, perhaps abundantly justified. It is proper to observe, however, that Fehm appears to be an old German word, signifying condemnation, and it is far from being unlikely, after all, that the Fehm-gerichte may mean merely the tribunals of condemnation, in other words, courts for the punishment of crime, or what we should call criminal courts. The Fehm-gerichte was not the only name which these tribunals bore. They were also called Fehm-ding, the word ding being, in the Middle Ages, equivalent to Gericht, or tribunal. They were also called the Westphalian tribunals, as they could only be holden in the Red Land, or Westphalia, and only Westphalians were amenable to their jurisdiction. They were further styled free seats, Freistühle, Stuhl also being the same as Gericht, free tribunals, etc., as only freemen were subject to them. A Freigericht, however, was not a convertible term with a Westphalian Fehm-gericht. The former was the genus, the latter the species. They are in the records also named secret tribunals, heimliche Gerichte, and silent tribunals, Stillgerichte, from the secrecy of their proceedings, forbidden tribunals, verbotene Gerichte, the reason of which name is not very clear. Carolinian tribunals, as having been, as was believed, instituted by Charles the Great. Also the free ban, which last word was equivalent to jurisdiction. A Fehm-gericht was also termed a heimliche Acht, and a heimliche beschlossene Acht, secret and secret closed tribunal, Acht also being the same as Gericht or tribunal. Chapter 2, the Tribunal-Lord, the Count, the Schuppen, the Messengers, the Public Court, the Secret Tribunal, extent of its jurisdiction, places of holding the courts, time of holding them, proceedings in them, process where the criminal was caught in the fact, Inquisitorial Process. Having traced the origin of the Fehm-gerichte and their various appellations, as far as the existing documents and other evidences admit, we are now to describe the constitution and procedure of these celebrated tribunals, and to ascertain who were the persons that composed them, whence their authority was derived, and over what classes of persons their jurisdiction extended. Even in the periods of greatest anarchy in Germany, the emperor was regarded as the fountain of all judicial power and authority, more particularly where it extended to the right of inflicting capital punishment. The Fehm-gerichte, therefore, regarded the emperor as their head, from whom they derived all the power which they possessed, and acknowledged his right to control and modify their constitution and decisions. These rights of the emperors we shall in the sequel describe at length. Between the emperor and the Westphalian tribunal lords, Stuhlherren, as they were styled, that is, lay and ecclesiastical territorial lords, there was no intermediate authority until the 14th century, when the Archbishop of Cologne was made the imperial lieutenant in Westphalia. Each tribunal lord had his peculiar district, within which he had the power of erecting tribunals, and beyond which his authority did not extend. He either presided in person in his court, or he appointed a count, Freigraf, to supply his place. The rights of a Stuhlherr had some resemblance to those of the owner of an advowson in this country. He had merely the power of nominating either himself or another person as count. The right to inflict capital punishment was to be conferred by the emperor or his deputy. To this end, when a tribunal lord presented a count for investiture, he was obliged to certify on oath that the person so presented was truly and honestly, both by father and mother, born on Westphalian soil, that he stood in no ill repute, that he knew of no open crime he had committed, and that he believed him to be perfectly well qualified to preside over the county. The count, on being appointed, was to swear that he would judge truly and justly according to the law and the regulations of the Emperor Charles and the closed tribunal, that he would be obedient to the emperor or king and his lieutenant, and that he would repair, at least once in each year, to the general chapter, which was to be held on the Westphalian land, and give an account of his conduct, etc. The income of the free count arose from fees and a share in fines. He had also a fixed allowance in money or in kind from the Stuhlherr. Each free Schuppe who was admitted made him a present, to repair, as the laws express it, his countly hat. If the person admitted was a knight, this fee was a mark of gold, if not, a mark of silver. Every one of the initiated who cleared himself by oath from any charge paid the count a cross penny. He had a share of all the fines imposed in his court, and a fee on citations, etc. There was in general but one count to each tribunal, but instances occur of there being as many as 7 or 8. The count presided in the court, and the citations of the accused proceeded from him. Next to the count were the assessors, or Schuppen. These formed the main body and strength of the society. They were nominated by the count with the approbation of the tribunal lord. 2 persons, who were already in the society, were obliged to vouch on oath for the fitness of the candidate to be admitted. It was necessary that he should be a German by birth, born in wedlock of free parents, of the Christian religion, neither excommunicate nor outlawed, not involved in any Fehm-gerichte process, a member of no spiritual order, etc. These Schuppen were divided into 2 classes, the knightly and the simple respectable assessors. For as the maxim that every man should be judged by his peers prevailed universally during the Middle Ages, it was necessary to conform to it also in the Fehm tribunals. Previous to their admission to a knowledge of the secrets of the society, the Schuppen were named ignorant. When they had been initiated, they were called knowing, Wissende, or Feminotes. It was only these last who were admitted to the secret tribunal. The initiation of a Schuppe was attended with a good deal of ceremony. He appeared bareheaded before the assembled tribunal and was there questioned respecting his qualifications. Then, kneeling down, with the thumb and forefinger of his right hand on a naked sword and a halter, he pronounced the following oath after the count. I promise on the holy marriage that I will from henceforth aid, keep, and conceal the holy fames from wife and child, from father and mother, from sister and brother, from fire and wind, from all that the sun shines on and the rain covers, from all that is between sky and ground, especially from the man who knows the law, and will bring before this free tribunal under which I sit all that belongs to the secret jurisdiction of the emperor, whether I know it to be true myself, or have heard it from trustworthy people, whatever requires correction or punishment, whatever is femme-free, i.e., a crime committed in the county, that it may be judged, or, with the consent of the accuser, be put off in grace, and will not cease so to do, for love or for fear, for gold or for silver, or for precious stones, and will strengthen this tribunal and jurisdiction with all my 5 senses and power, and that I do not take on me this office for any other cause than for the sake of right and justice. Moreover, that I will ever further and honor this free tribunal more than any other free tribunals, and what I thus promise will I steadfastly and firmly keep, so help me God and his holy gospel. He was further obliged to swear that he would ever, to the best of his ability, enlarge the Holy Empire, and that he would undertake nothing with unrighteous hand against the land and people of the Stuhlherr. The Count then inquired of the officers of the court, the Frotmond, if the candidate had gone through all the formalities requisite to reception, and when that officer had answered in the affirmative, the Count revealed to the aspirant the secrets of the tribunal and communicated to him the secret sign by which the initiated knew one another. What this sign was is utterly unknown. Some say that when they met at table, they used to turn the point of their knife to themselves and the haft away from them. Others take the letters SSGG, which were found in an old MS at Hereford to have been the sign, and interpret them Stockstein Gragrein. These are, however, the most arbitrary conjectures, without a shadow of proof. The Count then was bound to enter the name of the new member in his register, and henceforth he was one of the powerful body of the initiated. Princes and nobles were anxious to have their chancellors and ministers, corporate towns to have their magistrates among the initiated. Many princes sought to be themselves members of this formidable association, and we are assured that in the 14th and 15th centuries, which are the only ones of which we have any particular accounts, the number of the initiated exceeded 100,000. The duty of the initiated was to go through the country to serve citations and to trace out and denounce evildoers, or, if they caught them in the fact, to execute instant justice upon them. They were also the Count's assessors when the tribunal sat. For that purpose 7 at least were required to be present, all belonging to the county in which the court was held. Those belonging to other counties might attend, but they could not act as assessors. They only formed a part of the bystanders of the court. Of these there were frequently some hundreds present. All the initiated of every degree might go on foot and on horseback through the country, for daring was the man who would presume to injure them, as certain death was his inevitable lot. A dreadful punishment also awaited any one of them who should forget his vow and reveal the secrets of the society. He was to be seized, a cloth bound over his eyes, his hands tied behind his back, a halter put about his neck. He was to be thrown upon his belly, his tongue pulled out behind by the nape of his neck, and he was then to be hung 7 feet higher than any other felon. It is doubtful, however, if there ever was a necessity for inflicting this punishment, for Aeneas Sylvius, who wrote at the time when the society had degenerated, assures us that no member had ever been induced, by any motives whatever, to betray its secrets, and he describes the initiated as grave men and lovers of right and justice. Similar language is employed concerning them by other writers of the time. Besides the Count and the assessors, there were required, for the due holding of fame court, the officers named Frotmond, or sergeants, or messengers, and a clerk to enter the decisions in what was called the blood book, Liber Sanguinis. These were, of course, initiated, or they could not be present. It was required that the messengers should be freemen belonging to the county and have all the qualifications of the simple schöppen. Their duty was to attend on the court when sitting, and to take care that the ignorant, against whom there was any charge, were duly cited. The Count was to hold 2 kinds of courts, the one public, named the open or public court, Offenbarung, to which every freeman had access. The other private, called the Secret Tribunal, Heimliche Acht, at which no one who was not initiated could venture to appear. The former court was held at stated periods, and at least 3 times in each year. It was announced 14 days previously by the messengers, Frotmond, and every householder in the county, whether initiated or not, free or servile, was bound under a penalty of 4 heavy shillings to appear at it and declare on oath what crimes he knew to have been committed in the county. When the Count held the secret court, the clergy, who had received the tonsure and ordination, women and children, Jews and heathens, and, as it would appear, the higher nobility, were exempted from its jurisdiction. The clergy were exempted probably from prudential motives, as it was not deemed safe to irritate the members of so powerful a body by encroaching on their privileges. They might, however, voluntarily subject themselves to the Fehm-gerichte if they were desirous of partaking of the advantages of initiation. Women and children were exempt on account of their sex and age, and the period of infancy was extended in the citations to 14, 18, and sometimes 20 years of age. Jews, heathens, and such like were exempted on account of their unworthiness. The higher nobility were exempted, if such was really the case, in compliance with the maxim of German law that each person should be judged by his peers, as it was scarcely possible that in any county there could be found a count and 7 assessors of equal rank with accused persons of that class. In their original constitution, the Fehm-gerichte, agreeably to the derivation of the name from Fehm, condemnation, were purely criminal courts and had no jurisdiction in civil matters. They took cognizance of all offenses against the Christian faith, the Holy Gospel, the Holy 10 Commandments, the public peace, and private honor, a category, however, which might easily be made to include almost every transgression and crime that could be committed. We accordingly find in the laws of the Fehm-gerichte sacrilege, robbery, rape, murder, apostasy, treason, perjury, coining, etc., etc., enumerated, and the courts, by an astute interpretation of the law, eventually managed to make matters which had not even the most remote appearance of criminality feimbar, or within their jurisdiction. But all exceptions were disregarded in cases of contumacy or of a person being taken in the actual commission of an offense. When a person, after being duly cited, even in a civil case, did not appear to answer the charge against him, he was outlawed, and his offense became feimbar. Every judge was then authorized to seize the accused, whether he belonged to his county or not. The whole force of the initiated was now directed against him, and escape was hardly possible. Here it was that the superior power of the Fehm-gerichte exhibited itself. Other courts could outlaw as well as they, but no other had the same means of putting its sentences into execution. The only remedy which remained for the accused was to offer to appear and defend his cause, or to sue to the emperor for protection. In cases where a person was caught flagranti delicto, the Westphalian tribunals were competent to proceed to instant punishment. Those who derive their knowledge of the Fehm-gerichte from plays and romances are apt to imagine that they were always held in subterranean chambers or in the deepest recesses of impenetrable forests, while night, by pouring her deepest gloom over them, added to their awfulness and solemnity. Here, as elsewhere, we must, however reluctantly, lend our aid to dispel the illusions of fiction. They were not held either in woods or in vaults, and rarely even under a roof. There is only one recorded instance of a Fehm-gerichte being held underground, viz. At Heinberg, under the house of John Mencken. At Paderborn, indeed, it was held in the townhouse. There was also one held in the castle of Wolfton. But the situation most frequently selected for holding a court was some place under the blue canopy of heaven, for the free German still retained the predilection of his ancestors for open space and expansion. Thus, at Nordkirchen and Südkirchen, North and South Church, the court was held in the churchyard, at Dortmund, in the marketplace close by the townhouse. But the favorite place for holding these courts was the neighborhood of trees, as in the olden time, and we read of the tribunal at Arnsberg in the orchard, of another under the hawthorn, of a third under the pear tree, of a fourth under the linden, and so on. We also find the courts denominated simply from the trees by which they were held, such as the tribunal at the elder, that at the broad oak, etc. The idea of their being held at night is also utterly devoid of proof, no mention of any such practice being found in any of the remaining documents. It is much more analogous to Germanic usage to infer that, as the public court and the German courts in general were held in the morning soon after the break of day, such was also the rule with the secret court. When an affair was brought before a Fehm court, the first point to be determined was whether it was a matter of Fehm jurisdiction. Should such prove to be the case, the accused was summoned to appear and answer the charge before the public court. All sorts of persons, Jews and heathens included, might be summoned before this court, at which the uninitiated Schuppen also gave attendance, and which was as public as any court in Germany. If the accused did not appear, or appeared and could not clear himself, the affair was transferred to the secret court. Civil matters also, which on account of a denial of satisfaction were brought before the Fehm court, were in like manner, in cases of extreme contumacy, transferred thither. The Fehm tribunals had three different modes of procedure, namely, that in case of the criminal being taken in the fact, the inquisitorial, and the purely accusatorial. Two things were requisite in the first case: the criminal must be taken in the fact, and there must be 3 Schuppen, at least, present to punish him. With respect to the first particular, the legal language of Saxony gave great extent to the term taken in the fact. It applied not merely to him who was seized in the instant of his committing the crime, but to him who was caught as he was running away. In cases of murder, those who were found with weapons in their hands were considered as taken in the fact, as also in case of theft was a person who had the key of any place in which stolen articles were found, unless he could prove that they came there without his consent or knowledge. The Fehm law enumerated 3 tokens or proofs of guilt in these cases: the habende hand, having hand, or having the proof in his hand; the blickende Schein, looking appearance, such as the wound in the body of one who was slain; and the gichtige Mund, faltering mouth, or confession of the criminal. Still, under all these circumstances, it was necessary that he should be taken immediately, for if he succeeded in making his escape and was caught again, as he was not this time taken in the fact, he must be proceeded against before the tribunal with all the requisite formalities. The second condition was that there should be at least 3 initiated persons together to entitle them to seize, try, and execute a person taken in the fact. These then were at the same time judges, accusers, witnesses, and executioners. We shall in the sequel describe their mode of procedure. It is a matter of uncertainty whether the rule of trial by peers was observed on these occasions. What is called the Arnsberg Reformation of the Fehm law positively asserts that, in case of a person being taken flagranti delicto, birth formed no exemption, and the noble was to be tried like the commoner. The cases, however, in which 3 of the initiated happened to come on a criminal in the commission of the fact must have been of extremely rare occurrence. When a crime had been committed and the criminal had not been taken in the fact, there remained 2 ways of proceeding against him, namely the inquisitorial and the accusatorial processes. It depended on circumstances which of these should be adopted. In the case, however, of his being initiated, it was imperative that he should be proceeded against accusatorially. Supposing the former course to have been chosen, which was usually done when the criminal had been taken in the fact, but had contrived to escape, or when he was a man whom common fame charged openly and distinctly with a crime, he was not cited to appear before the court or vouchsafed a hearing. He was usually denounced by one of the initiated. The court then examined into the evidence of his guilt, and if it was found sufficient, he was outlawed, or, as it was called, forfamed, and his name was inscribed in the blood book. A sentence was immediately drawn out, in which all princes, lords, nobles, towns, every person, in short, especially the initiated, were called upon to lend their aid to justice. This sentence, of course, could originally have extended only to Westphalia, but the Fehm courts gradually enlarged their claims. Their pretensions were favored by the emperors, who regarded them as a support to their authority, and it was soon required that their sentence should be obeyed all over the empire as emanating from the imperial power. Unhappy now was he who was forefamed. The whole body of the initiated, that is 100,000 persons, were in pursuit of him. If those who met him were sufficient in number, they seized him at once. If they felt themselves too weak, they called on their brethren to aid, and every one of the society was bound, when thus called on by 3 or 4 of the initiated, who averred to him on oath that the man was forefamed, to help to take him. As soon as they had seized the criminal, they proceeded without a moment's delay to execution. They hung him on a tree by the roadside, and not on a gallows, intimating thereby that they were entitled to exercise their office in the king's name anywhere they pleased, and without any regard to territorial jurisdiction. The halter which they employed was, agreeably to the usage of the Middle Ages, a withy, and they are said to have had so much practice, and to have arrived at such expertness in this business, that the word femen at last began to signify simply to hang, as execution has come to do in English. It is more probable, however, that this, or something very near it, was the original signification of the word from which the tribunals took their name. Should the malefactor resist, his captors were authorized to knock him down and kill him. In this case, they bound the dead body to a tree and stuck their knives beside it, to intimate that he had not been slain by robbers, but had been executed in the name of the emperor. Were the person who was forefamed uninitiated, he had no means whatever of knowing his danger till the halter was actually about his neck. For the severe penalty which awaited anyone who divulged the secrets of the famed courts was such as utterly to preclude the chance of a friendly hint or warning to be on his guard. Should he, however, by any casualty, such, for instance, as making his escape from those who attempted to seize him, become aware of how he stood, he might, if he thought he could clear himself, seek the protection and aid of the Stuhlherr, or of the emperor. If anyone knowingly associated with or entertained a person who was forefamed, he became involved in his danger. It was necessary, however, to prove that he had done so knowingly, a point which was to be determined by the emperor or by the judge of the district in which the accused resided. This rule originally had extended only to Westphalia, but the famed judges afterwards assumed a right of punishing in any part of the empire the person who entertained one who was forefamed. Nothing can appear more harsh and unjust than this mode of procedure to those who would apply the ideas and maxims of the present to former times. But violent evils require violent remedies, and the disorganized state of Europe in general, and of Germany in particular, during the Middle Ages, was such as almost to exceed our conception. Might it not then be argued that we ought to regard as a benefit, rather than as an evil, any institution which set some bounds to injustice and violence by infusing into the bosom of the evildoer a salutary fear of the consequences? When a man committed a crime, he knew that there was a tribunal to judge it from which his power, however great it might be, would not avail to protect him. He knew not who were the initiated, or at what moment he might fall into their hands. His very brother might be the person who had denounced him. His intimate associates might be those who would seize and execute him. So strongly was the necessity of such a power felt in general, that several cities, such as Nuremberg, Cologne, Strasbourg, and others, applied for and obtained permission from the emperors to proceed to pass sentence of death on evildoers even unheard, when the evidence of common fame against them was satisfactory to the majority of the town council. Several counts also obtained similar privileges, so that there were, as we may see, fame courts in other places besides Westphalia, but they were far inferior to those in power, not having a numerous body of Schuppen at their devotion. It is finally to be observed that it was only when the crimes were of great magnitude and the voice of fame loud and constant that the inquisitorial process could be properly adopted. In cases of a minor nature, the accused had a right to be heard in his own behalf. Here, then, the inquisitorial process had its limit. If report was not sufficiently strong and overpowering, and the matter was still dubious, the offender was to be proceeded against accusatorially. If he was one of the initiated, such was his undoubted right and privilege in all cases. Chapter 3. Accusatorial Process. Persons liable to it, mode of citation, mode of procedure, right of appeal. As we have stated above, the first inquiry when a matter was brought before a Fehm court was, did it come within its jurisdiction, and on its being found to do so, the accused was summoned before the public court, and when he did not appear or could not clear himself, the cause was transferred to the secret court. We shall now consider the whole procedure specially. The summons was at the expense of the accuser. It was to be written on good new parchment, without any erasures, and sealed with at least 7 seals, to wit, those of the count and of 6 assessors. The seals of the different courts were different. The summonses varied according to whether the accused was a free count, a free shuppa, or one of the ignorant and uninitiated, a community, a noth shuppa, or a mere vagabond. In all cases they were to be served by shuppen. They were to have on them the name of the count, of the accuser, and of the accused, the charge, and the place where the court was to be holden. The stoolherr was also to be previously informed of it. For a good and legal service, it was requisite that 2 shuppen should either serve the accused personally, or leave the summons openly or clandestinely at his residence, or at the place where he had taken refuge. If he did not appear to answer the charge within 6 weeks and 3 days, he was again summoned by 4 persons. 6 weeks was the least term set for appearing to this summons, and it was requisite that a piece of imperial coin should be given with it. Should he still neglect appearing, he was summoned for the 3rd and last time by 6 shuppen and a count, and the term set was 6 weeks and 3 days as before. If the accused was not merely initiated but also a count, he was treated with corresponding respect. The first summons was served by 7 shuppen, the second by 14 and 4 counts, and the third by 21 and 6 counts. The uninitiated, whether bond or free, did not share in the preceding advantages. The summons was served on themselves or at their residence by a messenger, and only once. There is some doubt as to the period set for their appearance, but it seems to have been in general the ordinary one of 6 weeks and 3 days. The summons of a town or community was usually addressed to all the male inhabitants. In general, some of them were specially named in it. The Arensberg Reformation directed that the names of at least 30 persons should be inserted. The term was 6 weeks and 3 days, and those who served the summons were required to be true and upright shuppen. The noth shuppa, that is, the person who had surreptitiously become possessed of the secrets of the society, was summoned but once. The usual time was allowed him for appearing to the charge. Should the accused be a mere vagabond, one who had no fixed residence, the course adopted was to send, 6 weeks and 3 days before the day the court was to sit, and post up 4 summonses at a crossroad which faced the 4 cardinal points, placing a piece of imperial money with each. This was esteemed good and valid service, and if the accused did not appear, the court proceeded to act upon it. Notwithstanding the privileges which the members of the society enjoyed, and the precautions which were employed to ensure their safety, and moreover the deadly vengeance likely to be taken on anyone who should aggrieve them, we are not to suppose the service of a summons to appear before a Fehm court to have been absolutely free from danger. The tyrannic and self-willed noble, when in his own strong castle and surrounded by his dependents, might not scruple to inflict summary chastisement on the audacious men who presumed to summon him to answer for his crimes before a tribunal. The magistrates of a town also might indignantly spurn at the citation to appear before a Fehm court, and treat its messengers as offenders. To provide against these cases, it was determined that it should be considered good service when the summons was affixed by night to the gate of a town or castle, to the door of the house of the accused or to the nearest almshouse. The schuppen employed were then to desire the watchman, or some person who was going by, to inform the accused of the summons being there, and they were to take away with them a chip cut from the gate or door as a proof of the service for the court. If the accused was resolved to obey the summons, he had only to repair on the appointed day to the place where the court was to be held, the summons being his protection. Those who would persuade us that the Fehm courts were held by night in secret places say that the mode appointed for the accused to meet the court was for him to repair 3/4 of an hour before midnight to the next crossroads, where a schuppe was always waiting for him, who bound his eyes and led him to where the court was sitting. This, however, is all mere fiction, for the place where the court was to be held was expressly mentioned in every summons. The Fehm courts, like the German courts in general, were holden on a Tuesday. If on this day the accused or his attorney appeared at the appointed place, and no court was holden, the summons abated or lost its force. The same was the case when admission was refused to him and his suite, a circumstance which sometimes occurred. But should he not appear to the first summons, he was fined the first time 30 shillings, the second time 60, the third time he was forfamed. The court had, however, the power of granting a further respite of 6 weeks and 3 days previous to passing this last severe sentence. This term of grace was called the King's Dag, or the Emperor Charles's Day of Grace. The plea of necessary and unavoidable absence was, however, admitted in all cases, and the Fehm law distinctly recognized 4 legal impediments to appearance, namely, imprisonment, sickness, the service of God, that is, pilgrimage, and the public service. The law also justly added the following cases: inability to cross a river for want of a bridge or a boat, or on account of a storm, the loss of his horse when the accused was riding to the court so that he could not arrive in time, absence from the country on knightly, mercantile, or other honest occasions, and lastly, the service of his lord or master. In short, any just excuse was admitted. As long as the impediment continued in operation, all proceedings against the accused were void. If the impediment arose from his being in prison, or in the public service, or that of his master, he was to notify the same by letter sealed with his seal, or else by his own oath, and those of 2 or 3 other persons. The other impediments above enumerated were to be sworn to by himself alone. If the accused neglected answering the 2 first summonses, but appeared to the third, he was required to pay the 2 fines for non-appearance. But if he declared himself too poor to pay them, he was obliged to place his 2 forefingers on the naked sword which lay before the court, and swear by the death which God endured on the cross that such was the case. It was then remitted to him, and the court proceeded to his trial. When a Fehm court sat, the count presided. Before him lay on the table a naked sword and a withy halter. The former, says the law, signifying the cross on which Christ suffered, and the rigor of the court, the latter denoting the punishment of evildoers, whereby the wrath of God is appeased. On his right and left stood the clerks of the court, the assessors, and the audience. All were bareheaded to signify, says the law, that they would proceed openly and fairly, punish men only for the crimes which they had committed, and cover no right with unright. They were also to have their hands uncovered, to signify that they would do nothing covertly and underhand. They were to have short cloaks on their shoulders, significatory of the warm love which they should have for justice. For as the cloak covers all the other clothes and the body, so should their love cover justice. They were to wear neither weapons nor harness, that no one might feel any fear of them, and to indicate that they were under the peace of the emperor, king, or empire. Finally, they were to be free from wrath and sober, that drunkenness might not lead them to pass unrighteous judgment, for drunkenness causes much wickedness. If one who was not initiated was detected in the assembly, his process was a brief one. He was seized without any ceremony, his hands and feet were tied together, and he was hung on the next tree. Should a Nothshopa be caught in the assembly, a halter of oaken twigs was put about his neck, and he was thrown for 9 days into a dark dungeon, at the end of which time he was brought to trial, and if he failed in clearing himself, he was proceeded with according to law, that is, was hanged. The business of the day commenced, as in German courts in general, by the count asking of the messengers if it was the day and time for holding a court under the royal authority. An affirmative answer being given, the count then asked how many assessors should there be on the tribunal and how the seat should be filled. When these questions were answered, he proclaimed the holding of the court. Each party was permitted to bring with him as many as 30 friends to act as witnesses and compurgators. Lest, however, they might attempt to impede the course of justice, they were required to appear unarmed. Each party had, moreover, the right of being represented by his attorney. The person so employed must be initiated. He must also be the peer of the party, and if he had been engaged on either side, he could not, during any stage of the action, be employed on the other, even with the permission of the party which had just engaged him. When he presented himself before the court, his credentials were carefully examined, and if found strictly conformable to what the law had enjoined, they were declared valid. It was necessary that they should have been written on good, new, and sound parchment, without blot or erasure, and be sealed by the seals of at least 2 Freischuppen. The attorney of a prince of the empire appeared with a green cross in his right hand, and a golden penny of the empire in his left. He was also to have a glove on his right hand. If there were 2 attorneys, they were both to bear crosses and pence. The attorney of a simple prince bore a silver penny. The old law, which loves to give a reason for everything, says, "By the cross they intimate that the prince whom they represent will, in case he should be found guilty, amend his conduct according to the direction of the faith which Jesus Christ preached, and be constant and true to the holy Christian faith, and obedient to the holy empire and justice." All the preliminaries being arranged, the trial commenced by the charge against him being made known to the accused, who was called upon for his defense. If he did not wish to defend himself in person, he was permitted to employ an advocate whom he might have brought with him. If it was a civil suit, he might, however, stay the proceedings at once by giving good security for his satisfying the claims of the plaintiff, in which case he was allowed the usual grace of 6 weeks and 3 days. He might also accept to the competence of the court, or to the legality of the summons, or to anything else which would, if defective, annul the proceedings. If the accused did not appear, the regular course was for the prosecutor to overswear him, that is, himself, to swear by the saints to the truth of what he had stated, and 6 true and genuine Freischuppen to swear that they believed him to have spoken the truth. The older Fehm law made a great distinction between the initiated and the ignorant, and one very much to the advantage of the former. The accused, if initiated, was allowed to clear himself from the charge by laying his 2 forefingers on the naked sword and swearing by the saints that he was innocent of the things and the deed which the court had mentioned to him and which the accuser charged him with, so help him God and all the saints. He then threw a cross penny, kreutzer, to the court and went his way, no one being permitted to let or hinder him. But if he was one of the uninitiated, he was not permitted to clear himself in this manner, and the truth of the fact was determined by the evidence given. It is plain, however, that such a regulation as this could properly only belong to the time when none but persons of irreproachable character were initiated. As the institution degenerated, this distinction was gradually lost sight of, and facts were determined by evidence without any regard to the rank of the accused. The accuser could prevent the accused from clearing himself thus easily by offering himself and 6 compurgators to swear to the truth of his charge. If the accused wanted to outweigh this evidence, he was obliged to come forward with 13 or 20 compurgators and swear to his innocence. If he could bring the last number, he was acquitted, for the law did not allow it to be exceeded. But if he had but 13, the accuser might then overpower him by bringing forward 20 to vouch for his veracity. If the accuser had convicted the accused, he forthwith prayed the count to grant him a just sentence. The count never took on himself the office of finding the verdict. He always directed one of the assessors to perform it. If the assessor thought the matter too difficult for his judgment, he averred on oath that such was the case, and the court then gave the duty to another who might free himself from the responsibility in the same manner. Should none of the assessors be able to come to a decision, the matter was put off till the next court day. But if the assessor undertook the finding of the verdict, it lay with himself whether he should do so alone, or retire to take the opinion of the other assessors and the bystanders. To give the verdict due force, it must be found sitting, otherwise it might be objected to. Whether or not the assessor was bound to decide according to the majority of voices is uncertain. When the verdict had been found, the assessor appeared with his colleagues before the tribunal and delivered it to the count, who then passed sentence. What the penalties were for different offenses was a secret known only to the initiated. But if they were of a capital nature, the halter, as was intimated by the one which lay before the count, was the instrument of punishment. Should the accused not have appeared and been in consequence outlawed, he was forfamed by the following awful curse. It was declared that he should be excluded from the public peace, from all liberties and rights, and the highest unpeace, ungrace, and halter be appointed for him, that he should be cut off from all communication with any Christian people, and be cursed so that he might wither in his body, and neither become any more verdant, nor increase in any manner, that his wife should be held to be a widow, and his children orphans, that he should be without honor and without right, and given up to anyone, that his neck should be left to the ravens, his body to all beasts, to the birds of the air and the fishes in the water, but his soul should be commended to God, etc., etc. If he continued a year and a day under the sentence of outlawry, all his goods then fell to the emperor or king. A prince, town, or community that incurred the sentence of outlawry lost thereby at once all liberties, privileges, and graces. Should the sentence passed be a capital one, the count flung the halter over his head out of the enclosure of the tribunal, the schuppen spat on it, and the name of the condemned was entered in the blood book. If the criminal was present, he was instantly seized, and, according to the custom of the Middle Ages, when, as in the East, no disgrace was attached to the office of executioner, the task of executing him was committed to the youngest schuppe present, who forthwith hung him from the nearest tree. The quality of the criminal was duly attended to, for if he was initiated, he was hung 7 feet higher than any other, as being esteemed a greater criminal. If the accused was not present, all the schuppen were, as we have already described, set in pursuit of him, and wherever they caught him, they hanged him without any further ceremony. The sentence was kept a profound secret from the uninitiated. A copy of it, drawn up in the usual form, and sealed with 7 seals, was given to the accuser. We thus see that the proceedings in the Fehm courts were strictly consonant to justice, and even leaned to the side of mercy. But this was not all. The right of appeal was also secured to the accused in case the schuppen who consulted about the verdict did not agree, or that the witnesses did not correspond in their evidence, or finally, if the verdict found was considered unjust or unsuitable, which last case afforded a most ample field of appeal, for it must have been very rarely that a sentence did not appear unjust or over-severe to the party who was condemned. It was, however, necessary that the appeal should be made on publication of the sentence, or at least before the court broke up. The parties were allowed to retire for a few minutes to consult with their friends who had accompanied them. If they did not then say that they would appeal, the sentence was declared absolute, and they were forbidden, under heavy penalties, to oppose it in any other court. If they did resolve to appeal, both parties were obliged to give security delete prosequenda. Should either party, being poor or a stranger, be unable to give security, his oath was held to be sufficient, that, As the law humanely and justly expresses it, the stranger or the poor man may be able to seek his right in the Holy Roman Empire, as well as the native or the rich man. The appeal lay to the general chapter of the secret closed tribunal of the imperial chamber, which usually, if not constantly, sat at Dortmund, or it lay to the emperor or king as the supreme head of these tribunals. In case of the monarch being initiated, he could examine into the cause himself. Otherwise, he was obliged to commit the inquiry to such of his counselors as were initiated, or to initiated commissioners, and that only on Westphalian soil. Of this species of appeal there are numerous instances. Finally, the appeal might be made to the imperial lieutenant, who then inquired into the matter himself, with the aid of some initiated Schuppen, or brought it before the general chapter of which he was president. There was no appeal to the emperor from his sentence, or from that of the chapter. There were, besides the right of appeal, other means of averting the execution of the sentence of a fem court. Such was what was called replacing in the former state, of which, however, it was only the initiated who could avail himself. Sentence having been passed on a person who had not appeared, he might voluntarily and personally repair to where the secret tribunal was sitting and sue for this favor. He was to appear before the court which had passed the sentence, accompanied by 2 Freischuppen, with a halter about his neck, with white gloves on him, and his hands folded, with an imperial coin and a green cross in them. He and his companions were then to fall down on their knees and pray for him to be placed in the condition which he was in before the proceedings commenced against him. There was also what was called the complaint of nullity, in case the prescribed form of the proceedings had been violated. Some other means shall presently be noticed. Chapter 4. The General Chapter. Rights of the Emperor, of his Lieutenant, of the Stuhlherren, or Tribunal Lords. To complete the sketch of the Fem tribunals and their proceedings, we must state the rights and powers of the General Chapter and of the Emperor, his Lieutenant, and the Tribunal Lords. The General Chapter was a general assembly of the Westphalian Tribunal Lords, Counts, and Schuppen, summoned once a year by the Emperor or his Lieutenant. Every count was bound by oath to appear at it. It could only be holden in Westphalia, and almost exclusively at Dortmund or Arensberg. No one could appear at it who was not initiated, not even the Emperor himself. The President was the Emperor, if present and initiated, otherwise the Lieutenant or his substitute. The business of the General Chapter was to inquire into the conduct and proceedings of the different Fem courts. The counts were therefore to give an account of all their proceedings during the past year, to furnish a list of the names of the Schuppen who had been admitted, as well as of the suits which had been commenced, with the names of the accusers, the accused, the forfamed, etc. Such counts as had neglected their duty were deposed by the General Chapter. The General Chapter was, as we have above observed, a court of appeal from all the Fem tribunals. In matters of great importance, the decrees of the lower courts were, to give them greater weight, confirmed by the General Chapter. It was finally at the General Chapter that all regulations, laws, and reformations concerning the Fem law and courts were made. The Emperor, even when the imperial authority was at the lowest, was regarded in Germany as the fountain of judicial authority. The right of passing capital sentence in particular was considered to emanate either mediately or immediately from him. The Fem courts were conspicuous for their readiness to acknowledge him as the source of their authority, and all their decrees were pronounced in his name. As superior lord and judge of all the counts and tribunals, the Emperor had a right of inspection and reformation over them. He could summon and preside in a General Chapter. He might enter any court, and the presiding count was obliged to give way and allow him to preside in his stead. He had the power to make new Schuppen, provided he did so on Westphalian soil. Every Schuppe was moreover bound to give a true answer to the Emperor when he asked whether such a one was forfamed or not, and in what court. He could also depose disobedient counts, but only in Westphalia. The emperor could even withdraw a cause out of the hands of the tribunals. The right of appeal to him has been already noticed, but besides this, he had a power of forbidding the count to proceed in the cause when the accused offered himself to him for honor and right, and it was at his own risk then that the count proceeded any further in the business. The emperor could also grant a safe conduct to any person who might apply for it under apprehension of having been forfamed, which safe conduct the Schuppen dared not violate. Even when a person had been forfamed, the emperor could save him by issuing his command to stay execution of the sentence for 100 years, 6 weeks, and a day. It is plain that, to be able to exercise these rights, the emperor must be himself initiated, for otherwise he could not, for instance, appear where a court was sitting, make alterations in laws with which, if ignorant, he must necessarily be unacquainted, or extend mercy when he could not know who was forfamed or not. In the laws establishing the rights of the emperor, it was therefore always inserted, provided he be initiated, and the acts of uninitiated emperors were by the Fehm courts frequently declared invalid. The emperor had therefore his choice of setting a substitute over the Fehm courts or of being himself initiated. The latter course was naturally preferred, and each emperor, at his coronation at Aix-la-Chapelle, was initiated by the hereditary Count of Dortmund. Though Aix-la-Chapelle was not in Westphalia, the law sanctioned this departure from the general rule that Freischuppen should only be made in that country. The emperor's lieutenant, who was almost always the Archbishop of Cologne, had the right of confirming such counts as were presented to him by the Tribunal-Lords, and of investing them with the powers of life and death. He could also summon general chapters and preside and exercise the other imperial rights in them. He might decide, with the aid of some Schuppen, in cases of appeal to him, without bringing the affair before the general chapter, and he had the power of making Schuppen at any tribunal in Westphalia, which proves that, like the emperor, he had free access to them all. Hence it is clear that he also must have been initiated. The dignity and preeminence of the Archbishop of Cologne, when this office had been conferred on him, caused a good deal of envy and jealousy among the lords of Westphalia, who had been hitherto his equals, and who considered themselves equally entitled to it with him. They never let slip an occasion of showing their feelings, and they always had their counts invested by the emperor, and not by the archbishop. Nay, there are not wanting instances of their having such counts as he had invested, confirmed and reinvested by the emperor. There now remain only the tribunal lords, Stuhlherren, to be considered. The tribunal lord was the lord of the district in which there was a Fehm tribunal. He might himself, if initiated, become the count of it, having previously obtained the power of life and death from the emperor or his lieutenant. Or, if he did not choose to do so, he might, as we have already seen, present a count to be invested, for whose conduct he was held responsible. And if the count appointed by him misconducted himself, the Stuhlherr was liable to a forfeiture of his rights. He was, in consequence, permitted to exercise a right of inspection over the Fehm courts in his territory. No Schuppe could be made, no cause brought into the court, not even a summons issued, without his approbation. There even lay a kind of appeal to him from the sentence of the count, and he could also, like the emperor, withdraw certain persons and causes from his jurisdiction. But as his power did not extend beyond his own territory, the count might refer those causes in which he wished, but was prohibited, to proceed to the courts in other territories. He might also, if he apprehended opposition from the tribunal lord, require him, if initiated, to be present at the proceedings. The tribunal lord, if uninitiated, could, like the emperor in the same case, exercise these powers only by initiated deputies. The great advantage which resulted from the right of having Fehm tribunals induced the high lords, both spiritual and temporal, to be very anxious to become possessed of this species of territorial property, and in consequence nearly all the lords in Westphalia had Fehm tribunals. Even towns such as Dortmund, Soest, Münster, and Osnabrück had these tribunals, either within their walls, or in their districts, or their neighborhood, for it would not have been good policy in them to suffer this sort of status in statu to be independent of their authority. Chapter 5. Fehm-courts at Celle, at Brunswick, Tribunal of the Knowing in the Tyrol, the Castle of Baden, African Puras. We have now gone through the constitution and modes of procedure of the Fehm tribunals of Westphalia, as far as the imperfect notices of them which have reached the present age permit. It remains to trace their history down to the last vestiges of them which appear. A matter of some curiosity should, however, be previously touched on, namely, how far they were peculiar to Westphalia, and what institutions resembling them may be elsewhere found. Fehm tribunals were, in fact, as we have already observed, not peculiar to Westphalia. In a MS Life of Duke Julius of Celle by Francis Algerman of the year 1608, we read the following description of a Fehm court, which the author remembered to have seen holden at Celle in his youth. When the Fehm law was to be put in operation, all the inhabitants of the district who were above 12 years of age were obliged to appear, without fail, on a heath or some large open place, and sit down on the ground. Some tables were then set in the middle of the assembly, at which the prince, his councillors, and bailiffs took their seats. The secret judges then reported the delinquents and the offences, and they went round with a white wand and smote the offenders on the legs. Whoever then had a bad conscience, and knew himself to be guilty of a capital offence, was permitted to stand up and to quit the country within a day and a night. He might even wait till he got the second blow. But if he was struck the third time, the executioner was at hand. A pastor gave him the sacrament, and away with him to the nearest tree. But if a person was struck but once or twice, that was a paternal warning to him to amend his life thenceforward. Hence it was called jus venia, because there was grace in it, which has been corrupted and made Fehm-gerichte. There were similar courts, we are told, at places named Wilpe and Rotenwald. Here the custom was for the secret judges, when they knew of anyone having committed an offence which fell within the Fehm jurisdiction, to give him a private friendly warning. To this end they set, during the night, a mark on his door, and at drinking parties they managed to have the can sent past him. If these warnings took no effect, the court was held. According to an ancient law book, the Fehm court at Brunswick was thus regulated and holden. Certain of the most prudent and respectable citizens, named feminotes, had the secret duty of watching the conduct of their fellow citizens and giving information of it to the council. Had so many offences been committed that it seemed time to hold a Fehm court, a day was appointed for that purpose. Some members of the council from the different districts of the town met at midnight in St. Martin's churchyard, and then called all the council together. All the gates and entrances of the town were closed, all corners and bridges, and the boats both above and below the town were guarded. The Fehm clerk was then directed to begin his office, and the feminotes were desired to give their informations to him to be put into legal form if the time should prove sufficient. At daybreak it was notified to the citizens that the council had resolved that the Fehm court should be holden on this day, and they were directed to repair to the marketplace as soon as the tocsin sounded. When the bell had tolled 3 times, all who had assembled accompanied the council through the gate of St. Peter, out of the town, to what was called the Fehm ditch. Here they separated. The council took their station on the space between the ditch and the town gate. The citizens stood at the other side of the ditch. The feminotes now mingled themselves among the townsmen, inquired after such offences as were not yet come to their knowledge, and communicated whatever information they obtained, and also their former discoveries, if they had not had time to do so in the night, to the clerk, to be put by him into proper form and laid before the council. The clerk having delivered his protocol to the council, they examined it and ascertained which of the offences contained in it were to be brought before a Fehm court and which not. for matters under the value of 4 shillings did not belong to it. The council then handed the protocol back to the clerk, who went with it to the Fehm court, which now took its seat in presence of a deputation of the council. Those on whom theft had been committed were first brought forward and asked if they knew the thief. If they replied in the negative, they were obliged to swear by the saints to the truth of their answer. If they named an individual, and that it was the first charge against him, he was permitted to clear himself by oath. But if there was a second charge against him, his own oath was not sufficient, and he was obliged to bring 6 compurgators to swear along with him. Should there be a third charge, his only course was to clear himself by the ordeal. He was forthwith to wash his hand in water, and to take in it a piece of glowing hot iron, which the beadles and executioners had always in readiness on the left of the tribunal, and to carry it a distance of 9 feet. The Fehm count, according to ancient custom, chose whom he would to find the verdict. The council could dissolve the court whenever they pleased. Such causes as had not come on, or were put off on account of sickness, or any other just impediment, were on such occasions noted and reserved for another session. It is evident, however, that this municipal court, of which the chief object was the punishment of theft, the grand offense of the Middle Ages, though called a Fehm court, was widely different from those of the same name in Westphalia. The Tribunal of the Knowing, Gericht der Wissenden, in Tyrol, has also been erroneously supposed to be the same with the Westphalian courts. The mode of procedure in this was for the accuser to lay his finger on the head of the accused and swear that he knew him to be an infamous person, while 6 reputable people, laying their fingers on the arm of the accuser, swore that they knew him to have sworn truly and honestly. This was considered sufficient evidence against any person, and the court proceeded to judgment on it. The ideal Fehm court beneath the castle of Baden must not be passed over without notice, as it seems to be the model after which our popular novelist described his Fehm tribunal in Switzerland. A female writer in Germany informs us that beneath the castle of Baden the vaults extend to a considerable distance in labyrinthine windings, and were in former times appropriated to the secret mysteries of a Fehm tribunal. Those who were brought before this awful tribunal were not conducted into the castle vaults in the usual way. They were lowered into the gloomy abyss by a cord in a basket, and restored to the light, if so fortunate as to be acquitted, in the same manner, so that they never could, however inclined, discover where they had been. The ordinary entrance led through a long, dark passage, which was closed by a door of a single stone as large as a tombstone. This door revolved on invisible hinges, and fitted so exactly that when it was shut, the person who was inside could not distinguish it from the adjoining stones, or tell where it was that he had entered. It could only be opened on the outside by a secret spring. Proceeding along this passage, you reached the torture room, where you saw hooks in the wall, thumbscrews, and every species of instruments of torture. A door on the left opened into a recess, the place of the maiden's kiss. When any person who had been condemned was led hither, a stone gave way under his feet, and he fell into the arms of the maiden, who, like the wife of Nabis, crushed him to death in her arms, which were thick set with spikes. Proceeding on farther, after passing through several doors, you came to the vault of the tribunal. This was a long, spacious quadrangle hung round with black. At the upper end was a niche in which were an altar and crucifix. In this place the chief judge sat. His assessors had their seats on wooden benches along the walls. We need not to observe how totally different from the proceedings of a genuine Fehm tribunal is all this. That there are vaults under the castle of Baden is certain, and the description above given is possibly correct. But the Fehm court which was held in them is the mere coinage of the lady's brain, and utterly unlike anything real, unless it be the Holy Office, whose secret proceedings never could vie in justice or humanity with those of the Westphalian Fehm courts. It is, moreover, not confirmed by any document, or even by the tradition of the place, and would be undeserving of notice, were it not for the reason assigned above. The similarity between the Fehm courts and the Inquisition has been often observed. In the secrecy of their proceedings and the great number of agents which they had at their devotion, they resemble each other. But the Holy Office had nothing to correspond to the public and repeated citations of the Fehm courts, the fair trial given to the accused, the leaning towards mercy of the judges, and the right of appeal which was secured. The most remarkable resemblance to the Fehm tribunals is, or was, to be found among the Negroes on the west coast of Africa, as they are described by a French traveler. These are the Puras of the Fulas, who dwell between Sierra Leone River and Cape Monte. There are 5 tribes of this people who form a confederation, at the head of which is a union of warriors, which is called a Pura. Each tribe has its own separate Pura, and each Pura has its chiefs and its tribunal, which is, in a more restricted sense, also called a Pura. The general Pura of the Confederation is formed from the Puras of the 5 tribes. To be a member of the inferior Puras, a man must be 30 years of age. No one under 50 can have a seat in the general Pura. The candidate for admission into an inferior Pura has to undergo a most severe course of probation, in which all the elements are employed to try him. Before he is permitted to enter on this course, such of his relatives as are already members are obliged to pledge themselves for his fitness, and to swear to take his life if ever he should betray the secrets of the society. Having passed through the ordeal, he is admitted into the society and sworn to secrecy and obedience. If he is unmindful of his oath, he becomes the child of death. When he least expects it, a warrior in disguise makes his appearance and says, "The great Pura sends thee death." Everyone present departs. No one ventures to make any opposition, and the victim falls. The subordinate Puras punish all crimes committed within their district and take care that their sentences are duly executed. They also settle disputes and quarrels between the leading families. It is only on extraordinary occasions that the great Pura meets. It then decides on the punishment of traitors and those who had resisted its decrees. Frequently, too, it has to interfere to put an end to wars between the tribes. When it has met on this account, it gives information to the belligerents, directing them to abstain from hostilities and menacing death if a drop more of blood should be spilt. It then inquires into the causes of the war and condemns the tribe which is found to have been the aggressor to a 4 days' plundering. The warriors to whom the execution of this sentence is committed must, however, be selected from a neutral district. They arm and disguise themselves, put horrible-looking vizards on their faces, and with pitch torches in their hands, set out by night from the place of assembly. Making no delay, they reach the devoted district before the break of day, and in parties of from 40 to 60 men, they fall unexpectedly on the devoted tribe, and with fearful cries, making known the sentence of the great Pura, proceed to put it into execution. The booty is then divided. One half is given to the injured tribe, the other falls to the great Pura, who bestow one half of their share on the warriors who executed their sentence. Even a single family, if its power should appear to be increasing so fast as to put the society in fear for its independence, is condemned to a plundering by the Pura. It was thus, though under more specious pretexts, that the Athenian democracy sought to reduce the power of their great citizens by condemning them to build ships, give theatrical exhibitions, and otherwise spend their fortunes. Nothing can exceed the dread which the Pura inspires. The people speak of it with terror and awe, and look upon the members of it as enchanters who are in compact with the devil. The Pura itself is solicitous to diffuse this notion as much as possible, esteeming it a good mean for increasing its power and influence. The number of its members is estimated at upwards of 6,000, who recognize each other by certain words and signs. Its laws and secrets are, notwithstanding the great number of the members, most religiously concealed from the knowledge of the uninitiated. Chapter 6. The Emperor Louis the Bavarian Charles IV, Wenceslaus, Rupertian Reformation, encroachments of the Fehm courts, case of Nickel Weller, and the town of Görlitz, of the city of Danzig, of Hans David and the Teutonic Knights, other instances of the presumption of the free counts, citation of the Emperor, Frederick III, case of the Count of Tecklenburg. The history of the Fehm-gerichte, previous to the 15th century, offers but few events to detain attention. The Emperor Louis the Bavarian appears to have exerted his authority on several occasions in granting privileges in Westphalia according, as it is expressly stated, to the Fehm law. His successor, the luxurious Charles IV, acted with the same caprice respecting the Fehm tribunals as he did in everything else, granting privileges and revoking them just as it seemed to accord with his interest at the moment. This monarch attempted also to extend the Fehm system beyond Westphalia, deeming it perhaps a good mean for bringing all Germany under the authority of his patrimonial kingdom of Bohemia. He therefore gave permission to the Bishop of Hildesheim to erect 2 free tribunals out of Westphalia. On the representations of the Archbishop of Cologne and the Lords of Westphalia, however, he afterwards abolished them. Wenceslaus, the son of Charles, acted with his usual folly in the case of the Fehm tribunals. He is said, as he could keep nothing secret, to have blabbed their private sign, and he took on him to make Freischuppen, contrary to the law, out of Westphalia. These Schuppen of the emperor's making did not, however, meet with much respect from the genuine ones, as the answer given to the Emperor Rupert by the Westphalian tribunals evinces. On his asking how they acted with regard to such Schuppen, their reply was, "We ask them at what court they were made Schuppen. Should it appear that they were made Schuppen at courts which had no right so to do, we hang them, in case of their being met in Westphalia, on the instant, without any mercy." Wenceslaus, little as he cared about Germany in general, occasionally employed the Fehm courts for the furtherance of his plans, and in the year 1389 he had Count Henry of Wernigerode tried and hanged for treason by Westphalian Schuppen. The reign of Wenceslaus is particularly distinguished by its being the period in which the Archbishop of Cologne arrived at the important office of Lieutenant of the Emperor over all the Westphalian tribunals. The reign of Rupert was, with respect to the Westphalian Fehm courts, chiefly remarkable by the reformation of them, named from him. This reformation, which is the earliest publicly accredited source from which a knowledge of the Fehm law can be derived, was made in the year 1404. It is a collection of decisions by which the rights and privileges of a king of the Romans are ascertained with respect to these tribunals. The Rupertian Reformation and the establishment of the office of lieutenant in the person of the Archbishop of Cologne, which was completed by either Rupert or his successor Sigismund, formed together an epoch in the history of the Fehm-gerichte. Hitherto Westphalia alone was the scene of their operations, and their authority was of evident advantage to the empire. Their power had now attained its zenith. Confidence in their strength led them to abuse it, and during the century which elapsed between the Rupertian Reformation and the establishment of the perpetual public peace and the imperial chamber by the Emperor Maximilian, we shall have to contemplate chiefly their abuses and assumptions. The right of citation was what was chiefly abused by the free courts. Now that they were so formally acknowledged to act under the imperial authority, they began to regard Westphalia as too narrow a theater for the display of their activity and their power. As imperial commissioners, they maintained that their jurisdiction extended to every place which acknowledged that of the emperors, and there was hardly a corner of Germany free from the visits of their messengers. Nay, even beyond the limits of the empire, men trembled at their citations. It was chiefly the towns which were harassed by these citations, which were frequently issued at the instance of persons whom they had punished or expelled for their misdeeds. Their power and consequence did not protect even the greatest. We find, during the 15th century, some of the principal cities of the empire summoned before the tribunals of Westphalian counts. Thus, in the records of those times, we read of citations served on Bremen, Lübeck, Augsburg, Nuremberg, Erfurt, Görlitz, and Danzig. Even Prussia and Livonia, then belonging to the Order of the Teutonic Knights, were annoyed by their interference. One of the most remarkable cases which this period presents is that of the uneasiness caused to the town of Görlitz by means of one of its inhabitants named Nickel Weller. This man, who was a Westphalian Schoppe, was accused of having disinterred an unchristened child and of having made a candle of the bone of its arm, which he had filled with the wax of an Easter taper and with incense, and of having employed it in a barn in presence of his mother, his wife, and an old peasant, for magical purposes. As he could not deny the fact, he was, according to the law of those times, liable to be hanged. But the High Bailiff of Stein, and some other persons of consequence, interfering in his favor, the magistrates contented themselves with expelling him from the town and confiscating his goods. As it afterwards proved, they would have acted more wisely had they condemned him to perpetual imprisonment. Weller immediately repaired to Breslau and besought the council, the Bishop of Wahradien, and the imperial chancellor to advocate his cause. They acceded to his desire, but the magistrates of Görlitz perfectly justified their conduct. Weller, still indisposed to rest, applied to the Pope, Innocent III, asserting that he could not to any purpose bring an accusation against the Council of Görlitz within the town of the Diocese of Meissen, and that he had no chance of justice there. The Pope forthwith named John de Medici and Dr. Nicholas Tauschen of Breslau spiritual commissioners in this affair, and these desired the High Bailiff of Stein to do his best that Weller should recover his rights within the space of a month, on his taking his oath to the truth of his statements, otherwise they should be obliged themselves to take measures for that purpose. From some unassigned cause, however, nothing came of this, and Weller once more addressed himself to the Pope, with whom the Bishop of Ostia became his advocate. He was readmitted into the bosom of the Church. But the decree of the magistracy of Görlitz still remained in force, and the new commissioners appointed by the Pope even confirmed it. Finding that he had nothing to expect from papal interference, Weller had at last recourse to the Fehm tribunals, and on the 3rd May 1490, John of Holschede, Count of the Tribunal at Brakel, cited the burgomasters, council, and all the lay inhabitants of Görlitz above the age of 18 years before his tribunal. This summons was served in rather a remarkable manner, for it was found fastened to a twig on a hedge, on a farm belonging to a man named Wenzel Aymeric, a little distance from the town. As by the golden bull of the Emperor Charles IV, and moreover by a special privilege granted by Sigismund, Görlitz was exempted from all foreign jurisdiction, the magistracy informed Vladislaus, King of Bohemia, of this citation, and implored his mediation. The Bohemian monarch accordingly addressed himself to the tribunal at Brakel, but George Hackenberg, who was at that time the free count of that court, Holschede being dead, did not even deign to give him an answer. Meanwhile, the appointed period had elapsed without the people of Görlitz having appeared to the summons, and Weller, charging them with disobedience and contempt of court, prayed that they might be condemned in all the costs and penalties thereby incurred, and that he might be himself permitted to proceed with his complaint. To this end, he estimated the losses and injuries which he had sustained at 500 Rhenish florins, and made a declaration to that effect on oath, with 2 joint swearers. He was accordingly authorized by the court to indemnify himself in any manner he could at the expense of the people of Görlitz. It was farther added that, if anyone should impede Weller in the prosecution of his rights, that person should ipso facto fall under the heavy displeasure of the empire and the pains and penalties of the tribunal at Brakel, and be, moreover, obliged to pay all the costs of the accuser. On the 16th August of the same year, the Count set a new peremptory term for the people of Görlitz, assuring them that, in case of disobedience, he should be obliged, though greatly against his inclination, to pass the heaviest and most rigorous sentence on their persons, their lives, and their honor. The citation was this time found on the floor of the convent church. The council, in consternation, applied to the Archbishop of Cologne and to the free count himself to be relieved from this condition, but in vain. The count did not condescend to take any notice of their application, and when they did not appear at the set time, declared the town of Görlitz outlawed for contumacy. It appears that Veller had, for some cause or other, brought an accusation against the city of Breslau also, for in the published decree of outlawry against Görlitz it was included. By this act it was prohibited to every person, under penalty of similar outlawry, to harbor any inhabitant of either of these towns, to eat or drink or hold any intercourse with them till they had reconciled themselves to the Fehm tribunals and given satisfaction to the complainant. Weller himself stuck up a copy of this decree on a market day at Leipzig, but it was instantly torn down by some of the people of Görlitz who happened to be there. The two towns of Görlitz and Breslau held a consultation at Liegnitz to devise what measures it were best to adopt in order to relieve themselves from this system of persecution. They resolved that they would jointly and separately defend themselves and their proceedings by a public declaration, which should be posted up in Görlitz, Breslau, Leipzig, and other places. They also resolved to lay their griefs before the Diet at Prague, and pray for its intercession with the Archbishop of Cologne and the Landgraf of Hessen. They accordingly did so, and the Diet assented to their desire. But their good offices were of no avail, and the answer of the Landgraf clearly showed either that he had no authority over his count, or that he was secretly pleased with what he had done. The indefatigable Weller now endeavored to seize some of the people of Breslau and Görlitz, in Hain and other places in Meissen, but they frustrated his plans by obtaining a promise of protection and safe conduct from the Duke George. Weller, however, did not desist, and when Duke Albert came from the Netherlands to Meissen, he sought and obtained his protection. But here again he was foiled, for when the High Bailiff and Council of Görlitz had informed that prince of the real state of the case, he withdrew his countenance from him. Wearied out by this ceaseless teasing, the towns applied through the King of Bohemia to the Emperor Frederick III for a mandate to all the subjects of the empire and an inhibition to the tribunal at Brakel and all the free counts and Schuppen. These, when obtained, they took care to have secretly served on the Council of Dortmund and the free count of Brakel. By these means they appear to have put an end to their annoyances for the remainder of Weller's life. But in the year 1502, his son and his son-in-law revived his claims on Görlitz. Count Ernest of Hohenstein interceded for them, but the council adhered firmly to their previous resolution and declared that it was only to their own or to higher tribunals that they must look for relief. The matter then lay over for 10 years, when it was again stirred by one Guy of Taubenheim and was eventually settled by an amicable arrangement. As we have said, the Fehm tribunals extended their claims of jurisdiction even to the Baltic. We find that a citizen of the town of Danzig, named Hans Holliger, who was a free Schuppe, was cited to appear before the tribunal of Elleringhausen, under the Hawthorn, because he had spoken what he ought not to have spoken about the secret tribunal. This might seem just enough, as he belonged to the society, but the town council were commanded, under a penalty of 50 pounds of fine gold, to cast the accused into prison till he had given security for standing his trial. Even the powerful order of the Teutonic Knights, who were the masters of Prussia and Livonia, did not escape being annoyed by the Fehm tribunals. How little their power availed against that formidable jurisdiction is evinced by the answer made by the Grand Master to the towns which sued to him for protection. Beloved liegemen, you have besought us to protect you therefrom. We would cheerfully do it knew we but ways and means thereto. And when he wrote to Mangold, the count of the tribunal at Freienhagen, warning him against summoning before him the subjects of the order, the latter haughtily replied, "You have your rights from the empire, and I have power to judge over all who hold of the empire. The following very curious case occurred in the first half of the 15th century. A shopkeeper at Liebstadt died very much indebted to the two officers of the Teutonic Order, whose business it was to keep the small towns in Prussia supplied with mercantile goods, and they accordingly seized on the effects which he had left behind him. These, however, were not sufficient to satisfy even the demands of one of them, much less of both, and they had made up their minds to rest content with the loss, when, to their surprise, Hans David, the son of the deceased, came forward with an account against the order of such amount that, as it was observed, if all the houses in the town were sold, and all the townsmen taxed to the utmost, the produce would not discharge the one half of it. He, however, produced a document purporting to be a bond of the order. This instrument bore all the marks of falsification. It was full of erasures and insertions. Among the witnesses to it, some were set down as priors who were only simple brethren of the order. There were the names of others who had never seen it. It was asserted to have been attested and verified by the tribunal at Pasnar, but in the records of that court there were not the slightest traces of it. The seal of the Grand Master, which was appended to every document of any importance, was wanting. Of course, payment was resisted, but Hans David was told to pursue his claim, if he pleased, before the Emperor and the Pope, whom the order recognized as their superiors. As Hans David was under the protection of the King of Poland, he had recourse to that prince, but he declined interfering any farther than to apply for a safe conduct for him, that he might apply for a new inquiry. The Grand Master, on application being made to him, swore on his honor that he owed to the complainant nothing, and that the bond was a forgery. He moreover promised to answer the charge in any fit place that the complainant might select, nay, even in Prussia, and he granted him a safe conduct as before. It is not known what course Hans David now adopted, but 9 years afterwards, 1441, we find him addressing himself to the Free Tribunal at Freienhagen, whose count, the notorious Mangold, forthwith issued his citations, because, as he expressed himself, the order judges with the sword and gentle murder and burning. The Grand Master, indignant at this piece of arrogance, immediately brought the matter before the assembly of the Free Counts at Koblenz, who declared the proceedings null and Mangold liable to punishment, as the knights were spiritual persons. He moreover applied to the Emperor, who, to gratify him, issued a mandate, addressed to all princes of the empire, declaring the act of Mangold to be a piece of iniquity and null and void. Hans David was now cast into prison at Cologne, and, notwithstanding a prohibition of the Free Tribunal, was detained there for 2 years. Existing documents attest, though the fact is inexplicable, that the Emperor directed the Archbishop of Cologne and the Margraf of Baden to examine anew into the affair, and to send the acts into the imperial chancery, and finally to set the complainant free on his oath, or on his giving bail to appear at Nuremberg. As this proceeding can only be ascribed to the influence of the secret tribunals bent on annoying the order, it serves to show what their power and consequence must have been at that time. 2 years afterwards it was clearly proved at Vienna that the bond had been forged, at the desire of Hans David, by a scholar of Elbingen named Rotoffe. As the case against the former was now so plain, it might be supposed that he would be punished at once. Instead of that, the Emperor referred the parties to the Pope, as Hans David had struck a prior of the order, and this last was not content with the satisfaction accorded by the Emperor. The cause of the order was triumphant in Rome also, yet still Hans David found means to keep off the execution of the sentence already passed on him at Vienna. It was not till after the death of the then Grand Master that final judgment was formally delivered by Cardinal Jossi, and Hans David, his comrade Paul Frankluen, and the Count Mangold were condemned to perpetual silence and to payment of the sum of 6,000 Rhenish florins to the order, and in case of disobedience they were declared to be outlawed. All this, however, did not yet avail, and 2 years afterwards Gisi was obliged to apply to the emperor for the aid of the temporal arm for the execution of the sentence. The chaplain of the order at Vienna also found that Hans David had still the art to deceive many and gain them over to his cause, and he accordingly took care to have the whole account of his conduct posted up on the church doors. Still, the unwearied Hans David did not rest. He now went to the free tribunal at Waldeck and had the art to deceive the count by his false representations. He assured him that the order had offered him no less than 15,000 florins and an annuity if he would let his action drop, that they would have been extremely well content if he had escaped out of prison at Cologne, but that he preferred justice and truth to liberty. The order, however, succeeded here again in detecting and exposing his arts, and the count honestly confessed that he had been deceived by him. He cast him off forthwith, and Hans David, ceasing to annoy the order, devoted himself to astrology and conjuring for the rest of his days. He had, however, caused the order abundance of uneasiness and expense. Existing documents prove that this affair cost them no less than upwards of 1580 ducats and 7,000 florins, which must be in a great measure ascribed to the secret machinations of the free tribunals, anxious to depress the Teutonic knights, who stood in their way. In 1410, the Wild and Rhinegraf was summoned before the tribunal at Nordernau, and in 1454, the Duke of Saxony before that at Limburg. The Elector Palatine found it difficult, in 1448, to defend himself against a sentence passed on him by one of the Fehm courts. Duke Henry of Bavaria found it necessary, on the following occasion, actually to become a Freischuppe in order to save himself. One Gaspar of Thuringen had accused him before the tribunal of Waldeck of having taken from him his hereditary office of chief huntsman, of having seized and beaten his huntsmen and servants, taken his hounds, battered down his castle of Thuringen, and taken from his wife her property and jewels, in despite of God, honor, and ancient right. The free count forthwith cited the duke, who applied to the Emperor Sigismund, and procured an inhibition to the count. The duke found it necessary, notwithstanding, to appear before the court, but he adopted the expedient of getting himself made a Freischuppe, and then, probably in consequence of his rank and influence, procured a sentence to be passed in accordance with his wishes. Gaspar, who was probably an injured man, appealed to the emperor, who referred the matter to the Archbishop of Cologne, and we are not informed how it ended. But the audacity of the free counts went so far as even to cite the head of the empire himself before their tribunals. The imperial chancery having, for just and good cause, declared several free counts and their tribunal lord, Walrab of Waldeck, to be outlawed, 3 free counts had the hardihood, in 1470, to cite the Emperor Frederick III, with his chancellor, the Bishop of Passau, and the assessors of the Chancery Court, to appear before the free tribunal between the gates of Wünnenberg in the diocese of Paderborn, there to defend his person and highest honor under penalty of being held to be a disobedient emperor. And on his not appearing, they had the impudence to cite him again, declaring that, if he did not appear, justice should take its course. Feeble, however, as was the character of the emperor, he did not give way to such assumptions. Even robbery and spoliation could find a defense with the Fehm courts. Towards the end of the 13th century, a Count of Teckenberg plundered and ravaged the diocese of Münster. The bishop assembled his own people and called on his allies to aid him, and they took 2 castles belonging to the count and pushed him to extremity. To extricate himself, he accused the bishop and all those who were with him before his Fehm court, and though there were among them the Bishop of Paderborn, 3 counts, and several knights, the free count had the boldness to cite them all to appear and defend their honor. The affair was eventually amicably arranged, and the citation recalled. These instances may suffice to show how far the Fehm tribunals had departed from the original object of their institution, and how corrupt and iniquitous they were become. Chapter 7. Cause of the degeneracy of the Fehm courts, attempts at reformation, causes of their high reputation, case of the Duke of Würtemberg, of Kerstian Kerkerink, causes of the decline of the Fehm jurisdiction. The chief cause of the degeneracy of the Fehm courts was the admission of improper persons into the society. Originally, as we have seen, no man was admitted to become a Shupa without producing satisfactory evidence as to the correctness of his character. But now, in the case of either count or Shupa, a sufficient sum of money availed to supersede inquiry, and the consequence was that men of the most disgraceful characters frequently presided at the tribunals and wielded the formidable powers of the society. A writer in the reign of Sigismund says that those who had gotten authority to hang men were hardly deserving enough to keep pigs, that they were themselves well worthy of the gallows if one cast a glance over their course of life, that they left not unobserved the mote in their brother's eye, but overlooked the beam in their own, etc. And it required no small courage in the writer thus to express himself, for, according to his own testimony, people then hardly ventured even to speak of the secret tribunals, so great was the awe in which they were held. The consequence was that justice was not to be had at any tribunal which was presided over by corrupt judges, as they selected assessors and even bystanders of the same character with themselves, and whatever verdict they pleased was found. The tribunal-lord generally winked at their proceedings, while the right of appeal to the emperor was treated with little respect, for these monarchs had generally affairs of more immediate importance to themselves to occupy their attention. The right of exemption was also trampled on. Sovereign princes were, as we have seen, cited before the tribunals, so also were the Jews. Purely civil matters were now maintained to belong to the Fehm jurisdiction, and parties in such cases were cited before the tribunals and forfamed in case of disobedience. In short, the Fehm jurisdiction was now become a positive evil instead of being, as heretofore, a benefit to the country. Various attempts were doubtless made to reform the Fehm law and tribunals, such as the Arensberg Reformation, the Osnaburg Regulation, and others, but to little purpose. The system, in fact, was at variance with the spirit which was now beginning to prevail and could not be brought to accord with it. Before we proceed to the decline of the society, we will pause a moment to consider the causes of the great reputation and influence which it obtained and exercised during the period in which it flourished. The first and chief cause was the advantage which it was found to be of for the maintenance of social order and tranquility. In the very worst and most turbulent times, a portion of mankind will always be found desirous of peace and justice, even independently of any private interest. Another portion, feeling themselves the victims of oppression, will gladly catch at any hope of protection. Even the mighty and the oppressive themselves will at times view with satisfaction any institution which may avail to shield them against power superior to their own, or which they conceive may be made the instrument of extending and strengthening their consequence. The Fehm jurisdiction was calculated to suit all these orders of persons. The 14th and 15th centuries were the most anarchic periods of Germany. The imperial power was feeble to control, and the characters of most of the emperors were such as to render still more unavailing the little authority which, as heads of the empire, they possessed. Sensible of their weakness, these monarchs generally favored the Fehm tribunals, which so freely and even ostentatiously recognized the imperial superiority as long as it did not seek to control them or impede them in their proceedings. The knowledge which, if initiated, they could derive of the crimes and misdemeanors committed in the empire and the power of directing the arms of the society against evildoers were also of no small importance, and they gradually became of opinion that their own existence was involved in that of the Fehm courts. The nobles of Westphalia, in like manner, found their advantage in belonging to the society, and the office of Tribunal-Lord was, as we have seen, one of influence and emolument. But it was the more helpless and oppressed classes of society, more especially the unhappy serfs, that most rejoiced in the existence of the Fehm tribunals, for there only could they hope to meet with sure redress when aggrieved, and frequently was a cause when other courts had been appealed to in vain, brought before the secret tribunal, which judged without respect of persons. The accuser had farther not to fear the vengeance of the evildoer or his friends and dependents, for his name was kept a profound secret if the proofs which he could furnish were sufficient to justify the inquisitorial process already described, and thus the robber noble or the feudal tyrant often met his merited punishment at a time when he perhaps least dreaded it, and when he held his victim, whose cries to justice had brought it on him, in the greatest contempt, for, like the Nemesis or the gloom-roaming Erinnys of antiquity, the retributive justice of the Fehm tribunals moved to vengeance with stealthy pace and caught its victim in the midst of his security. A second cause was the opinion of these courts having been instituted by Charles the Great, a monarch whose memory was held in such high estimation and such just veneration during the Middle Ages. Emperors thought themselves bound to treat with respect the institution of him from whom they derived their authority, and the clergy themselves, exempt from its jurisdiction, were disposed to view with favor an institution established by the monarch to whom the Church was so deeply indebted and of whose objects the punishment of heretics was one of the most prominent. A third, and not the least important cause, was the excellent organization of the society, which enabled it to give such effect to its decrees, and to which nothing in those times presented any parallel. The veil of secrecy which enveloped all its proceedings, and the number of agents ready to execute its mandates, inspired awe. The strict inquiry which was known to be made into the character of a man before he was admitted into it gained it respect. Its sentences were, though the proofs were unknown, believed to have emanated from justice, and bad men trembled and good men rejoiced as they beheld the body of a criminal suspended from a tree and the Shuppa's knife stuck beside it to intimate by whom he had been judged and condemned. The reign of the Emperor Maximilian was a period of great reform in Germany, and his establishment of the perpetual public peace and of the imperial chamber, joined with other measures, tended considerably to alter and improve the condition of the empire. The Fehm tribunals should, as a matter of prudence, have endeavored to accommodate themselves to the new order of things. But this is a part of wisdom of which societies and corporate bodies are rarely found capable, and instead of relaxing in their pretensions, they even sought to extend them farther than before. Under their usual pretext, the denial of justice, they extended their citations to persons and places over which they had no jurisdiction, and thereby provoked the enmity and excited the active hostility of cities and powerful territorial lords. The most remarkable cases which this period presents of the perversion of the rights and powers of the Fehm tribunals are the two following. Duke Ulrich of Würtemberg lived unhappily with his Duchess Sabina. There was at his court a young nobleman named Hans Hutten, a member of an honorable and powerful family, to whose wife the Duke was more particular in his attentions than could be agreeable to a husband. The Duchess, on her side, testified a particular esteem for Hans Hutten, and the intimacy between them was such as the Duke could not forgive. Hutten was either so vain or so inconsiderate as to wear publicly on his finger a valuable ring which had been given to him by the Duchess. This filled up the measure of the jealousy and rage of the Duke, and one day, at a hunting party in the wood of Bebling, he contrived to draw Hutten away from the rest of the train, and, taking him at unawares, ran him through with his sword. He then took off his girdle, and with it suspended him from one of the oak trees in the wood. When the murder was discovered, he did not deny it, but asserted that he was a free Shuppa, and had performed the deed in obedience to a mandate of the secret tribunal, to which he was bound to yield obedience. This tale, however, did not satisfy the family of Hutten, and they were as little content with the proposal made by the murderer of giving them satisfaction before a Westphalian tribunal. They loudly appealed to the emperor for justice, and the masculine eloquence of Ulrich von Hutten interested the public so strongly in their favor that the emperor found himself obliged to issue a sentence of outlawry against the Duke of Würtemberg. At length, through the mediation of Cardinal Lang, an accommodation both with the Hutten family and the Duchess was effected. But the enmity of the former was not appeased, and they sometime afterwards lent their aid to effect the deposition of the Duke and the confiscation of his property. It would seem that the Fehm tribunals would have justified the assassination committed by the Duke, at least that all confidence in their justice was now gone. And at this period, even those writers who are most lavish in their praises of the Schuppen of the olden time can find no language sufficiently strong to describe the iniquity of those of their own days. It was now become a common saying that the course of a Fehm court was first to hang the accused and then to examine into the charges against him. By a solemn recess of the Diet at Triers in 1512, it was declared that by the Westphalian tribunals many an honest man had lost his honor, body, life, and property. And the Archbishop of Cologne, who must have known them well, shortly afterwards asserted, among other charges, in a capitulation which he issued, that by very many they were shunned, and regarded as seminaries of villains. The second case to which we alluded affords a still stronger proof of their degeneracy. A man named Kerstian Kerkerink, who lived near the town of Münster, was accused, and probably with truth, of having committed repeated acts of adultery. The Free Tribunal of Münster determined to take cognizance of the affair, and they sent and had him taken out of his bed in the dead of the night. In order to prevent his making any noise and resistance, the persons who were employed assured him that he was to be brought before the tribunal of a respectable councillor of the city of Münster, and prevailed on him to put on his best clothes. They took him to a place named Beckmannsbusch, where they kept him concealed while one of them conveyed intelligence of their success to the town council. At break of day, the tribunal lords, Free Count and Schuppen, taking with them a monk and a common hangman, proceeded to Beckmannsbusch, and had the prisoner summoned before them. When he appeared, he prayed to be allowed to have an advocate, but this request was refused, and the court proceeded forthwith to pass sentence of death. The unfortunate man now implored for the delay of but one single day to settle his affairs and make his peace with God. But this request also was strongly refused, and it was signified to him that he must die forthwith, and that if he wished he might make his confession, to which end a confessor had been brought to the place. When the unhappy wretch sued once more for favor, it was replied to him that he should find favor and be beheaded, not hung. The monk was then called forward to hear his confession. When that was over, the executioner, who had previously been sworn never to reveal what he saw, advanced and struck off the head of the delinquent. Meantime, information of what was going on had reached the town, and old and young came forth to witness the last act of the tragedy, or perhaps to interfere in favor of Kerkerink. But this had been foreseen and provided against. Officers were set to watch all the approaches from the town till all was over, and when the people arrived they found nothing but the lifeless body of Kerkerink, which was placed in a coffin and buried in a neighboring churchyard. The bishop and chapter of Münster expressed great indignation at this irregular proceeding and encroachment on their rights, and it served to augment the general aversion to the Fehm courts. Our readers will at once perceive how much the proceedings in this case, which occurred in the year 1580, differed from those of former times. Then the accused was formally summoned, and he was allowed to have an advocate. Here he was seized without knowing for what, and was hardly granted even the formality of a trial. Then the people who came, even accidentally, into the vicinity of a Fehm court would cross themselves and hasten away from the place, happy to escape with their lives. Now they rush without apprehension to the spot where it was sitting, and the members of it fly at their approach. Finally, In severity as well as justice, the advantage was on the side of the old courts. The criminal suffered by the halter. We hear of no father confessor being present to console his last moments, and his body, instead of being deposited in consecrated earth, was left to be torn by the wild beasts and ravenous birds. The times were evidently altered. The Fehm tribunals were never formally abolished, but the excellent civil institutions of the Emperors Maximilian and Charles V, the consequent decrease of the turbulent and anarchic spirit, the introduction of the Roman law, the spread of the Protestant religion, and many other events of those times, conspired to give men an aversion for what now appeared to be a barbarous jurisdiction, and only suited to such times as it was hoped and believed never could return. Some of the courts were abolished. Exemptions and privileges against them were multiplied. They were prohibited all summary proceedings. Their power gradually sank into insignificance. And though up to the present century a shadow of them remained in some parts of Westphalia, they have long been only a subject of antiquarian curiosity as one of the most striking phenomena of the Middle Ages. They were only suited to a particular state of society. While that existed, they were a benefit to the world. When it was gone, they remained at variance with the state which succeeded, became pernicious, were hated and despised, lost all their influence and reputation, shared the fate of everything human whose character is instability and decay, and have left only their memorial behind them. It is an important advance in civilization and a great social gain to have got rid, for all public purposes, of secret societies, both of their existence and of their use, for that, like most of the other obsolete forms into which the arrangements of society have at one time or other resolved themselves, some of these mysterious and exclusive institutions, whether for preserving knowledge or dispensing justice, served each in its day purposes of the highest utility, which apparently could not have been accomplished by any other existing or available contrivance, has been sufficiently shown by the expositions that have been given in the preceding pages of the mechanism and working of certain of the most remarkable of their number. But it has been made at least equally evident that the evils attendant upon their operation and inherent in their nature were also very great, and that, considered even as the suitable remedies for a most disordered condition of human affairs, they were at best only not quite so bad as the disease. They were institutions for preserving knowledge, not by promoting, but by preventing that diffusion of it, which, after all, both gives to it its chief value, and, in a natural state of things, most effectually ensures its purification as well as its increase, and for executing justice by trampling underfoot the rights alike of the wrongdoer and of his victim. Mankind may be said to have stepped out of night into day in having thrown off the burden and bondage of this form of the social system, and having attained to the power of pursuing knowledge in the spirit of knowledge and justice in the spirit of justice. We have now escaped from that state of confusion and conflict in which one man's gain was necessarily another man's loss, and are fairly on our way towards that opposite state in which, in everything, as far as the constitution of this world will permit, the gain of one shall be the gain of all. This latter, to whatever degree it may be actually attainable, is the proper hope and goal of all human civilization. The End.